Otiende Amolo, member for Ariada.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Stephen Mogaka, elected by West Mugirango constituency and a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Good. Thank you, Secretariat, led by Director.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My name is Peter Chamano. I'm Director, Departmental Committees. And on my left are members of the Secretariat for the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think that's sufficient for now. We have a nominee in front of us. I presume, and he will confirm, that this is Mr. Erastus Edung Ethicon, nominated to be the chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Am I right?
You are right, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. We therefore welcome you, Mr. Ethicon, to this committee for the vetting session that will last roughly an hour. We will begin the usual process, the way it's supposed to be done. You take an oath. After taking an oath, you will hand over your original documents to the Secretariat for verification. You will then introduce yourself. After introduction, we give you a maximum of 10 minutes to walk us through your journey of life. Where you were born, where you went to school, who you are in your career, how you've been nominated, and after that, the members will then field questions. So we may administer the oath to the nominee.
I, Erastus Edung Ethicon, do swear that the information I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Thank you, nominee.
Point of order, we need to know why the nominee is not swearing by the Bible. I know you can affirm, but you must state why.
You are Christian?
Sorry, Chair, I had not actually seen the Bible. It was not brought to my attention. I am a Christian.
Let him retake.
I am a Christian.
Let him retake the oath. He may I actually thought he elected to affirm, which is good enough, but you may retake the oath with the Bible as by your faith.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. I, Erastus Edung Ethicon, do swear that the information I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Thank you very much, nominee. You may now sign your oath of swearing. Very good. Nominee, you may now hand over the original documents to the Secretariat for verification, all of them including your ID card, academic certificates, testimonials, and any other relevant document you have. Thank you. All right. Nominee, now it is your turn to introduce yourself to us. And in less than 10 minutes, take us through your journey of life, including your academics and your presence today.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee of our Honorable Parliament. Honorable Chair, it is really my pleasure to appear before this honorable committee to present myself and to have a conversation with you on behalf of the people of Kenya, so that this committee will understand me as an individual and me as the nominee and what makes me suitable to be confirmed as the chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Committee. Honorable Chair and members, my names are Erastus Edung Lokale Ethekon. I am from Turkana County. I am aged 49 years, having been born in 1976. I am a family person, married with 3 beautiful children, 2 girls and 1 boy. And currently, I live both in Nairobi and Johannesburg in South Africa. In terms of my professions, Honorable Chair, I wish to inform this committee that I am a lawyer by training and an advocate of the High Court of Kenya of more than 22 years, having been admitted to the bar by the Honorable Chief Justice Evans Gisheru way back in 2003. Precisely 12th June 2003. As a lawyer, I like to describe myself as a human rights lawyer. That's the basis of my career. And a governance expert. I also, Honorable Chair, wear another hat as in terms of my profession, because I'm not only a lawyer, I did diversify my career and ventured into the field of conflict resolution and peace building. That includes all disciplines of ADR and of course peace studies and peace research. Lastly, in terms of how I describe myself as a professional, I also wear another hat, that of a programs management specialist, specializing in international development cooperation, having also worked in that field for quite some time, for more than 15 years. And Honorable Chair, in terms of all this, what I've described as my professions, I have academic qualifications to back it up. As a lawyer, I have a master's degree in law, specializing in oil, gas, and energy law, having obtained this qualification from the University of Derby in the UK in the year 2016. I also have a Bachelor's of Law degree, second class honors, upper division, which I obtained way back in 2001 from the University of Nairobi, here in our country. As you all know, University of Nairobi is one of our premier and prestigious institutions. Having completed my Bachelor of Laws studies at the University of Nairobi, I proceeded, as just like most lawyers would do, to the Kenya School of Law, where I obtained a postgraduate diploma in law. And after that, that is when I met the requirements for the Council for Legal Education, and I was admitted now to the bar subsequently in 2003, as I've said. In terms of specializing in international human rights law, I have a specialization, a certificate in implementation of international human rights treaties, which qualifications I obtained from the University of Nottingham in the UK in the year 2007, under the prestigious Chevening Fellowship Program by the British Foreign and Commonwealth Office in 2007. Honorable Chair, my academic journey did not just stop with law. As I've mentioned, I tried to diversify, and in that respect, I have additional 2 qualifications, a Master of Arts in Peace, Conflict and Development Studies from the University of King James I in Spain. They call it Universidad Jaume I, which qualifications I obtained in 2012. And then later, in the course of my career with the United Nations, it was necessary for me to also understand the discipline and the practical field of international project management. I followed that with an academic qualification at the University of Liverpool, where I obtained a Master of Science degree in projects management, specializing in development cooperation projects. That's my academic journey level, qualifications at that higher level. But perhaps most important for this committee is for me to reflect back where I started. From the dry, dusty village of Morulem, where I started my primary school under Acacia Tree, where I schooled in class 1 up to class 4 under Acacia Tree because we did not have classrooms. That did not deter me to score an A- in the KCSE of 1991, and that qualifications removed me from the hardships of Turkana and brought me to Nairobi, where I joined the Starehe Boys Center and School. And it's at Starehe Boys Center and School that my life changed and took a different trajectory. At Starehe, we were taught to serve. We were helped and guided and prepared to serve our fellow countrymen. And it's with that spirit, Mr. Chair, sorry I'm a bit emotional, but it's within that spirit that I have focused my life on public service and giving back to the community and to my country. It is at Starehe that we were taught that at some point, this generation of ours will have to bear the weight of government in our shoulders. And in doing that, we must be guided by justice, zeal, and care. So, Honorable Chair and members, that is the bit about my academic journey and a description of my profession. Allow me, Chair, then, to just outline to you very briefly my work experience and the institutions where I've worked before having obtained these academic qualifications.
In 2 minutes.
In 2 minutes. Honorable Chair and members, I have had the rare privilege to work in this honorable house as a clerk assistant trainee and research associate between 2002 to 2003, where I worked with the departmental committees before I proceeded for my further studies. I have worked in 2 law firms, and subsequently I registered also my law firm in 2013. Having done that, I also proceeded to work with the National Commission on Human Rights, which is one of those commissions provided for in the Constitution, as a senior human rights officer. And I think that's when I launched my human rights career as a lawyer. So after that, I proceeded to spend most of the time within the United Nations, close to 13 years, where I served in various capacities within the institution. And in the United Nations, I would like to bring to your attention, honorable members, our role in the United Nations Development Program is to work with national institutions. And it's through that I interacted closely with our work on electoral management. And when I finished my tour of duty with the United Nations, I decided, for obvious reasons, to go back to Turkana and give back to my county. At the advent of devolution, most of the counties were going through teething problems. And one of them that I identified was the lack of qualified legal practitioners in far-flung places like Turkana. And it's that within that context that I went back and I joined the county public service as the first Turkana County attorney, established the office, led that office, built its capacity. But besides focusing in Turkana, Honorable Chair and members, my influence and my mentorship and leadership also reached far across other counties such as Marsabit, Samburu, Isiolo, Mandera, and many others, where I helped our young county attorneys in terms of mentoring them and helping them to set up those very important legal offices. When I finished my 6 years tour of duty in Turkana, I left last year, September, to pursue a career in back in international development, and luckily I got a place with the African Union Development Agency under the NEPAD framework, where I'm currently working as a senior advisor to the CEO and an expert on the nexus between governance, peace, security, and development. And we're working to develop a continental-wide program to support our regional economic communities and member states, including Kenya. I thank you, Honorable Chair and members.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ethekon. Honorable members will now ask you questions. And I request that you be provided with a booklet and a pen. You will note down those questions. We are not very many. We'll do a complete lap. If there's any rejoinder, we will give you sufficient time, members, to ask supplementary questions. Each member is going to ask one question. Apart from the chairman, who is not restricted, he may ask quite a bit of the questions. So I think we start off. Please note, number one, you have been nominated to chair the IEBC. What would you tell Kenyans is your experience with the electoral process that warrants some confidence in you to actually ensure that Kenyan elections are free, fair, verifiable, and credible, which are the parameters of a successful election in each given year? Number two, it has been said out there that your nomination is flawed simply because there were no adequate consultations as regards who should become the chairperson of the IEBC. What are your views as regards your nomination and the process itself as a qualified and seasoned lawyer in this country? Finally, it has been said that IEBC must be watchful. You've already been warned even before you took office that if you try to deliver any elections in the country that are not fair, credible, verifiable, the country may drift into bloodshed. Tell Kenyans, in your own estimation and preparedness, are you credible enough to give Kenyans an election that they will have confidence in? Thank you. Honorable Farah is next.
I notice your journey, and only people who have gone through what you have gone through know how difficult that journey is. Those of us who come from arid areas, we know these things, and a few of us here. One of the biggest problems in this country in any electoral process was the fear of a bias on the part of the chair of this organization, or manipulation of results. And you know very well, as I know myself, elections, particularly in the far-flung areas, used to be manipulated very much by people who are in power. areas like the north where you come from. And I'm sure you understand that very well. At the national level, also the fear is that it might be manipulated. We have seen it manipulated. I'm not going to state which elections were manipulated, but there are a good number of general elections that were manipulated. What this job needs more than anything else is a very courageous person who doesn't mind and doesn't have any allegiance except to God, his creator, and to the country itself. Having been a Turkana Moran, that is in your blood. How much of that are you going to implement against all odds?
Thank you. Honorable Otiende Amono.
Mr. Erastus Edung Ethekon, and this is not a question, but I'm curious, you will comment on it. In your document, you indicate you speak both the Luo and Spanish. I'm curious to know about that. But now let me come to the questions. You know, we have received an objection to your nomination, specifically from Dr. Gikenyi and two others. And the objection is that they perceive that you'd be biased in favor of the current president by virtue of the fact that you have an association with the former governor of Turkana. I want you to talk to us about this so that you disabuse us of that matter. But secondly, you've indicated that you're based in Johannesburg, which I think I understand in terms of being an employee of NEPAD. But you need to now persuade us in terms of Section 6. As a chairperson, you must be a person who's qualified to be a judge of the Supreme Court, which means that you must be qualified under Article 166(3) of the Constitution, having at least 15 years experience as a Superior Court judge or 15 years experience as a distinguished academic or judicial officer or legal practitioner. I need you to indicate to us where we would base your 15 years of experience. Are you a legal practitioner? Are you an academician? Or where do we base that on? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Honorable Karemba Muchangi Runyenjes.
Thank you, Chair. And I think mine is very similar to what the Honorable Senior Counsel Otiende has stated. My question is on the petition, or rather the memorandum that has been brought to us by one Gikenyi, Dr. Gikenyi, who clearly wants to portray the nominee close to the former Turkana governor, Josephat Nanok, and who also works very closely to the president. I would want to ask Honorable Chair whether the nominee will have the courage to lead IEBC with the impartiality that is needed, and whether he is patriotic enough to understand that the country expects a free and fair election.
Thank you very much. Honorable Makali, Member of Parliament for Kandoi.
Thank you. We are on the throes of another election in 2027. You, I think, know what happened to your predecessors, Kibuitu, Chesoni, Chebukati. What are the experiences which you have learned from those past elections, which put you in a good state to lead this particular commission so that we can have a free and fair election, taking into account the fact, one, that Kenya's elections are said to be the most expensive. Two, we are very divisive, specifically on tribal grounds. Taking into account the two, you saw the split TV screen in August 2022. And three, the alleged bias, which it's alleged that you have very, very close relations with Governor Nanok, which will actually interfere with your independence and your team building skills. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dahoud Mohammed, Member of Parliament for Wajir East.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is about harmony within the Commission. My colleague has just referred to a split screen. I think that is a famous Chebukati 3 and the Cherera 4. My question is, what, as if we confirm, are we confirming, or if we vet you and approve you to be the chair of the commission, how will you ensure that this commission, this new commission that we are constituting now, will be speaking in one voice come election time 2027? Second, our elections are one of the most expensive, I think, either in Africa or even globally. So a man who has such a rich CV and who has told us that you've worked with, you have experience in the electoral processes and elections. How are you going to help this country, given our economic issues that we have now, to reduce the cost of elections to something manageable? And finally, Chair, I just want to ask one question. I think the Senior Counsel has alluded to it about suitability. It says that for one to be the chair of IEBC, you need at least 15 years. You need to have the qualification of a judge of the Supreme Court. I'm assuming that you will fall under 166. You'll tell me if different, if than 66, Article 166 3B, which says at least 15 years experience as a distinguished academic, judicial officer, or legal practitioner. You have given us your 22 years of experience, but I want to see that distinguished part. Distinguished legal scholar or distinguished academician. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Farah Mohammed Malim I already asked this question. He's from Dadaab. Next is Honorable Mushira. Michael Mushira is from Ojororok.
Thank you, Chairman. I have only one question. From the statistics, out of the total registered voters we had in 2022, approximately 8 million did not turn out to vote out of the registered voters we had. And then number two, out of the eligible, the people who are of legal voting age as at 2022, approximately 5.7 did not register as voters. I would want to know, if you are approved by the House, what measures you would take to ensure that, number one, out of the numbers that is supposed to register, we achieve at least 98%. And then number 2, out of the number that is eligible to vote, I know here maybe you may not have much control. We achieve at least 98% in terms of voter turnout. Thank you, Chair.
Very good. Honorable Zulekha, who is nominated.
Thank you, Chair. Before my question, I was just curious to know about the financial net worth of the nominee. Okay. Mr. Ethical, considering the recent past history of the IEBC, I wanted to know how you're going to regain the public trust. What specific reforms are you going to initiate once you are confirmed as the chairman of the institution? And what are some of the innovations in terms of technology, electoral credibility, transparency, are you going to champion as the chairman of the institution? Thank you.
Right, Honorable Mogaka. Honorable Mogaka is from his constituency is
It is West Mugirango
constituency in Nyamira. I was about to say Nyamira West, then I've remembered it's West Mugirango in Nyamira County. All right. Have you introduced yourself, sir? You have.
Yes, I
Thank
did.
you.
Yeah.
You may now
Thank you, Chair.
pose your question.
Thank you, Chair. I have 3 small questions for the related for the nominee. And nominee, congratulations for this far you have come. But you told us about a lot of education you have acquired. Just tell Kenyans who financed this education and what interest did they have in you as a way of allaying fears that you are being trained to come and do this very thing that Kenyans are worried about. The second one is you described yourself as very rich in human rights training. Now, you are aware that electoral units in this country have been without representatives this far. Do you consider that a constitutional and human right violation for those electoral units? And if so, being an expert in human rights violation, what have you done so far to appease these unrepresented electoral units as Kenya does its business as usual? Number 2, if you assume this office as chair, what would you bring in by way of reparation for these electoral units that have not been represented as Kenya has been transacting its affairs normally? And then the last question is, you are aware that there is already election campaign going on even before IEBC is constituted. Do you think this is healthy for the country? And if you assumed the office of chair, what will you bring on board that would bring tranquility in the country for economic prosperity, so that we don't go from election results and immediately we kick off to election campaigns? And for record, Chair, Nyamira County has 2 wards which have no MCAs, Nyamaya Ward and Nyansiongo Ward. Because as you are aware, I can't transact in this committee without mentioning Nyamira County.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mugaka. I think that is extremely patriotic, but you've rightly said there are 2 wards which do not have MCS, and that is the first and foremost assignment for the chairperson, nominated chairperson, if this committee finds favor to approve his nomination. The vice chairman has joined us as we were proceeding. He'll introduce himself and pose his question.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and my apologies to you, my colleague members, and everyone. I was held up in other national duties. That's why I walked in slightly after the session had started. My name is Mwengi Mutusa. I'm the Member of Parliament for Kibwezi West, and I also serve as Vice Chair of this committee. Nominee for Chairperson of IEBC, a very important position in the Republic of Kenya. I have 2 questions for you. Number one of what we have been told previously, that one of the reasons why our elections are very expensive, among the most expensive in the world, is because of trust deficit. The political operators, us in the political class, and even citizens do not trust each other. And so, because it is also alleged that you may be of a particular political inclination, assuming that this committee approves you and finally you become the IBC chair, what are you going to do to bridge that trust deficit so that we may begin to see Kenyans trusting the electoral process? You are aware, for example, in a country like the United States, the ballots will be sent online. They do not have to have 100 security features. People will vote. They will post them online. They will also post them through the post office, and they will be counted, and nobody will say there's a problem. But in our case, we can't even trust to print our ballot papers in our printing presses here. We have to take them to faraway countries. We have to send people to go and supervise printing, bring them here. One ballot paper has to have over 10 security features. What is it that you are going to do, given the background that has been alleged about you, to bridge that trust deficit? And number 2, a practical question. Every other election, there has been contestations about rigging of elections, especially presidential elections. And majorly, that has been attributed to technology. People will say, well, we voted this way, but what was relayed to the National Tallying Center is different from what was on the ground. I have my views about it, but I would want you to tell Kenyans, do you believe that elections in Kenya are rigged? If you believe that they are rigged, what are you going to do to ensure that they are not rigged? If they are not rigged, why do you think they are not rigged? Finally, principally, you are trained as a lawyer, principally. I would want to know why it was important for you to study project management and peace and conflict, because as a lawyer, and many lawyers are very proud of their profession, many of them stick to legal issues. So one would be curious to just understand why you found it necessary to veer and study other professions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Thank you, honorable members. I counted the questions in spite of them having been told to ask for one, they did about 2, others did about 3, maximum at 20, all of them. We have 20 minutes within which to answer the 20 questions. So please be concise, precise. You do not have to repeat yourself, and where you can condense answers in respect of 3 questions into one, please do so. 20 minutes to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members of this committee. Allow me to really sincerely thank you for those very important questions, questions that are vexing to all of us and to Kenyans, and questions that beg answers from me as the chair nominee, but also to some extent answers from all of us as Kenyan citizens. In regard to the first set of questions from the Honorable Chair regarding what I bring to the table that will inspire confidence and ensure that Kenyans enjoy that right to elect their leaders in a free, fair, verifiable, and credible elections. I think, Honorable Chair and members, these are questions that even I, since I was nominated as chair, have been asked by fellow citizens outside there. In fact, last night I was at a barber shop, and the barber asked me, Chair, do you think we will ever have free and fair elections in Africa? Not Kenya alone. But I knew, of course, where he was going. So to answer your question, Honorable Chair and members, I think I took this role knowing very well that there's a lot that is expected from us. There's a lot of issues that Kenyans are worried about. The issues, of course, of guaranteeing them free and fair election as per the Constitution. The issues of credibility, the issues of trust. And for me, I think if we address the issue of elections, we must, as Kenyans, begin by trusting in ourselves, because trust begins with us. When we trust ourselves, then we begin to look at what are the legal frameworks that are there to help us, for example, navigate through issues of governance in this country. That is when we begin to look at the Constitution and trust it. Does our Constitution serve us? Does it work? What does it say? The institutions that have been created by that Constitution to manage our elections, including our electoral management body, the IEBC, and others that are supposed to support that electoral management process. Do we trust in those institutions? Do we trust in the people that have been given the responsibility and the public trust to manage those institutions? Do we trust the laws that have been passed by this honorable House, by our Parliament, and the regulations that govern the electoral processes? So when, Honorable Chair and members, when we as Kenyans begin to ask those questions, I think we'll be heading in the right direction, such that then those of us who are lucky, those of us who have come out courageously, and it must be really courageous, because when I applied for this job, I was told this is the hot seat, I don't even go there, we don't know whether to congratulate you or to, all sorts of things. So those of us who have come out who have stepped out to provide leadership in our electoral management body and processes, we begin then to tell Kenyans, we will play our role as IEBC, I will play my role as chairperson, in the sense that I will be guided by the Constitution of Kenya and the laws of Kenya. And that through that fidelity to the law, I should be able to follow all the laid down processes that will lead us to credible, free, fair, verifiable elections. So my point is, Honorable Chair, is that we have to begin by trusting in ourselves. Number two, trusting that our constitution works, that our laws governing our elections work and we can be implemented, and that we will comply with these laws, and that then the institutions created to manage our elections are given an opportunity and that benefit of doubt to be able to work and to deliver results. Of course, there have been challenges in terms of sometimes negative perceptions. There have been, of course, challenges in terms of actual incidences of electoral malpractices. But even as we have those challenges, we still, as a country and as citizens of this country, have to seek refuge in our constitution and in our laws, so that then even those who perpetuate electoral malpractices, we should deal with them knowing that there are laws that govern electoral offenses, and that these laws will be implemented, and those people who perpetuate electoral malpractices can be held to account. So for me, I will rely more on my faith and my trust in our constitution and our laws and our institutions that we have set, that we the people have given unto ourselves under Article 1 of the Constitution, under which article the people have donated that power to us. Number two, in relation to my nomination, Honorable Chair, I wouldn't really want to dwell much on that because, Honorable Chair, I think most Kenyans, from the day the advert was put out there, from the day the first advert was put, and then it was cancelled to allow room for further consultations, and that resulted to the NADCO process and the outcome of the NADCO process, and subsequent advertisement for this position, and inviting those of us who are interested and who felt like we had something to offer. We were invited in an open process. We submitted our applications, and I recall very well, Honorable Chair, for the record, at first I was reluctant even to apply for this job, given the negativity and all these things around this position. But at the cyber cafe where I normally photocopy my things and my papers, even for my work in South Africa, the young people in that cyber cafe, Peter, Purity, and Kizito, they are the people who urged me to put in my application, because looking at my documents and having conversations with me over tea, they thought and they felt that you have what it takes to lead this country in this institution. And at first I thought maybe I should just apply for the commission and, you know, the hot seat, leave it alone. But they actually went and submitted the documents both for the chair and for member. So when I was in South Africa, they sent me a screenshot, we've submitted the documents. And later on, when I was on my way to, I think, Angola or something, I saw my name in the newspapers that I've been shortlisted. I honored the...
No, so it is not you who applied?
I submitted the documents. I signed.
I think that's very important.
Yes.
Are you saying you did not submit your own application for this position?
All right. Kisito, the one who photocopies for me. So I bound everything, and I asked them to submit once everything was in order.
So they submitted the documents for you?
They just submitted the documents.
You had applied yourself, you had signed the documents, etc.
Yeah.
So let's carry on.
Actually, I have a copy of my application.
No problem.
With the documents.
Okay.
So
let's move on to the process. Yes.
Yeah. Actually, basically, all these conspiracy theories around maybe being pushed around by certain interest groups to apply. I just wanted, for the record, for Kenyans to know that ordinary Kenyans are equally concerned, and they felt maybe they can add me to apply. So I went through interviews. They were televised. I gave my account for why I should be considered for this position, and I think the rest of the process proceeded as per the law that governs recommendation, nomination, and approval. And that's why I am here, Honorable Chair. So I would like to rest that matter at that point, and then to proceed to answer other questions including the warning that 2027 might be a bloodshed if and when we as IEBC mess around with the people's votes. I think, Honorable Chair, this is a very uncomfortable discussion, but also very necessary. Because those of us who have been in this country long enough, we know what we have gone through from 1992. At least that one I can recall. I'm sure most of you were there, maybe 1988, and participated in these processes. We've had a pattern where every election has had some incidences of violence. And of course, in 2007, we completely lapsed into a crisis of such big proportion and magnitude that a repeat of such a scenario would not be something that we would wish for this country. So as IEBC, we will work very hard with other stakeholders, including the security agencies. We would work with the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. We will work with partners in civil society, the media, to ensure that as we move towards this 2027, that we will put in place measures to prevent electoral-related violence. And Honorable Chair, during my tenure and my work at UNDP, most of the work that I did was around the recovery from the 2007 post-election and working with national government institutions, including the IEBC, for programs that ensured that we had the 2010 referendum that went peaceful, the 2012-2013 campaigns and subsequent elections went successfully. And there are those specific measures that we put in place that, given this opportunity, I'll be able to bring to the IEBC and to the nation, so that then we work on electoral violence prevention. We can have a robust program on that.
Just before you go on, Honorable Karemba, you had some rider to put to that very fast?
I am not satisfied by how you have settled the question that I asked, because I feel that he is now answering. You know, I had
He has not come to you as yet.
Oh, okay.
This is still.
Those are for free from me.
Okay.
Apart from, you've talked about putting into place systems to prevent post-election violence. Will you also put in place systems to prevent election malpractices? Because we start with the malpractices first, then we go to the violence, so that we actually ensure that we have a free, fair, credible, justifiable election, such that nobody can challenge it. And if there is to be a challenge, should it be through violence, or how do we challenge? Because every person has a right to challenge election results. With written violence, or how do we challenge when there is grievances regarding an election?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, on that. One, he mentioned of having been pushed by even Babas to apply. Has he fully disclosed who others pushed him to apply? Number two, he has again mentioned that he lives in Joburg. Can the nominee assure Kenyans that if he assumes this position, he will not banco an election and take his comfort in Joburg, because Kenyans have no other place to go? Thank you.
Chairman, mine is just as a point of order. Chairman, you know, you gave the nominee 20 minutes to answer. Only on your questions, we are now, I think we've taken 9 minutes.
9 minutes. Let's be faster. I'll make sure it's faster than that. First and foremost, quickly in one sentence each, defray the fears we have, then we move on to the questions substantive that were asked. They are not as elaborate as you're making it. Yeah, okay. You're just being a little bit prolonging. Okay. I don't want to use that other one we use in law. Let's just prolonging. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what I need to assure the committee and the nation at large is that once confirmed as chair, and I take that oath of office. The moment I take that oath of office, I will know I have crossed just from being a mere citizen, enjoying rights in this country, but I will immediately become a duty bearer as the chairperson of the IEBC. And as a duty bearer, it's my responsibility to ensure that this country has free, fair, transparent, credible, but more importantly, peaceful elections. And through that, I know, Chair, our election is highly regulated. From the constitutional provisions to the legislative provisions to regulations, there is an elaborate process through which we conduct our elections. And as the new chair and commission, we will ensure that internally we put our house in order. That if there are any challenges that the post-election evaluation report identifies, if there are any challenges that our partners and stakeholders, for example, through the political parties liaison committee, if there are those challenges that they identify, it's our responsibility as duty bearers to put in place measures to rectify those, so that then we perfect our system. Chair, also, in terms of those incidences of malpractices that sometimes make the system appear not to be working, I think Kenyans, I would ask us to trust that in this new IEBC, when we identify cases of malpractices, we should be able to punish those. We should be able to take action in terms of working with the relevant government institutions to investigate and bring those perpetrators to book. So, Chair, I think that is the much.
Will you run away to South Africa if you baggle the election and you leave us fighting one another?
Chair, this is my country and I love it very much. That is why I came back, and that is why I want to continue serving it in this.
Why are you working in South Africa?
I'm working currently with African Union, which you know we are member state, and we're also doing things to actually, for example, the programs that we're doing is to support countries emerging from crisis and conflicts and that are going through governance transitions like Gabon and Mozambique and stuff like that. So it's equally important work.
You're managing South Africa itself, which seems to have its own peculiar problems with races.
Yes, of course, there are challenges of governance there as well. But for me, when if called upon to serve my country, this is my priority, and it will be my pride.
Thank you very much. In the remaining 10 minutes, please take the other questions very fast. They were precise.
It's a very important question.
Yeah, but for purposes of that that transparency of the electoral process itself, how much are you willing to spend, or rather commit yourselves into technology? Because a country like India with 800 million voters, by 5:36 you already know the results. It's nothing. It's you can get that all over. You can buy those packages of that technology, and it's the cheapest thing when you compare it to the kind of cost we have in Kenya. But that way you can even be looking at the screen and seeing how well a party or an individual or a candidate is doing. How much are you willing to invest in that technology for purposes of that?
Thank you, Honorable Farah. I think technology, our elections have come of age, from the Mulolongo to the secret ballot to the manual, and now to the integration between manual and electronic. What we can do is to take it even higher, to look at what are the emerging technologies, to look at what is out there. So my role as the leader of that commission is to sit down with the experts to understand what is new. I've seen even some young Kenyans circulating some apps that they have come up with a system where you can do electronic election monitoring from your phone. So we need to bring all these actors together, our young, vibrant youth, the tech companies, and of course working under the guidance of this parliament to be able to see how can we up our game. What is new? How can we improve things from 2022 to 2027?
Okay, question number 2.
Yes, it's a very important question, Honorable Chair, from my learned senior, Honorable Otiende Amolo, MP for Arieda. And I think, and Honorable Daud, regarding my suitability, I would like to, you know, when we finish law school, for those of us who went to law school, you finish your first degree, normally you can choose to go to the Kenya School of Law and to pursue a career.
Law school is which one?
To the Kenya School of Law.
Which is law school in Kenya? The School of Law or the university you go to?
You finish the university, you go to the Kenya School of Law under the Council for Legal Education. And then once you're admitted as an advocate, you can decide to go to court and be a practicing lawyer advocate in court, or you can decide to pursue your career in academics. And so for me, when I finished my law school and I got admitted, I had worked already for 1 year in a law firm. And then I worked, as I mentioned to you, in Parliament. And part of our work, which I was responsible for, was to do research into policies and legislations from when Kenya became independent. So we compiled that, what you call parliamentary policy and legislative briefs. So that's work I did for roughly 2 years. After that, I worked at the National Commission on Human Rights, doing legal work. My work was legislative drafting, research, policy, and a very important role that I think maybe most people did not appreciate in this country was that my role was to look at legislative proposals. And from the AG, before they go to Parliament, my role was to infuse international human rights standards into our legislation. So I did that work for 3 years, and honorable members, when I proceeded to join the United Nations, the work of the United Nations, as I've said, is to serve and to work for national government institutions with them. And my specific role was also centered on providing leadership at the Kenya.
As a point of order, because the nominee is answering my question, I'd like the nominee, you have a copy of the Constitution, to open Article 166, 3B. So that please answer that question with reference to that section very shortly.
Justifying your great academic achievements.
Honorable Chair,
are you qualified to be the chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Chair, because I have spent over 15 years doing legal work, mainly in the field of human rights. And last year, Honorable Chair, for the record, I was actually shortlisted and I did interviews for the High Court judge, for which I was not successful, but that's when I continued.
The requirement is not spending 15 years doing some work. What exactly is the requirement? For you to be chairman, you must be? What does the law require you to be?
Article 166, 3B.
The first with what is your requirement
specific
after the constitutional provision where we have IEBC 88? The chairperson must be. After that, tell us whether you're qualified under the two provisions, 88 and 166.
Chair and members, I am qualified because I'm a legal practitioner in the field of human rights and human rights law, with specialization in international human rights.
Does 88 say a person qualifies to be chairperson if you're qualified to be a judge of the Supreme Court? I don't know, to be a judge of the Supreme Court.
Chair, he has Article 166.
Yes,
look at
so from there, go to Article
where he
166, who is a judge of the Supreme Court, so that you can tie the two together and say, I'm qualified because Supreme Court, judge, Supreme Court requires. It's over.
Chair, I think in terms of Article 1663, it talks about at least 15 years experience as a Superior Court judge, which I have not been a Superior Court judge, at least 15 years experience as a distinguished academic, judicial, legal practitioner or such experience in other relevant legal field, and I think that's where I fall to Honorable Chair.
That's where you fall. You don't. Do you think, or you actually confirm?
I'm saying I confirm. That's where I fall.
Thank you. All right, let's move to the next. We have to move on. See,
Which is that relevant field?
in the relevant field. Which is the relevant field now here?
International human rights law.
National human rights.
Yes.
All right. The field isn't, it doesn't have to apply, it's a relevant field, like I'm a litigation lawyer, that's the field I specialize in. Okay, let's move on to the next question from Karemba, quickly.
In terms of the question from the Honorable Karemba, he has raised the issues of my close relationship with Honorable Nanok, was our former governor. Honorable Karemba and honorable members of this committee, I've known Honorable Nanok when I worked with him as the county attorney for Turkana while he was serving as the governor. And I worked with him for 4 years, and our relationship was purely professional in serving the people of Turkana in our various capacities, him as governor and myself as the county attorney. And our relationship, a professional relationship, ended in 2022 after he left. And then I continued serving under Honorable Jeremiah Lomorkai, the current governor for Turkana, for another 2 years, bringing a total of my service in Turkana to 6 years, and I left. And Honorable Chair, with your permission, allow me to assure this committee that whatever the relationships, whether familial or friendship or people you've gone to school with, which I'm sure some of them are in this house, some of my former bosses are also members of this parliament, some are in the civil society. No man is an island, no person is an island. But what our constitution tells us is that IEBC is an independent commission. IEBC must not be under the control or direction of anybody whatsoever, any person or authority. And that if I, as a chairman, once you confirm me, if I misbehave in the process, the provisions of Article 251 will check in. Any member of the public, any citizen of this country can petition this house, this parliament, to remove me for any gross misconduct, violation of the constitution, incompetence, or any other reason that is within the law. So I don't think the nation should worry about the many relationships we've had as we grow along our career paths or in our lives.
Are you related to Honorable Joseph Nanok? Are you related in any way? For filial,
for the record, Honorable Chairman,
marriage, etc.
For the record, Honorable Chairman, not even close, even at the level of clan, let alone family. And we come from totally different villages, even clan-wise. If you look at it, we are very, very far apart. We have no any relationship, whether by marriage or extended family or anything like that.
Thank you very much. Honorable Makali's question.
Chairman, as is leaving that, I had asked the very important question that the nominee must disabuse the allegation contained in Dr. Magenyi's affidavit that he would be biased in favor of His Excellency Dr. William Ruto.
Honorable Chair, with your permission, I have actually, Honorable Lanet Senior, I have actually sworn an affidavit to actually state my position in regard to that and to affirm that I shall be guided by the law, I shall be impartial, I shall be fair, and no office, whether small or big in this land, shall influence me, my decisions or my running of the commission, and that I shall rely on the constitution and the laws of Kenya. So therefore,
they're asking you whether you'll be courageous to announce results. That's what they're saying, that you will not be.
Chair, I look at both, even the president of the way I see things, as I've said, the moment I take oath of office, should I be confirmed, I look at both potential, all those people will come up to offer themselves for the leadership of this country at the level of presidency. These are my clients. These are the people I serve. These are the people that we will work with to ensure that whoever Kenyans elect, they should be able to trust the process and the outcome.
Chair, with your permission, Mr. Ethekon, I want you to answer that question specifically. Will you be biased in favor of William Ruto or not?
Absolutely, Honorable Chair and members, absolutely not.
Just answer the way he has asked. I will not be.
I shall not be. Thank you.
Chair. He has indicated that he will not be influenced by him. You said you were a bit reluctant to apply for this position. You were influenced by Babas in some place. You are going with photocopiers. Will you confirm to Kenyans that you have actually the spine to be in this office, which is a boiling room?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, through Honorable Chair. I think the context within which I brought that is to demonstrate to this House and Kenyans that ordinary Kenyans are concerned about the type of a person who should supervise the elections, who should facilitate their transparent, peaceful, credible, transparent elections. Which is why, looking at even the various people who are out there, they thought, I am untainted, I am qualified, and from our conversations, they felt I'm passionate enough to go for this position. And I would want to assure this House that those values that I bring and my commitment, that is what I bring to this House. And no office.
And the spine?
The spine
is really the courage.
And as the Honorable Farah did indicate that we are warriors. You know, when you look at the journey, some of us have survived, bandit attacks, even when coming to Nairobi for school, our villages have been overrun. We've gone through these traumatic experiences. So I don't think there's anything that can cow me, whether you hold a gun on my head. As long as I do the right thing, what the law says, I shall do it.
Thank you. That's a commitment you make it to us. The question by Honorable Dawood, is there anything remaining that is not answered? Honorable Makali's question. It was on. Let's move on.
That Honorable Makali's question was in regard to past experiences.
Yes. That is absolutely covered. What was the other one? Anything else, Makali? That is not answered? Cost of election, which is very expensive.
Honorable members, I think the issue of cost of election, I think Honorable Vice Chair actually spoke to it a bit and explained even some of those factors that drive our cost. But for me, I look at our cost of election as an issue of trust, as the Vice Chair put it. When we don't trust ourselves, when we don't trust our institutions, when we don't trust our printers, when we don't trust our everything, then we resort to those measures out of fear that we need to print ballot boxes in grays and what have you. So for me, we need to build this trust, starting from us as individuals. And this should cascade across our Kenyan citizens to begin to give ourselves a chance to do the right thing. And so that when we as a commission are giving practical proposals to lower the costs of our elections, then we should do it knowing that Kenyans will trust that what actions we have taken will still ensure free, credible, transparent, and peaceful elections. I will summarize that.
And if you bring black ballot boxes, black, we insist they must be transparent. You say we trust you when you bring black ballot boxes.
Honorable Chair, I think the way...
In fact, before you go on it, the question is not the why, but the how. How? All of us know there is a problem of trust and we want to bring it back. How?
Honorable Chair, I think the issue of trust sometimes comes as a result of many narratives. And when as a new commission, we will confront those negative narratives and perceptions through a robust media and communication strategy. We should be able to engage with Kenyans, and we should be able to open the commission and our processes to scrutiny, so that then along the way, where Kenyans point out where there are problems or issues, including where there are opportunities for electoral malpractices, including rigging and what have you, we should be able to address those issues and still assure the Kenyans that we are proceeding well. So trust is about educating one another. It's about reaffirming our values in our our beliefs in our laws, in our processes, so that then once we believe that, then we can, even if we say we will use the black ballot boxes, and as long as majority of Kenyans or all Kenyans trust that nothing will happen, or even if we go electronic and say we will do mail-in ballots, Kenyans still trust it's a process that they believe in. So it's about that belief.
Thank you. Honorable Dawood. Dawood's question was on? No, hold on, Farah. Honorable Dawood, your question was on? Is it answered?
One of them was answered.
Harmony, so that we don't have two screens.
In terms of, I think as a commission, the commissioners are 7 by law, with the chair as being the primus inter pares, the first among equals. And when we are brought on board, if everything goes well, the first thing I will do as a leader is to ensure that there's proper induction amongst this team, so that we all understand what our functions, what our roles, and then build that teamwork together. So that is one of the first step in terms of creating harmony, because we come from different orientations. Maybe a few of us are lawyers. There's a way in which we behave. Others are from different backgrounds and professions. So we need to reconcile that and focus on one agenda. Number 2, I think where disputes arise, which are bound because we are human beings, where disputes arise, we have to put in place internal mechanisms to resolve those disputes. And I think that's where my knowledge of conflict resolution, mediation, negotiation come in. So I'll be able to play that role. And where perhaps the issues between us that will require maybe outside external interventions, we have even our interreligious leaders who can intervene and be able to resolve any disputes that are within us that are likely to affect our work.
Thank you. That is arbitration you've just talked about, our negotiation. Honorable Mushira's question was on what?
I think
it's done.
I will want to.
The turnout, yes. Why do we have poor turnouts ordinarily in Kenyan elections, and the registration which you're just about to embark on?
I think to attack the reason why there could be that low registration and voter turnout, you can begin to see when in the last, compare the 2017 and 2022 elections, the turnout for 2017 was around 78. And then the subsequent election, we were looking at 64. So you see almost a 10-point. So I think we would need to, number 1, address, of course, the issues of trust. Because the disillusionment of our young people particularly, when they don't see any value in participating in these processes, then we need to address that and to talk to our young people to come up and register and restore hope to them that it is a civic duty for them to undertake. Number 2, after the commission, once the commission is not in place, then even registration of voters stops. So once we are confirmed, God willing, we will hit the ground running to try and speed up that process of registering voters. And there are many new voters now. The people who are born 2007, 2008, now they are reaching 18 years, and they are quite a substantial number. So we need to focus on our voter registration. In terms of voter turnout, again, the messaging from all of us. Because as I've said, trust, confidence, it's a responsibility not only of the IEBC chair, but also of this parliament, the politicians who are aspiring, the media and all that. So if we do positive messaging, people will feel encouraged to turn up in large numbers. And if we assure them that the election will be free, fair, transparent, credible, then I'm 100% there'll be big improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. We had a question from Honorable Zuleka. No. Let's go on. No. Let's go on. Zuleka's question was on what, Zuleka? The other one is coming shortly after this. We have to finish. The second question was on? Zuleka? Can you remember? Yeah, the second question.
About technology.
Yeah, that's...
Use of technology.
Can I just
And
put
innovations.
on that innovation and digital before the chair?
To answer for him, all right?
No. I just want to ask him. Ask him something. I questioned about the issue of digital, the use of digital technology, or technology, for example, to make it easier for this thing to be, fair, transparent, credible. We also have the issue of digital, which can be misused, which is the social media right now. Social media can become another center of serious disruption and conflict in the country. You probably cannot answer this now, but one needs to put a serious thought into these things if we have to do certain things about our laws or certain actions to be taken so that some busybodies somewhere cannot put this country under flame. So this is another thing I think to answer that very quickly, I think, Honorable Farah, you are referring to the issues we have to deal with misinformation and disinformation. And of course, the use of new media to perpetuate that. I think that's one of the things that as a commission we will be alive to, and we will work with the various stakeholders and industry players to see how we can mitigate the negative impacts of that while actually amplifying the positive aspects of that. And I think to go to Honorable Zuleka's question about technology, I think the next election will largely be technology driven. Even if we don't adjust our laws to allow for final results in terms of our electronic transmission, but I think out there, in terms of mobilizing our young voters to vote, in terms of educating them on the voting processes, in terms of encouraging them to turn out, technology, for example, the chatbot and other apps will come into play. Instagram, TikTok, all these platforms. As a commission, or personally, in order to encourage our youth, we will work with the leaderships of the youth in this country to identify those opportunities in the digital space. Thank you.
Honorable Mogaka, is yours answered? Mogaka, we had a series of them.
The series of them.
I think they were all answered.
They have not been answered. I asked who funded his education and why.
Sorry, the first one was what?
Who funded his
who funded the education?
And why?
Very fast.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My education at Starehe Boys Center was a free boarding space which was granted to needy boys by the late Dr. Geoffrey William Griffin. My education at the University of Nairobi was funded by the government of Kenya, for which I've paid the HELB loan, which I have the certificate here. My education in Master of Arts, Peace, Conflict and Development Studies was a scholarship placed by the government of Valencia. My Master of Science in Projects Management was funded by UNDP as part of capacity building.
Capacity building.
It was an education assistance program for staff where you pay 50%, the organization pays 50%.
No problem.
Then the last one, I financed it myself through my salary.
Good enough and equipped. All right, the second question.
The second question was with his human rights experience, whether unrepresented units amount to a violation of human rights, what he has done with his knowledge in respect of those, and what he would do if he became chair.
You even mentioned about reparations.
Yes.
and worried whether there's an answer to that one. But tell us very quickly. I don't think the answer is complicated.
Yes, I think it's very unfortunate that with
Specific reference to Nyasiongo in Nyamira.
It's very unfortunate that our citizens of Nyasiongo in Nyamira have had to endure this unfortunate situation where they have had their representatives, and indeed there are many other constituencies and wards, and that is again, Chair, because there was no IEBC in place, and yet the law says the commissioners must be there to conduct these elections. And you can see, I don't know whether to explain it, but again, the issue of trust and the processes of establishing the IEBC and putting it in place so that it can run the calendar. Thank you.
All right, I think
about ongoing election campaigns.
Yes, I don't know whether there is any ongoing election campaigns or is sensitization, or it is people expressing their freedoms to associate, assemble, and everything. I don't know what your chairman is.
Article 38 of our Constitution gives us our political freedoms, but also there are also those rights, including the rights of association, freedom of speech, and all that. So, I mean, and Kenya is such a vibrant society, and I thank God for that. We should be proud as Kenyans that we have a constitution that gives us these rights. I have visited some countries, and the moment you land there, you can see gloom and what people are not engaged in this conversation even about their governance and leadership and their future. Thank you.
As in closing, I know you're but I've just seen the replying affidavit, and there's a question that arises from paragraph 3. The nominee, Mr. Tekon, you say you have never been a member of a political party. Is that what you are telling this committee? And as you are closing, I still asked your Luo and Spanish connections.
I will deal with the Luo and Spanish connection, number one. Number two is, yes, he says he's not been a member of a political party. Is it true? But we've never belonged to a
Honorable Chair, for the record, I've not been any member, a member of any political parties, and I have a clearance certificate to that effect.
That one is talking about as we speak today.
Yes.
But in when you joined Honorable Nanok, were you not a member of his party?
That time, I remember when I joined Honorable Nanok, I was never in the political
So you've
space.
never registered with any political party in the country ever since?
Not that I know, but I know I have never taken that conscious step to register. But I hear
maybe you are registered differently.
I hear some
in this country we know we belong to different parties which you didn't register yourself. Okay. Are elections rigged in the country?
The chair also, as he does that, on the lessons learned and what he brings on board. That's what I had asked him also.
I think, Honorable Chair, the elections in Kenya, I think over time that there's been a lot of improvement in the way we manage our elections. Let's give credit where it's due. But we cannot also deny the fact that there have been challenges here and there, including some incidences where there have been electoral malpractices, including rigging of elections in some stations. But having said that, I still trust that our electoral system and laws that allow us from the polling station to protect our votes, that allow us to transmit our votes safely, I think they will work. And it's my role to enforce as the new chair. It's my role to work with the various stakeholders to ensure that we do the right thing within the commission, but also working with other stakeholders, including the investigative agencies, to address some of those complaints.
Honorable Makali is asking, what are you bringing to the table? Different from Honorable Chebukati and Kivuitu, Chesoni, all the way to Montgomery.
I think I bring to the table my passion and commitment to this country to consolidate and entrench the democracy that we need for stability, for economic development, and for prosperity of this country. And I have all the necessary tools, whether in law, in conflict resolution, in managing election as a project. I bring those multiple tools and skills to the table. I also bring my experience and networks having worked with the international community, civil society. These are people I can work with together to support us to succeed as a country.
Right, thank you very much. Now, these are very routine questions which you have to answer yes or no quickly. Number one, have you been convicted of any offense in the Republic of Kenya or even out there? Loudly enough for me to hear. No. Number two, have you been named or aspersions cast on you regarding Chapter 6 of the Constitution, that is your ethics on matters governance?
No.
State, in what areas do you have potential conflict of interest if you are selected to be the chairperson of the IEBC? Where do you think there will be a conflict so that Kenyans know where to watch as you continue to deliver these services?
Honorable Chair, at the moment, none, no. But if they arise, I will invoke the provisions of Chapter 6, Article 75, and I shall declare immediately those incidences.
Right. Have you been able to do any pro bono services, to give pro bono services in the country? And if yes, which particular counties? And what did you do there?
Honorable Chair, at Starehe Boys Center, that's where we were taught voluntary service, and I worked in our local health center back home, and I also volunteered as a teacher before I joined the university for a whole year. And throughout my career, I have done other voluntary services within my community and in building churches, the African inland churches.
Thank you very much. And finally now, as we stop there, what is your net worth? How do we value you so that we are able to monitor you? Because you know very well IBC may be a very lucrative place to do illegal business in the breach of the law and to abuse that office. What is your net worth?
Honorable Chair and members, my net worth is estimated at 276,882,237.
Made up of what?
Made up of mainly assets, land, livestock, some Safaricom shares, and motor vehicles.
And motor vehicles.
Yeah.
What are your current sources of income?
Currently, my sources of income are from my earnings from the African Union Development Agency.
Okay. All right. Do you anticipate any other sources of income in the future?
And maybe in the next few months, the county government of Turkana still owes me my gratuity.
Do you expecting gratuity from the county government
yes.
of Turkana?
Yes, yes, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Erastus Edung Efekon.
The livestock, do you anticipate?
Yes.
Before we go to the law, I don't know why.
I will get. He wants to understand that, and I will.
We have Somalis who are speaking the law. The chair, please protect me from Daudan. From your livestock. I mean, I'm a livestock owner, and they give birth. I sell them. I take them to the market. So. You would definitely be getting some income out of that. And it's important that you declare it so somebody does not say tomorrow that you got this money from IEBC.
Is it not obvious?
At the moment, I've declared about 4.3
from livestock.
230 shots, then 12 camels, 36 cows. And Honorable Farah, because of my travels and all these pursuits, I have not been a very good pastoralist, so I need to improve on.
Yes, I think the numbers are mentioned are not
source of livelihood. And Honorable Chair, permit me to speak with my
this is what I have to say before you speak in a language which some of us will not understand. So because we trust the senior counsel, Honorable Tiende Amolo, and yourself, we have no reason to doubt that you, in a decent conversation, greetings and the exchange of pleasantries in the Luo language, so that he's convinced you can actually speak the Luo.
Chair, may he speak the Luo after my question that I don't insist that he answers.
Yes, yeah. which is the question that he may not answer.
He may choose or not choose to answer. Given the history of the leadership of the electoral body in this country, does the nominee in his heart of hearts not think that this time round we should have had a woman chair? Thank you.
Do you have an answer to that?
To be fair, that can
let him say it himself. Let him say himself whether he wants to comment on it or
as it is Chairman.
It is a start.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Peter.
Point of order, Chair. Yes, I think I will allow.
Could you confirm whether Peter, Purity, and Kizito, who assisted him to apply, are South Africans or they are Kenyans?
Yeah, of course they're Kenyans.
These are Kenyans from.
Those who are Kenyans
from Mushada here in Banana and one from Mukambani.
Right, they're photocopying someplace.
Chair, my last one the same. Given one thing is, there's no question, when there's a post-election violence and we have problems in this country, it is the common people who suffer. It is not the politicians who are responsible for the violence and for all these electoral problems. Now that your candidature and your chairmanship largely will also be as a result of those common people you sat down with and who noticed your potential. And if you are confirmed, you give an undertaking that you will protect Kenyans to the hilt. Because this is the first time that we're seeing.
Please undertake to that because it's very important. They are watching
the lives of Kenyans every day.
I shall undertake that, and Chair, with your permission, I want to assure the honourable members that if we remind ourselves of the oath, that if confirmed, I will definitely take. The oath reminds us of a lot of things.
Okay.
That we shall obey, we shall respect, and discharge the trust, and that I give my assurance. Thank you.
Okay. As regards the last one from Honorable Nyamira, Member of Parliament from West Mugrango.
Yes, given the history of this country where perpetually we've had the leaders of our electoral management bodies being men, I think for me, there will be a time, and it must be soon. Probably, if confirmed, I should be perhaps the last male chair we give a break, so that then our able ladies also discharge this responsibility. And I have seen many very successful women run bigger institutions.
Absolutely. The rest of it is contained in the selection panel report, which we shall be looking at as regards how many names were taken, whether any ladies were in there. Now the law. Can you have an next?
Chair.
All right. What we do is because there is an objection from Honorable Karemba.
Yes.
Because you do not understand what you are going to be saying.
And again,
I invite.
Not the question, Chair. Let's be clear. I did not and I do not seek the nominee to speak in Luo. What I want to understand is why he has listed the Luo as one of the languages he speaks, and Spanish. Those two. Just.
Has he put it Turkana?
Yes.
He's put Turkana, Swahili, English. Then he also speaks the Luo. He speaks Spanish. I speak Kikuyu, and I'm not a Kikuyu. I don't think he needs to explain that one.
I think
I'm not an Arab. So why do you speak the Luo?
Chair, can he add when he will start speaking Ekwegusi?
Honorable Farah, order please. Why do you speak the Luo? Just briefly tell us how you came to.
It is a reflection, Honorable Chair, of my journey. At some point, when I was very young, I lived with my mom in a place called Nyawita, somewhere in Kisumu. And my first primary school, I attended there, and that's the language that I picked as a child.
So speak as your mother tongue. Somebody taught me Kikamba is my mother tongue, and I'm not a Kamba. Thank you so much. Thank you very much
For the information of Kenyans, there is no big difference between Atharaka and
Anyway, that's with a light touch so that we make it as lively as it can be. Erastus, thank you very much for appearing before us. We are through with the session. As we said, it's a session to confirm whether the process by which you were nominated was a process in accordance with the Constitution and the law. Number two, whether from your own expression you are suitable for this job. We cannot make that verdict now. These members will retire. They will evaluate everything that is before us, including what you've told us, and we'll make a report to Parliament. So for now, we discharge you so that we can hear the next nominee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Return to him his original documents. The rest of them can remain with us, the copies. Okay. Good morning, nominee.
Good morning to you, Chairman.
The presumption is that before us is Annie Jerin Deritu.
Yes.
Nominated Commissioner for IEBC.
Sure.
Thank you. Welcome to Justice and Legal Affairs Committee.
Thank you.
We are going to go through the vetting process. This is not an examination. It's purely to confirm that the process by which you were nominated was due. And number two, that you're suitable for this position. So these are the members of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. We'll introduce ourselves to you. You introduce yourself afterwards. Then we shall give you 10 minutes. You tell us who you are. And then we'll ask you a few questions, just a few. I know we've interacted with you from your office, which you hold now, but that does not in any way hamper our ability to confirm your suitability for this particular office.
Sure.
So we will not be biased, and we shall not be discriminative against you. So with those remarks, I introduce myself, George Kitonga Murugara, Member of Parliament for Tharaka Constituency. I'm the Chairman, Justice and Legal Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Mutuse. MP Kibwezi West, Vice Chair.
Mogaka, I'm elected by the great people of West Mogrango constituency and a member of JLAC committee.
Molo, member for Ariada.
Mushangi Karemba, member of Parliament for Runyenjes and a member.
John Makali, member of Parliament for Kandui constituency, a member of this committee.
Wood, Wajir East.
My name is Michael Moshela, MP Orojoro Rock. and I can disclose that nominee is my constituent, but of course I'm not conflicted.
Thank you.
All right, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Zulekha Harun, nominated member and a member of the Jailer Committee.
Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Peter Chemweno. I'm Director at Departmental Committees. And on my left are members of staff who serve in the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, and they comprise committee clerks, legal counsel, research officers, and other administrative officers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is sufficient for introduction. Ms. Anderito.
Yes, Chair.
We will administer an oath upon you. You tell us which is your religion or we affirm you. Number 2, you will give us after signing the oath, you will give us your original certificates. We confirm whether what you've given us as copies does tally with what you have. Number 3, you sit down and give you maximum 10 minutes. You take us through the journey of your life since birth up to today, when you hold that office in the register of political parties, and you can say anything about elections in Kenya. Thank you so much for that. Sergeant at Arms, can you please administer the oath? Now she can choose a book, the Holy Book, or affirm.
Chair, I'm a Christian, I use the Bible. I, Anne Jerry Denitu, do swear that the information I shall give before this committee on the matters under its consideration shall be truthful, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. Sign the oath the oath you've sworn to or you've sworn with. No idea what you do to an oath. Thank you very much. You may now give out your original certificates if they are near. If they are not near, then the original certificates, they've already been issued, given out. Thank you very much. Very good. Anne, certificates are given out, so you don't have to worry. Now, in less than 10 minutes, tell us who you are. Walk us through the journey of your life up to today in less than 10 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to appear in this honorable committee. My name is Anne Jerry Denito. I was born and bred in Nyandarua County in a place called Oljorok, where the honorable member come from. And I went to school within Nyandarua County. And then after that, primary school, in a primary school called Weru Secondary. Then I went to Wajohi Girls. Then after that, I went to Moi University to take a degree in education. I did a bachelor's of education, specifically in literature and English. After that, I started my teaching career in Muranga. I taught for about 2 years. Then after that, I applied to join education administration.
Just be giving us names of these places where you know people are watching you.
Yeah.
And when you say you taught at Kahuya Girls or one of those great schools in Muranga, they feel extremely good. Tell us, in Muranga, where did you teach?
I taught in a high school called Mudhithi Secondary School in Marangwa constituency. After that, after teaching for 2 years, I applied for a job in the Ministry of Education to work now as in education administration. My reason for applying after those 2 years, I felt that I would do more contribution in leadership in education. And after the application, I was actually given a job as an inspector of schools. I started my inspection of schools journey from Jogo House, later posted to Kiambu County, the Raja Kiambu County then. And in the process, I got promoted. I was posted to Kiambu West, which its headquarters was in Limuru. At Limuru, I worked as an area education officer, and then also as a district quality assurance and standards officer. Then within the district, within that particular year, I was also promoted again to become a district education officer, which I worked briefly in Limuru, and then I was later posted to Ukabani, Makueni, specifically in Boni constituency, and Bubuni was the center where I went to start a new district. After working as a district education officer, maybe to bring where I am today, when I was working in Limuru as a district education officer and quality assurance, that is when 2007 post-election violence happened, and I had the responsibility of, together with other leaders in the district, we had the responsibility of settling the people who came from other areas where the violence had happened to centers within Limuru. One of the centers was called Kiradimo, and we had to start, as the education, we had to start the centers for how to take care of the children. And I saw children who came without their mothers. Others did not know where their parents were or the siblings. I saw mothers who never knew where the children were. I saw people who really were desperate, others were wounded. I saw mothers also going through labor within the center and all that. And I think that is the first point it awakened me that there's something called elections, and elections can be managed. And it aroused my interest from that day. And I said, one day, I was a young girl. That day I said, one day I will run elections. And in 2009, I saw the advertisement of the IEBC then, which was the interim elections, and IEBC, Independent Electoral Commission. Yeah, that's when I threw in my application. Then I was a DO in Ukabani, and by God's grace, I got an opportunity to be hired by that particular institution. Then I worked there in the IEBC for the 2 years, and then we were later absorbed by IEBC when the IEBC was now formed.
What were you hired as?
I was hired as my first hiring at IEBC was manager partnerships. I was in charge of stakeholder engagement, resource mobilization, donor engagement, and generally special interest groups. So I worked there for about 5 years in that docket. Later, I also acted as the director of voter education and partnerships for also another 2 years. And later, after that, I went to head electoral training, now in the operations docket. So I also worked another 4 or so years in that particular training docket. So in total, I worked in IEBC for 9 years. After that, an opportunity arose at the Office of Registrar of Political Parties, and government then was looking for someone to go and sit in an acting capacity as they recruited the Registrar of Political Parties. The then IEBC chair, Wafula Chebukati, seconded me to go, of course, with the consultation with government, to go and act as the Registrar of Political Parties, awaiting the recruitment. That was 2018. Later, which was supposed to be acting for 6 months, later turned out to be almost 2 years, which I acted, and later the position was advertised in the year 2020. I applied, and the rest is history, because now I was confirmed as the Registrar of Political Parties. So in total, Chair, I've been working as the Registrar of Political Parties for a period of 7 years. It has been a long and bumpy, sometimes a bumpy journey, but through it all, I've seen the institution grow from what I met as about 46 staff to now around 120 staff. We have 12 offices established in the counties. At the Office of Registrar of Political Parties, I've also established systems. One of it is digitalization of all the processes, including membership recruitment and ensuring that Kenyans are recruited in parties they actually would want to belong. So one of the major issues was fixing systems and making the institution work. We have also had legal review and legal reform. And also at the OLPP, I'm also the accounting officer and the authorized officer. And Chair, I can report that for the last 6 years I've been at that docket. I've had clean audit reports, and clean I mean without qualified opinion. Of course, there are some issues that I usually come to respond to, as it is the practice, but at least we have had without qualified opinion. Chair, in terms of election capacity and what I've done at IEBC, I worked to develop the training manuals that are used up to date, more than 16 of them. I was leading a team that developed those training materials, and they are used up to date, and you can see the many of them. At OLPP, I've also developed similar training materials and information books and policies that allow the institution to run. Chair, I can also confirm when I was working at IEBC and the partnership department, I also developed policies and also frameworks for engaging partners, and also developed policies on how to engage the special interest groups. I'm also an accomplished bridge trainer, which is a training which is one of the highest accrediting training that you can have in the electoral space. Apart from holding the degree in education, in literature, I also hold a master's degree in linguistics, and also hold a diploma in administration. I also hold other certificates. I've been trained in elections in India for about 2 months. I've trained in election comparative training in election management in India, in South Korea, and also have many bench making across the world. I've also been involved as an election observer in at least 21 countries in the globe. I've also trained different institutions, including electoral commissions, in elections management. So I'm very sound with electoral policy and electoral training and the operations of elections not only in Kenya but also in the region, and comparative across the group. I'm also all round because I've also managed political parties. I've engaged political parties back to back. Probably I'm among the very few Kenyans who are able to say that I know elections back to back, because I've worked right from when a person expresses interest to learn for elections up to the time the person is elected. I know the processes back to back, starting from expression of interest and then coming all the way to become an officer who have been elected in a particular position. I'm able to relate and process all that information.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you're good delving into your experience into this, but these members have questions for you.
Sure.
To show that the process of your nomination and your suitability for that job. So I think we start straight away. We have one lady who is sitting with us, Honorable Zulekha. She'll be the first one. She's coming back. As she comes back, let me have Honorable Otiende Amolo. He can pose the question.
Chairman. And Ritu, just 2 questions.
Sure.
We have received memoranda in objection to your nomination that you are currently serving as the registrar of political parties and therefore you are ineligible. The question is this: are you a state officer or a public officer? And secondly, how do you respond to that objection? The second very brief question is that we've seen in the past, we saw what was referred to before as a split screen. We saw a divided commission. In the event that you were to be approved, how would you assure us that we will not have a situation where we have a commission that is divided? Thank you.
Right. Please make notes of the questions because you'll answer them at one go.
Okay.
And I will note the first question was on your appointment.
Sure.
Very good. Honorable Karemba Mushangi. Pose your question. One question, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I take notice of a very good presentation of by the nominee, and I saw somewhere in her very good. I saw somewhere in her submissions that she did something on facilitator for running to win 2027 agenda, and I am curious to know what is this? What is this mission? Is it is your application to be in the commission part of the wider strategy to running to win 2027 agenda? Could you shed light to?
Thank you very much, Honorable Dawood.
Thank you, Chair. I was equally impressed with the nominee. She just served for 2 years after university, and she got to become an administrator in education.
Sorry.
Okay, so I was wondering. And then she joined IEBC later on, rose through the rank to become a director. After that, became the registrar of political parties. And if I quote her, she said she was seconded by the late Chair Chebukati, but with the approval of government. So I'm wondering, what is this helping hand that is taking her through all these positions? Is she what we call the deep state that people talk about? And I didn't even know about this winning to 2020, running to win 2027. I'm even more curious now. And Chair, the nominee has worked for a long time in IEBC, 9 years. She has also worked 7 years in ORPP. Shouldn't there be some cooling off time? Isn't she so knowledgeable about the inner workings of these institutions that, just like the former commissioners, she should not even be allowed to be a commissioner because she needs to cool off. We give her some 5 years before she even applies for jobs like this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dawood. Honorable Mushira.
Thank you, Chairman. Nominee, your office has been perceived to lack independence, the ORPP, to some extent that anyone who wants to register probably a political party fears that you will be the block, that roadblock, that you consult somewhere whether to approve or not. So I would wish you to confirm that, and if it's so, whether this lack of independence will be transferred to the IEBC. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Lady Member, Zulekha.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations, Anne, for the rich CV.
Thank you.
I understand you've served as a training manager at the IEBC. What is your view on establishing an electoral training institute within the Commission to provide continuous learning, career growth, and professional certification for the staffs within the Commission? On my other question, still you've worked at the IEBC for many years, and in the recent past we've seen the way the Commission has been divided when it comes to the election time, and even in terms of the management within the IEBC. How will you foster an institution culture of neutrality and non-partisan among the IEBC staff? And what are some of the leadership principles you will bring to the Commission plenary to ensure effective teamwork among the commissioners and the staffs? And finally, how will you respond to concerns about potential institutional bias rising from having previous relationships with staffs and stakeholders? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Closely intertwined to Honorable Dawood's questions. Nominee, we give you time to respond to that.
Okay.
Number one. Number two, you be precise, concise, brief, so that we are able to make progress very quickly. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give you time for that.
Yeah, Chair, I'm a linguist and I was taught summary. The first question is on my suitability, on my eligibility as a commissioner, because I am currently holding an office. My response to that, Chair, to Honorable Member, first, I'm a state officer, not a public officer, and I want to respond by giving a document. I don't know where it is. It's a document to the members. You can give it to a few of the members. Please, just give me one copy.
What document are you producing?
A document just to respond to that first question.
Why did you respond verbally?
Allow me, please, Chair. Because I'm your candidate.
Yes,
yeah,
but
please.
you know, this is not an examination, but,
yeah, but
tell us verbally what the document is all about in 2 sentences.
Yeah.
Then we shall read the rest of it.
Yeah, as she gives, yeah. When I was just about to apply for the commission, I was live to that particular provision that one of the eligibility, that somebody cannot be appointed as a commissioner, as a commissioner, if you are a state officer. But I want to say, number one, that the law talk about appointment, and therefore the whole of this process will actually finally end up in the appointment, which now, in the meantime, we are doing the process leading to appointment. But this particular document, Chair, please, a single minute, is from the National Assembly.
You are saying you have not been appointed?
Yes, I have not been appointed.
Thank you very much. Move to the next question.
Yeah. And this document, Chair, will say why. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Chair, I think because I posed the question, I need a clear answer. And I think Kenyans need the clarity of the answer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Chair, please allow me. Because that's the petition that has been given to this committee. Yeah, please, if you allow me just a few seconds, I could have. Yeah.
2 seconds, bearing in mind my time constraints.
Yeah, I know.
Right. There's a distinction between the two. That's what you're supposed to be drawing, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. So I wanted to draw your attention to a ruling by the National Assembly Speaker on this matter. And it was ruled on 4th of December 2014, when one person who was a state officer was before a committee and it was supposed to be approved by Parliament. And without reading the whole document, I will just go to the last 2 paragraphs of what the Speaker said He said, I therefore rule that the office of Member of Parliament of Kajiado Central or any other member does not fall vacant on account of his nomination for appointment as a cabinet secretary. Such a member will only be required to vacate office by tendering his designation just before assuming the office of the cabinet secretary.
Thank you. Nominee, appointment and nomination. You've won the discussion.
Yeah.
Next question.
The next question, Chair, was on if the divide is clean about the split commission. One, it is very important to do team building of a commission, and I want to submit one of the differences that usually come is if people come at different times, necessarily in an electoral commission. Team building, and especially when they come towards the end of towards the election, the time for team building actually may not be there. Now that we are entering all of us together, should we be approved by this parliament, then team building and working together for the common good will be our intention. And therefore, I submit, Chair, personally, I will try to be as a team player as much as possible. Should there be conflict, we shall be looking out to see how we can resolve conflict rather than split because we have a responsibility to deliver. And therefore, I want to submit at a personal level that I would want to play part of the team under the leadership of the chairman, if approved by Parliament. The other question is that this question of learning to win facilitator. Learning to win a facilitator, actually, it's a program to bring many people who are, especially the young people. It's actually a civil society program in Kenya. It aims to bring the youth, the person with disability, and women, the marginalized, to try to bring as many in the ballot paper as possible. We call it learning to win because we are trying to bring the marginalized communities, the youth, the person with disabilities, and the women to come to the ballot paper. So it's a civic engagement program that I'm usually involved in terms of mobilizing the people to participate in elections. So it has nothing to do with the people who are learning for elections or helping anybody. It's actually a civic engagement. And we target the universities. We do programs in the universities for them to understand the space of elections. We target women who ran and failed last time. We target the marginalized communities who have no representation, so that by doing so, we have as many as inclusive elections as possible. So I've been facilitating when called upon from time to time for them to understand the sharing and the election laws and what is there for them to prepare to join the election space and also learn and be in the ballot paper. The other question, Chair, was what is the helping hand? Looking at my CV and career, whether I'm part of the deep state. Of course, I'm tickled by deep state, but I want to say the helping hand can only be described in two. Number one, my hard work, because I'm usually focused. I want to do the right thing. I work hard. I work beyond my time. If you give me an assignment, I will do even beyond what you told me to do. That has been my philosophy, the philosophy of excellence. And if you work as a young person around people who really want excellence, automatically somebody will pick you pick you up and see there's a person who means well and he has the capacity and ability. And I have that particular feeling that you should continually develop yourself. That is one. Two, of course, I'm a Christian, I pray. So if there's any helping hand, God has been involved. Yeah.
What next question?
The next question, the independent of OLPP, whether I have to consult other people so that I register a political party. The first thing...
Chair, she didn't...
Go to Honorable Dawood, where he says your status now looks suspicious. The nomination now towards your appointment to the commission This is suspicious in that you have had a long relationship with IEBC. Says, what exactly are you going to do there? Are
Okay.
You
Whether I need a cool off. Indeed, was the next question, but let me respond to it first. That whether I need a cool off time. The first thing is that I think this country need to tap experience. And provided an officer is a person of integrity, is hardworking, is able to do the right thing, then I don't think you need any cool of time, because you are actually transferring that experience. It will be a wasted talent if now somebody who have worked and has talent is thrown out on basis that you need to cool off. My take would be you need to translate that experience even to do better in elections.
He is asking whether that helping hand, which was alluded to, is not the helping hand that is taking you to IEBC where you were for 9 years.
The helping hand, if it is God, then God is taking me there.
Yeah, but leave the deity, leave God. What about the other human being hand?
I doubt which is the hand, because I think the jobs were open for application, and I applied just like any other in the Kenyan. I went through a process, and here I was, and I don't think I know any person whatsoever who actually is the hand. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Political party?
The question of political parties, first of all, the issue of registering a political party, if I come just to registering a political party, is governed by the law. And the Political Parties Act is very clear which processes and steps to follow when you are registering a political party. At no point do we consult anybody about how we register a political party or not. And the Act is very clear that the Office of Registrar is an independent state office. And I think we have, to the largest extent, seriously, we have maintained that independence. We have registered, since I joined 2018, I've registered 34 political parties. Right now, there are about 40 or so that are going registration. And every day you see newspapers publishing political parties that are supposed to be registered.
Including DCP of the impeached deputy president.
Yeah, I don't know whether it was for him, but we registered with officials who presented themselves. Yeah, the officials who registered, whether he came to join it later, that's another story altogether, but we have registered as many political parties as they have met the requirement of the law. And we shall continue to register. Sometimes we are even challenged that we are registering too many political parties. But we maintain that Kenya is a multi-party democracy, and as far as a person is meeting the required legal framework, then he should be allowed to register a political party. So really we are not biased. We have worked beyond reproach. You make decisions. Sometimes one divide is not happy because there are two people maybe who are fighting, and it's bound to happen in any institution where decisions are made. Somebody may express that I'm not happy with the decision. Luckily, the appeal mechanism in this country, if somebody is dissatisfied with the decision, is able to take it to the next level of dispute resolution. The other question was whether I support the establishment of Electoral Training Institute for the staff within the Electoral Commission. The truth is yes. When I worked as the Director of Voter Education and Partnerships, we even developed a concept. We even engaged with the KICD, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. We even developed a curriculum. We engaged with Kenya School of Government. We were to establish such an institution. And I was the first person to develop that concept paper of establishing an institution. We even were supported at some point by IEBC. IEBC is the organization that bring the global electoral commissions together. And they gave us some little fund to try and do the concept, which I did. But before probably I could complete, I was transferred to another department. But I still think it's a very valid idea, very important. When I was the electoral training manager, I developed an online training. where the presiding officers were supposed to be trained and do some exam to be marked by the trainers as a way of institutionalization training within the Electoral Commission, and I know up to date the Electoral Commission used that, so that the presiding officers are also taken through to do some kind of an examination, and then the trainers mark it so that we have the best trained electoral staff. The other question, Chair, is on neutrality of IEBC staff. What I want to confirm to this committee and of course to the nation, that IEBC has one of the very well trained electoral staff across the region. IEBC has invested very much in electoral training and training the staff. We have one of the best electoral staff that we can have in the region. But sometimes Kenyans do not appreciate that we have such resources. If you take even the simplest person in IEBC at the deputy returning officer level, and you take him abroad, he'll be able to train about elections because they are trained. Continuously training is done within IEBC. And IEBC staff are very committed. I worked with them, I know them, they are very committed to do the right thing and to be neutral, but they need to be motivated, they need to be guided and protected from public attacks, because sometimes that is what diminishes the ability to want to do all that you can do. So one of the requests that I make to this committee, and of course the parliament as a whole, is sometimes to try and caution the officers who are working in elections. It's a tedious job, it's very demanding, it demands your energy. Some of them even get, their health get compromised in the name of serving in elections, others get killed in the process, but sometimes the nation does not understand. And you see, this job has to be done by some Kenyans. So it is only good if we really stop attacking, especially the political class. Let's give IEBC staff the time to really work and do what is required. Because there's a commission, the commission is the political arm of that institution, it's better to engage with the commission at that level should there be issues, instead of attacking directly the staff that are working in elections. By doing that, this neutrality which they already have, that one I can confirm because I worked with majority of them and they mean well for this country. This neutrality, they feel the motivation to keep working and feeling energized to really serve this nation in elections. The second to last question was which leadership principles will I bring to the IEBC Commission that will enhance governance? I think the first one should be my ability to stay focused and to do a project and finish. I am able to see back to back of a project and want to finish. I'm also a team player. And secondly, I also am very well talented in negotiation, in mentorship, and also be able to mediate in circumstances where the problems will arise. I'm also very calm as a personality. Rarely do I get worked up, which I think it's a quality that can help in elections. I'm able to stay resilient and work all the way towards achieving an objective.
Thank you very much. You say you don't lose your cool easily.
Not very easily, by the way.
You're telling us that's a virtue for commissioners.
Yeah, and then there was the last question, Chair.
Yes.
Potential institution bias towards stakeholders. I think one of the issues that we must agree that there has been a problem, in spite of what we have done. One of the issues that we must fix as a country is access to election. And this specifically to engage all the stakeholders in elections. Sometimes, and I want to say because I was a member of staff in the commission, sometimes the commission tried to protect its staff too much out of the attack that there's no electoral access for everyone. So I think the part of it is actually to try and engage every stakeholders in time and give the right information without appearing to really be overprotective. And finally, it's very important that the stakeholder give honest opinion and the commission is able to respond to the issues raised without fear of contradiction. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we are looking at your academic papers. And in some of them, you are named as Annie Jerry Simon.
Yes.
Others are Annie Jerry Nderito.
Yes.
Is that the same person?
Yeah, there's even an affidavit within the papers. So I just want to say that this is one and the same person. Anne Jerry Simon was my maiden name. Anne Jerry Derito is my married name. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Just answer these few questions. Yes or no? Honorable Farah, please. We are running out of time. Just hold on, Honorable Farah. If you can kindly, hold on, please. All right, please, Mogaka. Let's just do the routine questions, and then we see what we are able to do. Okay, now, have you been convicted of any offense?
No.
No. Have you been named as having contravened Chapter 6 of the Constitution on ethics?
No.
Do you have any potential conflict of interest between what you are doing now and if you are confirmed as a nominee of IEBC, as a commissioner for IEBC? Do you see any potential conflict of interest, including now and in the future?
Now I don't have any, but should there be any conflict arising, I will declare interest as guided by Article 75 of the Constitution.
Have you done any pro bono works in the Republic of Kenya worth mentioning?
Yes.
That is out to help human beings.
Yes, I participate in charity work, and especially through the church. I also do mentorship program for young people and young marriages. Yeah, through the church program. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Finally, you know IEBC is a sensitive office that you're going into if you are approved by this house, including what many people out there believe are lucrative contracts with the chicken, whatever it was called, all that put together. Contracts that would enrich you to the disadvantage of the work you've been employed to do, and also to the disadvantage of Kenyans. What is your net worth?
My net worth as captured in the document is around 138 million Kenya shillings.
138 million made up of?
Made up of real estate, a few properties, made up of vehicles, made up of a few houses, some stocks, and also some investment in dairy farming.
Dairy farming, all right. What is your source of income as we speak today?
My source of income is, first of all, my salary and my allowances. I also have dividends that are coming from circles and stocks, which come probably periodically or every year. I also have, I run also a small business in logistics and also farming.
Right. Thank you so much, Ms. Andarito. For the sake of time and members, we agree in agreement that the questions are almost exhaustive and the responses are also almost exhaustive. We will release you. We will not give you a verdict today. We have to retreat and look at everything you've told us and what you submitted before us. Then we do a report, submit it to the House, and the House will make a decision as to whether you are suitable or not suitable to sit as a commissioner of IEBC. Sure. So for now, we thank you very much, and we release you so that we can meet the next candidate.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. You may sit kindly. Nominee. Nominee. Moses Alutalala Mukwana. I presume that is your name. No. Put on your mic so that you be heard. Assist him kindly by pressing the necessary buttons.
Yes, yes.
Yes, there you are. Right. Welcome to the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. We are here for a very important exercise, which is to ascertain the process by which you were nominated and also confirm your suitability for the position nominated for, which is a commissioner to IEBC. So it is not a mean feat, it's a very important commission, and Kenyans are actually looking upon you to see, number one, whether properly you are before this committee, number two, whether you are suitable to sit as a commissioner. So we will introduce ourselves to you, Moses, then after that you will introduce yourself to us, give you 10 minutes to run through the journey of your life so that you tell us exactly who you are and how you've ended up being before us. So my name is George Gitonga Murugara, Member of Parliament for the Raka constituency. I'm the Chairman, Justice and Legal Affairs Committee.
Asante.
Mwengi Mutuse, Vice Chair, MP Kibwezi.
Shukran, Mheshimiwa.
Zulekha Harun, nominated member and a member of JLAC.
Shukran.
Michael Mushera, MP Orojorok, member of this committee.
Shukran.
Hello. Yeah, Farah Malim, Member of Parliament for Dadaab, a member of the committee.
Shukran, Mheshimiwa.
Aden Dawood, Wajir East.
Asante.
John Makali, Member of Parliament, Kandoi constituency, Bungoma County.
Shukran. Shukran.
My name is Mushangi Karemba, Member of Parliament for Runyenjes constituency, and also member of this committee.
Otiende Molo, Member for Areda.
Ogaka, I'm from West Murango constituency, member of this committee. Thank you.
Yes, Secretariat.
My name is Peter Chemwino, Director, Departmental Committees, and on my left are members of staff serving the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, and they consist of legal counsel, research officers, committee clerks, and other administrative officers.
Shukran.
Thank you very much, Moses.
No.
This is the team that is to conduct the vetting.
Yes, sir.
We now request you to give to us the originals of your certificates, documents, whatever you brought. We have to confirm that the copies that you tendered to us are matched with your original certificates.
Okay.
In less than 10 minutes, take us through the journey of your life, from birth to today.
Kaka Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, shukran kwa mwaliko. Najua kwamba tulikuwa wengi na ni lazima niwashukuru waheshimiwa wabunge.
I'm sorry, I think we've skipped one before you introduce yourself. Let's give you the oath.
I, Moses Alutalala Mukwana, do swear that the information you shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much, and sorry for that. Just sign your oath. Katika nini? Katika kadi watu. I don't know where it is. So you may not be. Thank you very much, Moses Alutalala Mukwana. We notice that you're selecting to proceed in Kiswahili, which is allowed, absolutely. Some of us will ask you questions in English, others will do so in Kiswahili, but you're allowed to speak the language, any of the two languages. So you may proceed. Unaweza kuendelea.
Shukran kaka mwenyekiti na mkubwa wangu kisheria, kiwakili, kwa mwaliko wa leo. Nawashukuru waheshimiwa wote kwa nafasi hii. Najua tulikuwa wengi walioomba, na kwa kupewa nafasi lazima nitangulize shukran. Jina langu nalojulikana sana katika umma wa nchi hii ni Alutalala wa Mukhwana, lakini mamangu kanibatiza kupitia dini ya Kianglikana, akaniongeza Moses. Sasa ikabidi niwe na majina matatu, Moses Alutalala Mukhwana. Nimezaliwa miaka 57 katika kijiji kidogo kinaitwa Ituti. Ituti iko katika kata ndogo ya Butere, kata kubwa, jimbo kubwa la Kakamega. Shule yangu ya msingi nimesomea Ituti Primary School tangia darasa la kwanza. Wakati huo kaka mwenyekiti, hatukuwa na shule za chekechea, hivyo mimi nikaenda darasa la kwanza mara hiyo na nikang'ang'ana mpaka mwaka 1980 nilipofanya mtihani wangu wa kidato wa darasa la 7, zamani hizo ukiitwa CPE. Baadaye kwa sababu ya matatizo kule nyumbani, babangu kaniita hapa Kibra, zamani akifanya kazi ya udereva. Mimi nikaja nikaishi naye katika mtaa mdogo unaitwa Makina pale Kibra, katika kitongoji pale. Mwenyewe alikuwa anaitwa Mzee Mahmudi Gal, namkumbuka mpaka wa leo. Kasoma kidato cha kwanza, cha pili shule iliyoitwa RGS Secondary School. Haipo tena, ni zile shule zilikuwa za tabu, bora umesoma, zilikuwa kwenye gorofa pale. Wale wa zamani hapo mnakumbuka pale Grogon kuna sinema ilikuwa inaitwa IEBC Cinema pale chini. Sasa kando pale kwenye gorofa kulikuwa na shule ilikuwa inaitwa RGS Secondary School, Ram Garia Sikh Secondary School. Ni shule ya Wahindi kwa pale. Haipo siku hizi, maana zilikuwa ni shule za tabu tu kakangu. Baadaye nikapita mtihani wa kidato cha 4. Nikapita, lakini sikupata fursa ya kwenda shule nzuri, japo nilipita na kiwango cha Division 2. Zamani hapo ulikuwa umepita. Basi babangu akahangaika, akanipeleka shule moja kule jimbo la Kiambu, inaitwa Muguga High School. Mwenyewe zamani anaitwa Kansela Njoroge, marehemu sasa. Kidato cha 5, kidato cha 6 nikapata alama ambazo hazingeniwezesha kuingia chuo kikuu mara moja, maana zamani tulikuwa tunaitwa principals. So nilipata 2 principals and 1 subsidiary. Zamani hizo ulikuwa unatakana upate 3 principals. Ikawa sasa lazima nitafute ni vipi nitaweza kujikimu, na si kujikimu tu kakangu, ni kukimu mamangu, wazazi wangu, maana kama nilivyosema hali yao ilikuwa si hali. Nikawa ni mwalimu katika shule moja inaitwa Oshol Academy, mwalimu asiyefuzu, zamani akiitwa UT, mwalimu asiyefuzu. Nikang'ang'ana, nikafunza miaka 2-3, lakini nikajaribu nikapata kuingia katika chuo cha ufunzo wa walimu kule Nyeri, inaitwa Kagumo TTC. Mkubwa chuo hiko zamani akiitwa Reverend Paul Kagume, marehemu leo. Nilipomaliza nikatumwa kule Kisii, shule moja yaitwa Mokomoni SDA kule Bomachoge. Huko ndiko nilifanya kazi mwaka mmoja, lakini Mola akanijalia.
That is not in Nyamira. Mokomoni in Nyamira, so don't look at me. That one is in Kisii County.
Tuendelee.
Nikamaliza mwaka mmoja tu na nikafaulu kuitwa tena Oshol Academy, maana mara ya mwanzo wakubwa wangu walikuwa wamefurahia kazi yangu japo nilikuwa sijafuzu, wakaniita tena. Sasa nikawa mimi ni mwenye kuwa nimefuzu, nikafunza somo la historia, somo la lugha na michezo. Na pia nikajaliwa nikawa ni mkuu wa kitengo cha nidhamu, head of discipline. Nimefanya huko kazi zaidi ya miaka 10, karibu miaka 10 kama sijakosea. Lakini mheshimiwa, nilikuwa na wasiwasi, maana nilikuwa naona wenzangu ambao wako na shahada wanapata mshahara mkubwa, mimi ambaye nilikuwa na diploma tu nilikuwa napata mshahara mdogo. Na isitoshe nikaona nikiendelea hivyo sitoweza kuwakimu mwanangu. Mwishowe nikajiandikisha katika chuo kikuu cha Nairobi pale Parklands. Nikaanza kuwa ni mwenye kusoma. Mimi ndiye nilikuwa mwanzo ile ilikuwa inaitwa self sponsored students 1999. Nikajiunga sasa kusomea kazi ya wanasheria. Nalipia wanangu karo mchana, najilipia mwenyewe na usiku naenda kusoma. Kwa sababu ya matatizo haya kanichukua muda mrefu, lakini Mungu ni mkubwa, nikamaliza, nikawa nimefuzu, nikaenda Kenya School of Law, nikapata diploma, postgraduate diploma, na nikawa ni mwenye sasa kuwa wakili kamili. Kwa hivyo miaka yangu mingi nimefunza. Baada ya hapo nikajiunga na chuo kikuu cha Uswizi, nikawa nafanya masters katika business administration, nikajaliwa nikafanya doctorate katika global business management, na ikawa sasa nafunza kama mhadhiri wa sheria. Lakini pendo langu kubwa na wakili. Kwa hivyo kazi ninayofanya leo na kazi ya wakili, na ndio maana mara nyingi tumekutana mahakamani tukilumbana kisheria. Naomba nifikie hapo, kaka mwenyekiti.
Very good. Thank you so much. I think that is elaborate in Kiswahili. We will now open the floor, and unfortunately we have to ask you questions in English, and a few of us are going to ask, not all of us, because the questions may be cross-cutting. But two questions from me. Number one, what experience do you have in the field of electoral processes which makes you suitable to sit as a commissioner of IEBC? What is it that you would point out to be outstanding to make you qualify for that position? Number two, there are mamas out there that in fact you've been an outstanding lawyer for the party known as ANC. I think it doesn't exist anymore. They folded up and joined merged with another party, and now you are a new entity. And having been such an outstanding advocate for that party, you've now been sent to gatekeep for the party in the IEBC for them so that nothing goes wrong. What is your response to that concern from citizens that you are going to be a gatekeeper for your party because you are an advocate for that party for a long time? Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair. Honorable Mogaka.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, and must declare that the advocate is known to me, but I will not be conflicted in any manner. Two, one clarification first. In the oral presentation, the nominee says he studied law between 1999 and 2003, but the submitted records show 1998 to 2003. For Hansard, may he confirm which is correct. Number two, in his call of duty, he appears to have been a member of a presidential task force of some form. Which presidency was that, Chair? And concomitant with that, he declares that he is a member of UDA party. And my question is, if UDA party were to contest or present a candidate in the 2027 election and UDA won, does the nominee think that Kenyans will accept those results and not deem him to be a player as well as a referee at the same time? And then very finally, and this is off record, why is he working to be in the commission and not on the ballot? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good one to be. Honorable Diabolo. The next person is Honorable Makali.
Thank you.
Honorable Makali.
Oh, Honorable Makali.
Okay, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Dr. Lutala, I think I want to presume you are one of the serious commentators on issues governance on TV. One of the critical issues that conflict first elections in Kenya is trust deficit in the commission, the people who are conducting the elections. If we get you appointed, what are you going to do to ensure that there is trust in the commission so that the elections in Kenya can be fair, accurate, verifiable, and credible? Two, as a lawyer, one of the key things the commission is supposed to do is to do delimitation of boundaries, which is the elephant in the room. Right now, we are past the period for doing delimitation of boundaries. Some of the bigger constituents like mine, people are campaigning and saying boundaries are going to be limited. What are you going to do once you get this particular commission to ensure that boundaries are delimited? Thank you.
Very much, Honorable Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Alutalala.
Thank you, sir.
One of the biggest issues that has been coming from the past management of our elections has been the issue of ethical behavior of staff and commissioners, in the sense that some are biased, and as well that in the overall procurement and administration there has been perceptions of corruption, such that electoral budgets are inflated because of corruption. So I would want you, number one, having had represented the party called ANC and its party leader, if the party leader of ANC was to be a presidential candidate, how will you behave? Number two, what are you going to do in terms of sealing corruption loopholes at IEBC?
Right. Thank you so much, Moses. Honorable Tienda Molo, ask only one question, please.
Yes. I'd like the Secretariat to give you a copy of the Constitution. Give him a copy of the Constitution.
I can give you one. Yes. No, what, just repeat it, sir.
There is documented, there are in fact active cases of corruption at IEBC formally.
Yes.
So if this committee approves you and Parliament approves you and finally you are appointed to be a commissioner of IEBC, what practical steps will you take, measures to seal corruption loopholes at IEBC?
Thank you. Yes, Senior.
Honorable Tienda Molo, please, the final one.
Mohana, I'd like you to look at Article 166. If you just open it, 166. Actually, no, 163. Sorry, 166.3. It appears to me from your documents that you finished at the Kenya School of Law in 2013. And from your documents, you say you've been a member of the Law Society from 2014. You have not included your certificate of admission. I suppose then it means you admitted in 2014. That then means you're an advocate of 11 years standing. Under Article 166(3), you require at least 15 years experience, either as a distinguished academic, judicial officer, legal practitioner, or such experience in other relevant legal field. I'd like you to persuade us, or at least persuade me, on how you meet those qualifications of 15 years under Article 166(3)(b). Thank you.
Look at the sections, all of us, the articles together, so that we don't also. I think let's start with with 88, so that he's able to answer and we don't. 88 states as follows. For the a person is not eligible for appointment as a member of the commission if the person has at any time in the preceding 5 years held office or stood for election as a member of parliament or a member of county assembly or a member of governing body or holds any state office. A member of the commission shall not hold office, public office. No, a member of the commission shall not hold any other public office. Where is the qualification?
Chair, actually on that issue also, on the question you had raised, Chair, I think that the rider to that is on 88(2)(a), Roman 2, because you say that you are legal advisor to ANC. I think as you are responding, also just indicate that you are not a member of the governing body.
I want to call. Where do I find qualification for members?
No,
Constitution.
Yes.
The Act. Where is the Act? Let's read the Act.
Composition. This for chairperson, right?
No, members, please.
It's here.
Qualification for appointment as chairperson or member of the commission. The chairperson of the commission shall be a person who is qualified to hold the office of a judge of the Supreme Court under the Constitution. A person is qualified for appointment as a member of the commission if such a person holds a degree from a recognized, has proven knowledge in the following matters that are set out over there. Now,
At least 10 years.
where is that? Where is it? At least 10 years?
Where is the 10 years?
Has proven knowledge and at least 10 years experience in any of the following fields. Among the many of them is number 6, which is law, 10 years. All right, I think that one we've tried to sort it out. Okay, very quickly, go through the other questions one by one, precise, concise, and brief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Sir, the first question which came from the Honorable Chair of this committee is what experience do I have in election processes, which then would make me disposed to assuming the position of the member of this commission. Number one, I'm a proven educator. A IEBC requires not only those who have been there and worked there, but requires people who can learn on their feet, educate the Kenyans, and be able to get the numbers of our young people out there to vote. I'm a consummate educator, rose on my knees, but thank God I'm here. So I bring education. Number two, communication. If you read the Carter Center report of 2017, exit report of 2017 election, Part of the tensions that were witnessed in the country were blamed on the fact that the IEBC announced results before completion of the entire process without communicating to the public that it was okay to do so under the law, but most importantly, that once those main results come, they'll be made public. So I bring my ability and capacity to communicate. Honorable Chair, one great business guru said, if you do anything without marketing it, you are like a guy who is winking at a very beautiful lady, but in pitch darkness. She will never know you winked and you'll never find a headway. So IEBC must develop marketing strategies to market the commission, and that I have. Thank you.
Next question.
The next question again was from the chair, Honorable Chair. Thanks for the good remarks that have been an outstanding advocate for the ANC party, and therefore there are insinuations that have been brought here to get keep. And I'll tie that with what my learned senior has alluded to, whether my presence in ANC has anything that would bar me from this position. Far from it. I was the lawyer for ANC in my capacity as a professional lawyer and a consultant. I still appear for ANC until when it wound up the other day. I was placed in charge of the winding up process because I am the consultant to the party. I'm not a member of the organ of ANC party, which in any event, it is now defunct and it's not an issue at the moment. I thank you. Honorable Chair, even animals in the jungle will tell you that one time they had an interaction with this other animal and this other animal. It is unusual that you'll have a nominee here who has never met anyone in the political field, never known anyone, and therefore he has just fallen from mass. My association with the ANC party has been part of my mentorship as a lawyer. They gave me an opportunity to practice law as their consultant, and that is what I did. I do not think that it would be very fair for that to be used against me, because again, Chair, I've learned that even those who say you not do a good job, when they come this side, others will say the same thing. So many times it is not a very fair perception, but we are humans. We must take them in stride. That is in answer to the questions from the Honorable Chair. The Honorable Mogaka.
Governing. You are a member of the governing party.
I've already responded and said I was an ANC lawyer. I practice as a lawyer. That's how I earn my living. And for ANC, I have been the lawyer for the party in my professional capacity. I have not been an occupant in any political organ or governing organ of the party. The Honorable Mogaka, the Honorable Member from Nyamira, thank you for the very kind words. You say that the dates I've indicated as the university are conflicting. That has been my story. Even when I joined the University of Nairobi, actually I enrolled in 1999, but I could not even get going until those dates that are indicated on that particular one. And for your information, if you look at my certificates, the transcript, they came way later. Because whereas those who were lucky to have the money and pay, they graduated way earlier than me. I graduated way later. So there is no material conflict. It's just the story of my troubled childhood and upbringing. But it's a journey I'm proud to say I went through. Presidential Task Force. The Presidential Task Force that I have been a member is the one that deals with the presidential task force for addressing human resources for health. You know, there's been a big problem in the medical, with our hospitals, in the Ministry of Health. So I got the favor of His Excellency the President of the Republic to be a member of the Presidential Task Force. And that which has since been injuncted by Parliament and is not moving. Actually, it has been stopped, although there is an appeal. So yes, I was appointed, but as we speak, nothing's happening because there is a court ruling against it. A member of UDA...
May I interject on that presidential?
Yes, Honorable Mogaka.
I just wanted clarity whether the president that appointed into that task force is Dr. William Ruto. And therefore, in the event Dr. William Ruto is a candidate in a presidential or any other election, will he be conflicted, or will Kenyans trust is referring from IEBC? Because that is the material thing. Thank you.
Very good. Confirm to that.
The president,
when it was,
the president saw something useful that I could add to the nation. I don't think he chose me so that if he stands for election.
Which president? Uhuru Kenyatta.
His Excellency, the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the current President of the Republic, saw something useful in my capacity and appointed me to be a member of that presidential task force. I do not think that where he sits, with profound respect, he expects that if I get this job, I will not work in accord with the dictates of the Constitution and the law just because he gave me a job. From where I sit, I've done a good job there, I'll do a good job there. If I had done a bad job at the ANC party, as they've mentioned, I'm sure not have landed at the task force, because people always get these referrals. Even Jesus Christ in the Bible asked his disciples for feedback, and he asked, who the people say I am? So without a good feedback, nobody will touch you. But the fact that someone has touched you, he has been graceful to give you a job, does not mean that now when you get this other job, you will therefore not do the job correctly because you benefited from his favor. That is stretching generosity a bit too far.
May I kindly go to the next questions?
The Honorable Mogaka had said, what if UDA fields a presidential candidate and then wins? Will Kenyans believe the result just because I have benefited from His Excellency the President's appointment? First of all, belonging to a party and exercising political rights is a constitutional right under Article 38. So whoever comes here then has exercised that right. You either belong to Jubilee Party, you belong to ODM, you belong to UDA, or any other party. But the important thing is that now, if God gives these honorable members the grace to recommend that I get the job, what is my standing as far as the political party is concerned, and how does that impact my performance as a commissioner? That is the question we're talking about. And from where I sit, I'll do the work because that is why I will have been given that work. Honorable Mogaka, you say why join the commission, not politics, not the ballot? I'm not sure where that came from. I didn't see it coming. Mwenyezi Mungu ni Mwenyezi Mungu wa majira, na maisha binadamu huenda kwa majira yake. Majira ya sasa ni kwamba naomba kazi. Nikijaliwa nipewe, hii ndio nitashukuru. Kama Mwenyezi Mungu atanipa ruhusa wakati mwingine kwamba niingie sasa hilo ni lake Mola, si langu. Lakini asante kwa maono mazuri.
Yeah, he's just perceived. He's listened to you, examined you, and eventually is concluded possibly should be running for an elective position and not going for IEBC commission. That's where he wanted you to confirm really where do you fit best.
For now, I'm looking for this job, and I request your favor. The Honorable Makali, my senior brother in legal practice from Kandui, Muskoma Primary School, you said there is a trust deficit. Kwamba wa Kenya hawaamini IEBC. Si kwamba Kenya hayaamini IEBC, ni kwamba wa Kenya hawaaminiani wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Zamani babangu alikuwa ananionya, zamani walikuwa naambiwa chungeni wanyama wa mwitu ukitembea barabarani, watawakula. Siku hizi ananiambia kwamba babangu Javan yungali hai Lamin, anasema kwamba siku hizi ogopa binadamu mwenzako, na nitaongezea ogopa Mkenya mwenzako. Kwa hivyo shida si IEBC. We must address the bigger problem. But for the interest of time, allow me, the Honorable Chair, sir, just to give what I think would be a first step in addressing this problem. The biggest problem in our election patterns has been that there is this perception that the bigger ethnic communities will gang up and they'll have it all. And why is it that those who are more in numbers indeed have done that? It is because the electoral system we have allows it. What is our electoral system? It is a majoritarian system, as opposed to the proportional representation system. A majoritarian system simply says, kwa Swahili tutasema wengi wape, usipowapa watachukua kwa wingi wa mikono yao. That is what the majoritarian system says. So in Kenya, as long as you know that in our place our mothers have worked very hard and therefore we are many, and you look at the other side where mothers have also done a good job and they are many, you don't care about the other smaller ones. And why should you? Because you just need 50 and then you add 1. So if I can go to one region and get 30% of the population, just by going to the leaders of that region, and go to another and get 20, why should I bother the small tribes? So the problem is not because IEBC has an inherent problem. The problem is because the ecosystem within which IEBC is operating is faulty. Why don't we try the party list system of election, where you have an election system that provides that we will vote on the basis of parties. For example, Party X will present the list of their leaders in order of priority and the party. Party X, Party Y, and so forth. So when we go to the elections, you are looking at the party, number one. When you elect that party, if in the election the party gets 40% of the votes, it takes 40% of government. If another party gets 20%, it takes 20% of government. Therefore, this mad rush for numbers in particular communities will dissipate. Number two, because there is a list of the leaders of Party X, we will solve the problem of the gender parity that we're struggling with. We are unable to solve it. Because the citizen will look at the party which has complied with the two-thirds gender rule, PWD, marginalized, and even know who will become the minister if that party wins. That way also, you are sure that by casting your vote, you are casting to the right party. The majoritarian system...
It's a good proposal.
Yes.
And for purposes, you are aware that will require a constitutional amendment.
Yes. Because the question, this issue of trust deficit has been an anathema in this country. And I wasn't following what others have been asked, but I guess they also must have been asked trust deficit. So there are many angles to the trust deficit. What I'm proposing is just one way of looking at it, but there are many others. Okay, we also have not behaved well as Kenyans. It is possible that things have not been right at one time. But it is not a question you can answer in one straight answer in this kind of session, Honorable Makali.
So in your view is the ecosystem which...
Correct.
Okay.
It is the political ecosystem that we have to reconfigure.
So Chair, sorry. Then if you become a commissioner, there's nothing you can do about it.
Honorable Dawood, every great thing has happened in life has begun by talking. By talking, by presenting these views, I'm encouraging a discussion around it. This will not be for IEBC. This is a national conversation that we would like one time somebody would run with it. It is not that I'll do nothing. Of course, as an IEBC commissioner, you can only recommend. That's why you have been put there. Look at the flash points. Give recommendations to parliamentarians because they are the ones who represent the people of Kenya. IEBC is a state organ. But the people who represent The citizens and the voters of this country are these ladies and gentlemen here who will then be tasked with this conversation.
Thank you. Is that the last question?
Yeah, this is, this was from the Honorable Makali. There's the Honorable Mutuse, again, my senior brother.
Delimitation, please.
Oh, delimitation. Yeah. Look, if, inshallah, we get this exercise through before we are time-barred, then something will be done. But I'm aware that there is active litigation out there. So we are not sure what time this may be settled. If we go beyond, because the Constitution says that if we are going to do the boundary delimitation, 12 months must be clear before the implementation. Anything beyond that, it will not work. So it all, my brother, Honorable Makali, it depends on how soon this process will end. If not, we go into a constitutional spin and crisis.
Right. Thank you very much. Is there any other question?
Yes, there is Honorable Makali. Thank you.
Now, Honorable Mutuse.
Honorable Mutuse, the IEBC staff commissioners have been accused of bias. There is a procurement that has, it's said, it is many times inflated. My senior brother, this country sometimes is hard. It is not easy to say whether indeed those brothers and sisters of ours in the IEBC in the past have been biased. Because what does Article 50 say? The right to fair hearing. Until somebody is adjudged to have been biased, from where I sit as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, it will not be right for me to say they have been. However, in Kenya we have perceptions, and gossips many times rules in this country. So if you allow me to digress a bit and say that if that is the gossip and procurements have been inflated, it is all about the human nature. The laws are there, you have to do what's right. You're sitting in that chair, you know what to do, you have to do it right. If something happens to you and you decide to do what you want, how will we deal with you? It is the law that will deal with you. And that is why some sages have said that sometimes there are no more devils in hell. They're all here. And one will be tempted to think they're all in Kenya. Because if you have the rules in front of you, that are the procurement rules, the best you can do is to go by them, and if you have a problem going by them, refer to the appointing authority. But I know that there have been problems, and some of them are human problems, some of them are ecosystem problems, like I've said to my brother, Honorable Makali. What if the leader of ANC, we do not have ANC now, but what if members of the ANC participate in elections, say go for presidency, would my presence here be deemed to impact negatively or positively? Look, Alutalala Mukwana cannot be the commission. There is collegiality in the commission, and decisions of the commission are made at the plenary. In any case, say our police officers are corrupt. Do they put the money, do they pick the money from your pocket? It looked crude, but there was a point there that it takes two to tangle. So why is it that we have succumbed? We will say, if you don't do, you're in more trouble. But you can also say, you would rather get into trouble, but right the wrong. It is a difficult conversation. This forum today cannot answer all that. Thank you. Finally, Honorable.
Yes. Finally, let him do finally then. Just interjections.
Just to help you on that question, I think you answered my second question. On the first question, just answer it by indicating the date of your admission. That's all you need to indicate.
The date of my admission is 2014. That is when I got the admission. It is in my record, the admission certificate.
All right, thank you.
So
Honorable Mogaka?
Yes. Chair, I wanted, as he concludes response to the Vice Chair's remarks, my concern is, and I admire the strong opinion about the ecosystem of our electoral system. My question is, given, rather, in the event we have an overload of lawyers in the commission, is the country risking divergence opinion and lack of consensus, and therefore a worse than a 2022 situation.
Honorable, thank you.
All right, conclude with those remarks.
Yes.
On the finally and
when I was looking,
sincerely,
when I was looking,
we were warned, and we are worried about the warning. You are going to preside over that. What is your answer to what yes, it's just asked?
So they seem to be two different ones. He's asking about too much concentration of lawyers in IBC. Did I get it right?
Yes, I say in the event we have an overload of lawyers in the commission with as a strong opinions and observations like yours on the ecosystem and everything else, will the country not land in a worse situation than 2022, where commissioners are singing a discordant band?
Look, it is important to have a position in life, but it is equally important to appreciate positions of others. If you do that, there can be no issue of overload. I was just looking at some of your introductions and noticed there are almost 5 lawyers in this committee. And I wonder whether there has been an overload here compared to your numbers. Oh, they are actually all lawyers. Thank you. So, Council, I do not think that really is a problem as long as there's...
This is the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. He's talking about IEBC.
Yes, but Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, the issues they handle are not just about the law. I've looked at what you handle. It's beyond the law. So basically,
Chair, we have not heard discordance from JLAC, but we have heard it from IEBC before, and that is why I'm asking. And it is a very serious issue to Kenyans, because in the absence of agreement on what the results from IEBC is, where do we leave this country?
Chairman, thank you very much, Honorable Mogaka. Just for laughs, luckily the split screen did not involve at least one side, the lead of the other side. I don't think that was Council, was she? I don't think she was. And so it is safe to have councils around. After all, IBC many times is on a legal drip. Many times.
All your questions, I think you have.
Thank you very much.
All right, the final questions from the committee.
Yes.
Now, these are routine questions on chapter 6, so that we confirm that you're suitable. Number 1, have you been convicted of any criminal offense in your past?
No.
No. And number 2, have you been named as having contravened chapter 6 of the Constitution on ethics? Number 3, which conflict of interest do you have with IEBC? Or are you likely to have any? That which comes into your knowledge?
None, to my knowledge presently. Lakini ya kesho ni ya Mwenyezi Mungu. If it does occur, there is the law.
There is the law which will dictate what you're going to do.
I'm supposed to do. Yes.
All right. Pro bono work? Do you do pro bono work?
Yes. I do a lot. The Honorable Makali talked about my TV. I do a lot of civic education. Both on international media, TV, radio. But I've gone to the villages in vernacular stations, and I do a lot of pro bono civic education on the rights of your rights of arrested persons. What do you do when you have a dispute of land?
Okay.
And I'm huge on that one.
Very good.
Thank you.
Finally, we've heard of the corruption in IEBC. We are alive to it, and you must be cautious so that we monitor how you're going to progress.
Yes.
What is your net worth?
Chairman, that is a question I struggled with when I was asked, because I didn't think I'm worth to be assessed in terms of net worth. But then I took everything that I have, and I'm worth 55,230,000.
55,230,000.
Yeah, and I must say this is family.
It's family.
Yes.
Me and my wife. You and your wife.
Yes.
Right. What is your current income? What is your current source of income?
Practice.
Practice of law.
Yes, sir.
Any anticipated sources of income in the near future? Apart from, of course, as an advocate, we know of pending bills.
No, yes,
you're pending fee notes that have to be paid.
Yes,
all right, so that must be taken into account. Thank you so much. Moses, thank you for appearing before us. We conclude the session with you now. Release you to go. You get your original documents back. We aren't giving you our verdict now. As you know, we must report to the House, and the House is going to take the decision itself.
Yes.
Thank you very much for appearing before us.
Honorable Chair, allow me to thank you once again for your time and for the privilege of your audience. Asante sana.
Committee.
Thank you.
They're here to vet you, and vetting involves two things under the Public Appointments Approvals Act: confirm your suitability and the process through which you are appointed. So we aren't doing an examination per se. That's why we'll ask you routine questions. So what we do is we'll introduce ourselves, after which, after introduction, you'll also introduce yourself. You take an oath first. We administer you an oath. Then you take your oath. We give you 10 minutes or less. In fact, 10 minutes. You tell us who you are, from birth to where you are today. After that, we will have questions fielded by members to clarify on the process by which you are nominated and why you are or you are not suitable to take up this position. So those many remarks, I introduce myself, George Kitonga Murugara, Member of Parliament for Tharaka Constituency. I'm the Chairman, Justice and Legal Affairs Committee.
Mwengi Mutuse, MP Kibwezi West, Vice Chair.
Zuleka Harun, nominated member and a member of this committee.
I am Michael Mushira, MP Rojororok, member.
Farah Mali, MP Dadap.
Adam Daud, Moje East.
Kali, Member of Parliament for Kandui constituency, member of this committee. Chair, I must at this stage declare that I know Mary Karen. She was known as Mary Karen Kigen. We shared the same class at the University of Nairobi, same lecture hall. Thank you, but that does not put me in any position of conflict.
Thank you. At least that disclaimer is important. Mushangi?
But the chair also talked about the same name, so, and you didn't declare anything, so can we hear you also?
Because I should, apart from knowing her when she came to the university as a young girl when I was possibly in third year, that's really, I knew the name. We didn't share a class. But she must have participated in electing me to be the chairman of the Kenya Law Student Society. Thank you. Let's move on. Mushangi.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mushangi Karemba, Member of Parliament for Runyenjes constituency and a member of this committee.
Otiende Molo, member for Arieda. We shared the same year, but not the class.
That is very true. She must have been, were you A-level?
Yeah, I was in the A-level group,
A-level group, and
Amolo Tiende was in the 844.
Good. Senior Mogaka.
Chair, my name is Stephen Mogaka, elected by West Mugrango constituency in Nyamira. I've shared nothing with the nominee.
That's a very good disclosure, which discloses nothing. They share the profession, apart from meeting in the courts and everything else. That is the sharing we have. Thank you so much. Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Peter Chemwana. I'm Director, Departmental Committees. And on my left are members of the Secretariat for the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. And they consist of committee clerks, legal counsel, research officers, and other administrative officers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Mary Karen, we will now administer an oath to you. You profess your faith, and then we are able to swear you.
I, Mary Karen Kigen Sorobit, do swear that the information I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Oh, thank you. All right. So Mary Karen, now take us through the journey of your life. I mean, so from which village, all the way we saw you in the university, past the university, all the way up to where you are today, appearing before us for vetting, as it is popularly known, so that we can confirm whether you're suitable or not suitable to become a commissioner of IEBC. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. It's a privilege appearing before this committee. I know it's not a right, and I want to sincerely thank you, and also thank you for the good work that you're doing for Kenya. On the onset, I submit myself 100% to the jurisdiction of this committee. My name is Mary Karen Keegan Sorobit. I was born Keegan, the way the chair has informed. Sorobit is my husband, so that is the acquired name. I was born in Wazingishu County 56 years ago. I went to the local primary school, did A-levels in 1989, and on 27th day of January 1990, I joined the University of Nairobi for a Bachelor's of Law degree as the last group of A-levels. I went to law school, we finished in 1993, but we could not go to law school in 1994 because there were some technicalities, a group of that we follow, the class in between. So I joined the law school in 1995. We did exams in October, and then I was gazetted in December, and I signed the roll of 11th day of January 1996. So I have served or practiced law for 29 years as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I'm also a CPAK, a Certified Public Secretary of Kenya. Chair, from the time I left the university, I started practice. I practiced law locally in the firm of Kibera and Company Advocates. I moved to corporate in Eldoret. They call it the Bullet Factory, but it's Kenya Ordnance Factories Corporation, where I started as a legal officer but left as a corporation secretary. That is when I learned working with the military and working with the military position. I came back to Nairobi in 2003 when I got married, and I started working in the firm of Robson Harris. Shortly thereafter, I moved to the Law Society of Kenya as the Deputy CEO, Head of Compliance and Ethics, and most importantly, the Secretary to the Advocates Disciplinary Committee, wherein the disciplinary providing the Secretariat services. And I worked there, then moved to, there was a new transitional commission, that is Judges and Magistrate Vetting Board, whereby I moved there as an assisting counsel. From prosecuting my colleagues or being in charge of my colleagues' lawyers, I moved in now to deal with the judges and magistrate as an assisting counsel. Same things that I was doing in LSK, but now in charge as judges. Then from there, when it ended, I'll come back to that one. I went to Jubilee Party of Kenya, and I want to declare that I was not a member of the Governing Council of Jubilee Party of Kenya. I went there as a member of the Secretariat, where I was the Deputy CEO and Head of Compliance and Ethics. It is from the Jubilee Constitution, it is only the ED who is member of the Governing Council. So that was our boss. I worked there in Jubilee Party of Kenya until 2021 when I moved back to practice. In between, I've had some tour of duties. I I was in the board of Kenya National Highways, in Kenya National Highways Authority, that's Kenya, for a period of 6 years, representing the Law Society of Kenya. I was a nominee of the Law Society of Kenya, whereby I was also the chair of Audit Governance and Risk Committee for a period of 6 years, where I discharged my duties. And I was also a member of the IEBC selection panel. That is in 2017, the 2017 one of the former commissioners. Currently, I'm in practice. I think, in short, that is given the time. Yes.
Thank you very much. I think that cuts it. You've been all over. You've done everything with everybody. Now, these members have a few questions to ask you. And who starts? Honorable Dawood.
Chair, thank you very much. The nominee said that she was a deputy executive director for Jubilee Party. I am actually a member of Jubilee Party. I've been elected through that party. Madam Sorobit, if you check, if you look at Article 88, I know you kind of answered it, but I have to ask the question. Article 88 of our Constitution, 88, 2A, Roman numeral 2, it says that a person is not eligible for appointment as a member of the Commission if the person is a member of a governing body of a political party. You reference the Jubilee Constitution, which unfortunately none of us has. We will look at it much later, but right now we don't have it. Now I want, if you are familiar with that Constitution, were you, as a Deputy Executive Director of Jubilee, were you a member of Jubilee's Governing Council?
Out of that, anybody else who has a question? Honorable Farah.
Madam Sorobit, I have gone through your CV, which clearly is extremely impressive, very, very impressive. And I must congratulate you for all this you've gone through. And you have conducted elections many times at the party level, as well as at the LSK level. It's my presumption that if everybody, you have a luck or the chance of becoming a member of this commission, you will bring a lot of what you call of that knowledge that you have into practice. In your own opinion, when you look back at this, because you've also been in the political environment, when you look back in our own electoral process in this country, in a nutshell, what exactly ails us? Because from 1992, when I first came to Parliament myself, and most of your colleagues here were either in the university or there were some of them in primary school, and a friend of mine here was a teacher. We have had a post-election.
Anybody else who has something? Or let us be answering that as members in glimpse through the paperwork. Then we can ask as many. But most important, point out to us, what is that niche, the great experience you're taking to IEBC, which in your view will make a difference in respect of the commission, totally different from what it has been before?
One so that
yes, we may, so that
only one very simple question. Mary Karen, you said you were in the Secretariat of Jubilee. Will you assure us that you would not be biased if Jubilee, and we understand Jubilee has a presidential candidate, if Jubilee presents a presidential candidate?
Thank you, Chair and members of this committee. The first question is, as a Deputy Executive Director, where I was a member of Jubilee Party governing body. I wish to state categorically that I was not a member of Jubilee governing body. There was somebody filed a petition in regard to this one, and the law, if you look at Political Parties Act, when any political party is formed, each and every political party must file with the Registrar of Political Parties all the members of their governing body at any given time. In case of any changes, and when they are filed there, the Registrar of Political Parties will have to gazette them in Kenya Gazette, who are the members of the governing body. And in case of any amendment, also the political party has to notify the registrar, and the registrar will in return gazette the new members of the governing body. Chair and records of Jubilee Party from inception to date, and I was actually given and submitted, and I filed an affidavit with this committee attaching the letter from my lawyer, who are called Nyanga Mugisha, who are requesting for the records, for the details, and also the response from the Registrar of Political Parties, which entails who are the original members of the governing body, including the CEO, and then in the second amendment, the current, because I requested from inception to date. And
Chairman, I wish, could we have that affidavit that she's referring to?
It's part of material. Please point it out. No, I saw it. I actually saw it. I saw it with no, I saw it. I saw it with the letter. No, I saw it. I must confess. I don't know how I saw it, but with the letter at the back detailing that. No, not somewhere else. Just here. But remember, I also saw the petition. I may not have seen the response, but I remember seeing this. Yes.
No,
you have it now.
I want to state that I received the invite together with the allegations or the petition against me on the day before yesterday around 8 p.m. So yesterday morning now is when I did the affidavit and submitted here in the afternoon. That is the best I could do. So I have attached the details showing clearly the initial one, and then when the Jubilee did changes, they were also gazetted, and the current. And you can see on the table there is the list of who was the initial ED and the current ED, including the gazette number of the gazette notice. And I want to state clearly that my name is not there as an executive director. So I want to state, and may it go on record, that I was a technical staff of Jubilee Party of Kenya. Chair, allow me to tackle that with the question of my colleague Otiena Amolo, because it is counter-related, so that I don't come there. I want to say that I'm no longer a member of Jubilee Party of Kenya. May it go on record. So I will not even be biased in favor of Jubilee. And even if...
Are you a member of any other party then?
Yes. I'm the member of UDA.
You are a member to UDA?
I'm a member of UDA.
Okay.
It's good to declare. When I left Jubilee in 2021, I was for a period, somebody can do a search, it's a public domain. Then I joined UDA later on. I personally, I will not be biased, as I've worked. If you go on my track record, from the time I worked in LSK, from the time I worked in vetting board, I have never been biased. Even in Kenya, I discharge my duties professionally. And I want to believe at any time, at any point in time, each and everyone here must have interacted with a party. But when you are dealing, if I find favor, the client is Kenya, and Kenya comes first. And you have to discharge your duties according to the law and the written solution, because I personally owe a duty to Kenya, and I'm accountable to Kenyans at large. Of course, through JLAC. JLAC is the one which will be supervising me. The question of Honorable Farah, elections, what ails us? I've been in political party and I actually conducted election nominations, Jubilee Party nominations, and that is 2017. From the time we did the elections, we went to the Jubilee Party tribunal. That is because you must clear the internal mechanism first of all before going to PPDT, all the way to Supreme Court. Actually, at the end of the day in 2017, I saw 247 affidavits, including the petition in Supreme Court. My affidavits were 5. And what ails us as Kenyans, I think, in my own honest opinion, it's perception. We don't accept laws. It is very difficult for, at the end of the day, there has to be a winner and a loser. From the time, even when you are studying from the political party, even when somebody loses there, does not accept defeat, and they will even jump ship, go independent, and what have you. So it is perception, and we really need to deal with issue of perception, and we do a lot of civic education and stakeholder building, and this one even the parties themselves can help us by informing their candidates that at the end of the day, even if we are 5, one will win, not all of them, because the slot is only 1. And when somebody loses, goes back to their supporters and tell them to Libiwa, which sometimes, honestly, when you go through them, it is not a question of kuibiwa. And if we do civic education, educate Kenyans and tell Kenyans, please, if your person or supporter loses, even if they normally bind themselves that they are going to support the winner, we need to effect it. I don't know how, but we're almost there, but we need also to go further.
Kuanga kuimbiwa. Is it a reality that sometimes the results may not be as good as they should be? That there is an element of cheating and fraud? Is it common, or does it happen once in a while?
Let me talk from the experience that I did personally at hand at the Jubilee Party. If you do proper nominations and do proper civic education, and each and every person, because you know, as a candidate, you have even your agents, and you train even your agents on how they are going even to guard your elections. Sometimes hakuna kuibiwa. It might be perception. That is me. And as an umpire, you will stand there and supervise them. And even give an example. When we were doing the Jubilee Party election in 2017, there was this member of the county assembly who definitely had lost. And when we were doing the appeals tribunal, he comes to me when I was in my office and gives me his Form 34A. According to him, I need to give him certificate because he had lost, he had won, yet I've given certificate to the other person. When I look at the Form 34A, it had been, they add a 0, somebody adds a 0. You know, when you add a 0, it makes a total difference. And even that time, at gunpoint, he gave me, it was 2 a.m., and he brought, and he told me, you know, these ones, they are not toys, they are guns. You give me a certificate or not, but there's always God. Something, when you are doing something, somebody comes in.
Mary, Chairman, just to ride on that question. Mary Karen, are you saying there are no instances of election irregularities in Kenya?
What I've said, thank you, Council, thank you, Honorable Mheshimiwa. What I've said, I'm giving my experience. I'm not talking outside there. They may be there or there, but I'm talking about my experience. When I say about my experience, I'm not ruling out outside, because there are allegations, but have those allegations been proved? And that is why there is always the court to verify. And whenever I want to believe if there was malpractice, the courts will always nullify and you go back to elections.
Just through the chair again, just on that point, have you not had instances of the courts saying the elections are not free and fair, there was ballot stuffing, there was bribery, there was voter manipulation? Are those not irregularities?
Yeah, before she answers, let me also give a bite there. is it not a presidential election of a Jubilee candidate that has ever been nullified in this country by the courts? So how can she say that the irregularities are out there? Because that is on record in this country.
Right.
I
just respond to that in your opinion.
I have said whenever the irregularities the court nullified. That was my answer. Meaning, when there is irregularities, that is why we have to court, and even the Jubilee Party election was nullified because the court found that there were irregularities and it was nullified. Even we've had not one instances, even for the Member of Parliament, MCAs, in which personally I've litigated using my affidavits, and they're nullified, and we agree and we move on. So it exists.
Here comes the mischief now that if the nominee was associated with the Jubilee Party election that ended up being nullified by court, what confidence does she bring to the IEBC that is being constituted now that will not culminate in the same fiasco that the court had to pronounce as it did?
All right. That I don't know whether nullification was on the part of Jubilee or IEBC, but yes, I leave you to answer that. Farah.
Chair, I'll write down that. When the lady, the candidate, is extremely candid, she says, my experience. And that basically refers only to the elections that she took part in. But having said that, Madam Sorobit, election riggings have happened in the past at the national level, at many other constituencies. I'm actually impressed and glad that whatever you conducted yourself was always. And that is usually proved by or demonstrated when somebody jumps ship and becomes independent and wins for the landslide, which means that the previous election itself, or the nomination elections, was basically flawed. But I also understand that anywhere else, party elections are very private matters. And my belief on that is very different from what generally happens in the country, where people go to litigations on party matters. Party is a private organization. And if the leadership of that party decides on somebody who's going to be a loser, that party loses at the end of the day and does not ascend to power. So, but having now had your own experience, which I want to believe that was very, very good, and the passion with which you speak with, I'm convinced that you did a lot of very fair, free, and credible elections. How do you intend to cascade that into the national elections? Because the national elections, where different parties were running for the presidency, and even at the parliamentary levels, for the longest, have never been free of rigging and manipulations. Thank you.
Yes, you may take those ones in conclusion so that we do the final bit.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of the Jubilee election, which was nullified, if you read that ruling, there were several other issues not part of the party, and it does not personally affect me, and I was not even mentioned as a party. The irregularities were wide, and even several recommendations were given, and most of it, I think, was on the part of IEBC, not Jubilee Party. Thank you, Honorable Farah. In IEBC, when I reach there with my expertise, I intend to, first and foremost, I think even we need to start with the proposal on the audit of the last elections. It will tell us where we are, what went wrong, and how we can improve. Because when you do that one, you'll be able now to know clearly where we are going. And I promise, if cleared by this committee, I'll be a neutral umpire, and I intend to do my best to deliver credible elections to this Kenya. So when you do that audit election and you see what needs to be improved, that's the first and foremost. Second, then again, we need to build consensus and do a lot of civic education to inform Kenyans. And also, I think if I'm successful, we also need to start by from the boardroom and requesting the chairman to do the gazettement, so that we do voter registration, because it ought to be continuous, because that is also another way of securing Kenyan rights, because we have a lot of even like the young people who need to also to register as part of election. So those are the things. So that's another thing I'm bringing on my expertise. Even on issue of delimitation of boundaries, we are already too late. And I've not been asked, but on my take, I also think that's an expertise I want to bring. In my own view, we are late. Should have been done by 24th of March this year. I think we need, through this committee, to do parliamentary process and amend Article 89 to allow to allow enlargement of time so that we can do voter registration. So those are some of the things I'm looking at.
Karemba, you're the last one, please.
Now that she has mentioned that we have very many young people who are not yet registered so as to participate in their constitutional right, can the nominee explain to this committee how you are going to convince the young people to rally behind you, yet they are not going to be represented in the commission, and you know too well that in this country we have now the highest population being that of the very young. How are you going to onboard the young people, given that even in the list of the nominees we do not have a young person representing them?
Yeah, not only young persons with disability. How are we going to look to the world when young persons are not in the commission, as well as persons with disability?
All right, you may give your opinion regarding that. Young persons include people of how many years? 35 and below. All right.
Thank you, Chair. My take would be this. Trust is not something that given. It is built with time. And also it's the way you conduct yourself or discharge your duties is when you can win people's trust. When I reach there, if I'm successful, you need to build trust of the young people and see actually that I do matter and represent them. Come up with programs that it will entail them with the young people. When you're making any decision, include them, the young people. Although sometimes it might be difficult to now get, because they need also to have a structured way of engaging the young people. Maybe like in the political parties, they normally have the youth wing. So maybe you can have something like a caucus or that you use to engage the youth, so that you have structured them of way of engaging or dealing with the youth, so that when you're making any decision, do stakeholders engagement with them. But again, when you're doing stakeholders engagement, let's have a structured way of engaging these youth, so that you work with them, you onboard them. At the end of the day, even the policies that you're going to make, at the end of the day, they will see that that you are with them, and that is how you can build trust, because trust is built with time. I cannot say today I'm going to build trust today, you entrust me, but it's my actions which are going to show that actually I am carrying with them. PWD, also the same thing. We also need to do programs with them and engage them. They also have a caucus, but again, I think affirmative action. We also need to do affirmative action. The parties also need so much to reach out to them. But this is now me, the way I've been seeing. Maybe in distant future, we may need to give them seats where they'll contest for themselves, the way we now have for the women country rep. Are we going to reduce the number of nominated so that we can give them? I don't know. You know, that is something in future, so that they can contest on their own. That is, I'm saying, that is my own.
That's your own view, because we have the Constitution that also makes provisions,
yes,
and especially through nominations. Now, the last questions are as follows. Number one, tell us whether you've been convicted of any offense, criminal offense in the past.
Chair and members of the
panel. What about 6 of the Constitution. Have you been held to be in breach of that particular chapter of our Constitution in any event, in any action?
Not at all, Chair.
Good. Do you have any conflict of interest between your own, yourself, your dealings, your families, relatives with IEBC, which you can point out now?
Yeah, none. And should if I'm successful and it should arise, it is upon me to declare.
You will declare and deal with it in accordance with the law.
Constitution.
Good. Do you do any pro bono works in the country?
I do through the church, through my church,
You do
the
through your church,
AIC
AIC,
money. Yes. We do especially for widows and children, in which I am a secretary to one of the committees which do a lot of welfare and the promotion. We look at them.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. Now, finally, what is your net worth?
My family net worth is 80 million. As I declare.
80.
80. Yeah, yes.
Right, what does it comprise of?
It's assets, family assets, the houses and land, and also land in Eldoret, the matrimonial home, cars, and the vehicles.
Your matrimonial home is in Nairobi or in Eldoret?
I have a home in Nairobi and in Eldoret.
And all of them are valued at 80 million?
The one in Eldoret is, the value in Eldoret is low. Yeah, the one. I think for Nairobi should be 30-something million. Yes. So that's the other difference.
We need to know this because soon after that, possibly it's going to get enhanced in a manner that will be suspicious, and we shall be putting you to question. All right, do you expect any income, any other income in the near future from any other source? No.
You don't have any cows back at home, even if they're the traditional, long-horned ones. So, the same way Nyamira always talks of Nyamira, for me when it comes to pastorals, cows are always there.
Yes.
So if you have cows there, you better declare them so that in future when you take them to the market, nobody will claim that you took this money from IEBC.
And what name suggests what? Which name suggests about cows? You said as your name suggests.
Sorobit is a cow. You don't know.
In their language?
Yeah. In our language.
All right, absolutely.
I have cows, they're like 5, but not because my land is small. And that is why you get the values kidogo.
Right, we've had you. Okay.
That question, Mary Karen, you are not practicing.
I do practice, but as an associate now, from the time I've been in corporate for long.
And you are not expecting any income out of practice?
As an associate, when you leave, you leave. I'm not a shareholder.
Yeah, it's just a possible salary for 1 or 2 months. That's the end of it. But, all right. All right, associate. Thank you. Mary Karen, thank you so much. I think we will close at this. Do you have anything else to ask this committee to do for you? What is your prayer to us now? How do we deal with you?
Thank you, Chair. My plea is that you find me favorable, but I leave that to the commission, to the committee, and I promise to discharge my duties independently the way I've been working, from all the way my track record from LSK, even changing the election of LSK from the ballot to the current one. You know, it was me. I'm the one who did it. From the one who used to carry the letters, you know, the current letters. And so I promise to continue working the way I've been working. And one last thing, this committee is doing a lot of work. Thank you. Very good work for Kenya. May the Lord bless you.
Thank you very much. We extend the same blessings to you. We will make a decision, take it to the House, and the House will decide whether to approve or not approve you. But we have heard you to the fullest. Thank you very much. You are discharged.
Thank you very much.
Give Mary Karen documents, original documents. Make sure nothing is left behind so that we are not accused of having hoarded our documents to our detriment. Honorable members, we will have a short break of 45 minutes. 2:45, we have to be back. 2:45 o'clock.
30 minutes from now.
Good, take 30 minutes. Okay, 3 o'clock. Let's say 3 o'clock so that we deal with the remaining 3. Very good. Secretariat.
My name is Peter Chamweno. I'm Director of Departmental Committees, and with me are members of the staff for the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, and they consist of legal counsel, committee clerks, research officers, and other administrative officers. Thank you.
We have a new member who has joined us. Please introduce yourself, Zuleika.
My name is Zuleika Harun, nominated member and a member of the Jailer Committee.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Hassan, we will proceed as follows. Number one, we will give you an oath in accordance with your religious faith. Then you show us the originals of your documents. Then after that, we will give you 10 minutes to introduce yourself and give us a brief background of your life, your qualifications, etc. Then after that, these members will field the questions regarding your suitability and the process. We intend to engage you for not more than an hour, slightly less than an hour. And when the time comes, please answer your questions briefly and precisely so that we do not prolong this unnecessarily. So as we have the Quran ready and the oath, Vice Chairman has come, he will have to introduce himself.
Thank you, Chairman. Nominee, my name is Mwengi Mutuse. I'm the Member of Parliament for Kibwezi West, and I'm also the Vice Chair of this committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant at Arms.
Order.
Yes,
We appear not to have information about this. We appear not to have information about this candidate.
Where are the books? Oh, sorry that the books were not distributed in time. But Honorable Farah took for himself the book and he is looking at it happily, alone. Okay. Zero, that's not enough, but it's okay. We will share what we have if they are not enough. Very good. Sajeti Tams, and Minister of Youth.
I, Hassan Nur Hassan, do swear that the information I shall give before the committee on matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan. You may now sign the oath. All right, thank you so much. Having signed the oath, now you have the originals of your documents. You give to the Secretariat for verification, and we now afford you not more than 10 minutes to introduce yourself and give us a brief background of your life and status as we speak today. So less than 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am Hassan Nur Hassan, born and brought up in Mandera County. Went to school, early primary and secondary in Mandera County. Went for my A levels to Kuala High School. After that, I joined University of Nairobi, and I had the honor to join the public service immediately after I left the University of Nairobi, and got recruited as a district officer. Became a DO in many parts of this country, became a DC in many parts of this country, became a provincial commissioner in Rift Valley, Nyanza, and Western. After that, I came back to Nairobi at the headquarters. I served in the ministries of local government, planning and devolution, in the Ministry of Water, as Deputy Secretary, as a Director Administration and Secretary Administration. After that, Mr. Chairman, I had the singular honor of overseeing the restoration of the Kenya Water Towers as the Chair of the Secretariat responsible for restoring the water towers. From there, I took an early retirement and joined and became in my private capacity. After that, I had also the honor to serve as a Chief Administrative Secretary in the Ministries of Sports, Culture and Heritage, and also in the Ministry of Education, where I exited as my last station in public life.
Thank you. That was quite fast. Good. I think that captures it all. We will now open it up for members to ask questions. Yes, I'm told to start from my nearest right with the Honorable Zulekha.
Thank you, Chair. Hassan Nur Hassan comes from my county, that is Mandera County, but I'm not conflicted in any way. And I have only one question for him. Congratulations, Hassan, for a rich CV in terms of administration and governance. How, if you're confirmed for this position, how will you leverage your governance and public administration knowledge, experience, and expertise in your new role? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan. You're not going to answer that one. Take a pen and a piece of paper. It's just the question is, how are you going to harmonize your rich experience in governance and administration with IEBC, which is on the elections? That's number one. So note all that we shall go to the end so that you answer all of them at one go. The next one is from Honorable Mushira, is the member for Ojoro Rock.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, nominee. I would wish to know what is this unique thing that you are going to bring to the commission, that unique thing that you are going to bring to this commission?
The Honorable Farah Maalim is a member for Dadaab in Garissa.
Well, Mr. Hassan, I have looked at your CV. It's very impressive, undoubtedly. I've seen all the awards you got on public administration, and I think we need people with a public administration background in this commission. My position is that you were there and did a fantastic job when we had the post-election violence in Rift Valley last time, and actually arrested quite a bit of that mayhem. We are increasingly getting other challenges as we progressively continue. And since then, except the election of almost every other subsequent elections, we had some kind of a violence. Given your background as a lawkeeper, as an officer, a law and order officer, how do you think you're going to, based on your own experience, make sure that we do not have a problem like what we had last time in terms of ethnic violence in the country or post-election violence? Thank you.
The next one is Honorable Dahoud Mohammed, member for Wajir East.
Thank you, Chair. I'll also say that I'm known to Hassan Nur Hassan, but I do not have any conflict of interest. My question, Mr. Hassan, is you are aware that there is a lot of petitions that have come to Parliament regarding your conduct, your person, and one of them is whether you are eligible to be a commissioner in the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission. And the people who have written to us are citing Article 88 of the Constitution, specifically Article 88(2)(a) of the Constitution and Article 88(2)(a)(2) of the Constitution. The first one is about whether you have stood up for election in the preceding 5 years. And the second one is whether you are a member of a governing body of a political party. I want you to tell us whether any of these bars to your nomination, whether you have been a member of a governing body of a political party, or whether you stood for election in the past 5 years, and whether this article of the Constitution bars you from being a nominee. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, the next one is Honorable John Makali, Kandui constituency.
Thank you, Chair. I have looked at the CV of Nur Hassan, the candidate, and you have actually a stellar career in the provincial administration. And I'm looking also at our electoral history. And when Kenyans were promulgating the 2010 Constitution, Kenyans had a lot of issues with the provincial administration, specifically in manipulation of elections, such that they had indicated that it needs to be restructured. Some had even said it needs to be done away with altogether. Now, as you appear before us to seek this particular position, what new thing are you bringing into this particular commission, taking into account that Kenyans have sour grapes with provincial administration and the way it was used in the past to manipulate elections? Secondly, a complaint has also been raised, and you also aware, like my colleague has said, there are several petitions that have been filed, and the allegation has been that your name was not on the original list. It was sneaked in quotes. We will wish to know, to confirm that in the initial list that came up, you are not on that list, but in the amended list, did you have a hand in the compilation or in the creation of that second list? Because it's raising credibility issues and trust issues. Thank you.
So the next one is Honorable Karemba Mushangi of Runyenjes.
Thank you, Chair. And let me start by introducing myself. My name is Mushangi Karemba, Member of Parliament for Runyenjes. And Honorable Chair, my concern is what has just been raised by Honorable Makali on the issue of his name having been brought later. And I would wish that he accounts for any relationship that he might be having with whoever in this country. Thank you, Chair.
Whoever is a little bit general, it's good you give the specifics so that he's able to answer. Otherwise, he will say, I'm not related to whoever, which may be true, but he's related to many other people. So who do you have in mind as his relative?
Honorable Chair, it is in the public domain and on social media that Mr. Noor is related to one Junet Mohammed. Can he substantiate of his relationship with Junet?
Thank you very much. I think he's noted that now he has a specific person and will be answering that. The next one is Honorable Otiende Amolo, Senior Counsel, the member for Arieda in Siaya County. Is it Siaya or Mabe?
Siaya
County.
Siaya, of course. Mr. Hassan, you are not a poor man. Your net worth is stated as 502 million. I am interested to know so that maybe one day I might also be a rich man.
He's interested to know exactly how it came to 500. It is actually 600 and something. Then he seems to have liabilities in between and it comes to 500 million. The question is how, so that Otiende Amolo can borrow a leaf from you. Honorable Stephen Mogaka, West Mugirango, in Nyamira County.
Thank you. Thank you. Mine is an offshoot from, the first one is an offshoot from Senior Counsel Otiende Amolo. The nominee has served exclusively in public service. I want him to tell the country what is the highest remuneration he ever received from his assignment in the provincial administration, and how does that highest ever remuneration in the public service remuneration, how does it relate to the declared net worth? I have an accounting background and I'm not able to get a correlation with that. The second thing is to the nominee. The demographics of this country indicate that the young persons are the majority. Having served for the length of service the nominee has given this country, is it not time he gave way for this majority who are craving for opportunity to also serve? In other words, in his conscience, is it necessary that he takes up this position given that the demographics weigh heavily in favor of the young persons. And as an extension to that, how techno-savvy is the nominee to be able to deal with this section of the population of Kenya, which is light and fast and techno-savvy. And finally, I want to know when the nominee served in the Rift Valley, and if it was around the time we had serious issues, what was his role? And does that help in giving the IEBC we are constituting credibility, or it will erode its credibility? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Hassan, those are the questions for now. Please answer each of them precisely. Don't take too long to explain yourself. Some of them, one sentence will actually answer the entire question that was asked. Right? We give you a bit of time to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair, I want to respond to the first question. The first question relates to my CV, and it asks, what do I bring on board to IEBC? Mr. Chairman, as indicated in my CV, I have served this country, and I've served it in the breadth and width of this country. Mr. Chairman, I have served from the northern part, from Nadapal, all the way down. Nadapal is a border with South Sudan, all the way down to Trans Nzoia, to the Swam border, to the last settlement of Gituamba, down to Gotramogi in Bondo, all the way passing, having come through Kakamega and Western Kenya, where I served for 7 years as a DO and as a PC, all the way down to Kilgoris, to Gucha, down to Kilgoris, to the coast of Kenya, to Lamu at Kiunga, to all the way to border point 1 of Mandera. From there, along the border with the hills of Kiliwahiri, all the way to Turkana again. There is no place in this country I have not stepped. I bring an expansive geographical knowledge of this country that is second to none. That rich history, that rich knowledge of the geography of this country, the Siakago in Embu, Kiambu, and name anywhere in this country where I have not worked. I have literally stepped in every constituency of this country.
You've been to Marimanti?
Where?
Marimanti.
Marimanti.
You've been there?
I have been there. There's no place I have not stepped, Mr. Chairman, in this country, in my service.
Chair,
and
the nominee stepped in Nyamira because he has not served there.
Have you been to Nyamira?
Mr. Chairman,
because you didn't mention that one.
Mr. Chairman, as the PC in Nyanza, I oversaw Nyamira, and I was coordinating all the government business in Nyamira, and I have visited Nyamira n number of times. Mr. Chairman, I have a lot of attachment to that part of the region. That's where I got promoted as a PC when I was as a DC Gucha. Therefore, I bring knowledge to the commission that is second to none, Mr. Chairman. The other issue I bring to the commission, Mr. Chairman, is the knowledge in running of an election. Throughout my career, as a DO, as a DC, and as a PC, I have provided backroom support for the electoral process of this country over the years, where backroom support is requirement for security updates, requirement for logistical support, mobilizing all government resources to ensure that elections are conducted in a free and fair manner. I'll go to the next the question about the issue of provincial administration. But Mr. Chairman, I am a security practitioner and a security expert. I am sure IEBC requires somebody who has a full knowledge of the management structure of the security system of this country to be able to run an election, a comprehensive election in this country. Therefore, I bring, as a practitioner of security, I have been trained in paramilitary in this country. I have supervised elections over the years. I have supervised security officers, manage security officers at different levels of this country, and therefore I believe I bring on board a very important skill to IEBC. Thirdly, Mr. Chairman, IEBC cannot operate in isolation. It's not an island. IEBC works with other government agencies. And I bring on board a skill and network of knowledge of coordinating government businesses across the country. And therefore, I can be able to relate to the people in the field. I can relate to the people in the National Police Service. I can relate to the politics of this country. And therefore, I understand how to manage the election process by bringing this coordinative role of government networks to IEBC. Mr. Chairman, the other issue I bring on board, election is basically a conflict field. It's a conflict arena. And as a conflict arena, you have to have somebody who is well versed in conflict management. Throughout my working life as an administrator, I have managed conflict between communities. So, Chairman, I think in the years of 2007, 2008, 2006, I got posted to Rift Valley in 2006. And when I arrived there, the province was literally on fire. We had conflict between Pokots and Turkanas, Samburus and Turkanas, all the pastoral communities in the northern part of this country were at each other. Mr. Chairman, I managed to make sure that that process of conflict was reduced to the minimal. And we brought everything to a peaceful, we brought peace and sanity in the province. And therefore, as a conflict manager, I have no doubt that I will be an asset to IEBC.
Now, tie that with provincial administration. Discredited for bungling elections. We're bearing in mind, I think in 1988, you were DO, and we know exactly what you did even if we were in school then. We know exactly what happened in 1988 because it's purely provincial administration that handled those elections, and we know what the results were. So how do you marry that experience, which is negative, with what you've given us, which is very positive?
Tie that also with the 2007 situation in Rift Valley, because he was right there. Was he part of the problem or part of the solution?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, provincial administration has had a history in this country, bad or good. It is a historical process in this country. And any institution and any organization is as good as the leadership and the political system of the time. It was never working in isolation. Provincial administration was not the people running election. Provincial administration was just an arm of government. Therefore, there was an election management body that was working on. It only provided support. It depended on how the system required it to provide the support at that time. I was a very young officer in...
Chair, I want to get this clearly. I want to because you asked about the provincial administration. But you will agree there were some things that were done by the provincial administration that gave the elections that were conducted at that particular really a very bad name.
Mr. Chairman,
he has said actually that it depends on how he was told to do it.
Mr. Chairman.
So let's hear a little bit more of that.
Mr. Chairman, definitely every organization has its own excesses, and excesses can happen. I was a very young officer. I was barely 2 years old in service. I was inconsequential as far as the 1988 election is concerned. And from there we moved on to the 1992 multi-party democracy. Things changed. And therefore, there is definitely excesses. Every organization has its own dark history. It has its own advantages and disadvantages. There may have been excesses, but I was too young to make any difference at that time. And therefore, in 2007, Mr. Chairman, I was the provincial commissioner for Rift Valley. And when I arrived there, I told you there has been a lot of conflict within the region. In Molo, in Turkana, in Samburu, in all over across, in Trans Nzoia, everywhere there are conflicts. And we managed to bring the conflict down before the elections. Of course, elections happened and there was violence. Mr. Chairman, our work is very evident. during the run-up to the election is the time I was awarded the Best Public Officer of the Year. In 2007, I got the Kenya National Human Rights Commission Award as the Best Public Servant of the Year in the way we managed conflict in the province at that time. And therefore, politics being what it is, there was violence, there was an eruption. Of course, before violence erupts, political violence erupts, there are warnings. There are many things that happen. There have been incitement, there are inflammatory statements by leaders. So it happened. So our effort is well said in the reports that were released and in the statement that was made by Kofi Annan in Serena when he arrived after the tour of Rift Valley province. He said if there is one committee that has served this country at the height of the post-election violence and who require to be recognized is a committee led by the Provincial Commissioner for Rift Valley. Those statements are clear in the media. They are available, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
I was a solution. I want to say here that I was a solution. I provided the solution required to make sure that we minimized the loss of lives and property during the post-election violence. Mr. Chairman, suffice to add, after the election, after the post-election violence, I coined Operation Rudi Nyumbani. That was I coined that. Operation Rudi Nyumbani was my statement, my slogan, and returned people back to their farms. Within 90 days, we were able to return over 70% of the population back to their farms in a situation where conflict was really at its highest. Therefore, I believe, Mheshimiwa, I was a solution in the 2007-2008 post-election violence.
All right. Very bad things have been said about anybody who has tried to remind people about what happened in 2007. The nominee appears to be part of the face of 2007. And I'm still asking him what his conscience is. Does he still, whether he did well or not, does he want to be part of the reminder of the 2007 situation, or he would rather recuse himself so that people don't stretch their minds back there? Thank you.
Answer that, then I will guide you on how to answer the rest of it.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I believe I can provide a solution. Having had a first-hand experience on what happened during that time, I can be able to navigate the process and help IEBC not to repeat what has happened in 2007.
Thank you very much. By saying, asking IEBC not to repeat what took place that time, but we don't want you to navigate anything similar to what took place. In fact, it should not happen at all. Thank you. Let's move on with the answers. How many have you answered now? We all became quite interested in what was happening in 2007. Moshira, yours is answered? Mufara, yours is answered? Dawood? What is yours? All right. Next, Makali. Makali, yours is answered. What is yours? What was yours? Of suitability. Yes, yours, just move on, sir. You don't have to look for it. I will remind you because I remember the questions. Article 88(2).
Mr. Chairman,
which prohibits you on two grounds. Confirm whether you've been a member of a political party and especially of its governing authority. Number two, you have run for elections before and you disqualified.
Mr. Chairman, I want to say I've never been a member of governing body of a political party. It's true I ran for elections. And Article 88(2) speaks to the fact that you have to run for county assembly, national assembly. That's what it states. It doesn't talk about the executive governor's position or the presidency. That is my understanding and my reading, and that's on the basis of that I applied for this position.
Do you want to comment further slightly to say what is the rationale behind that reasoning? You were prohibited when you were a member of a county assembly or a member of parliament. Parliament means National Assembly and Senate. Then the rest is silent. Do you know the rationale behind it?
Mr. Chairman, I truly don't know about it.
Thank you very much. We shall not take you further than that. Makali's question is on?
The addendum, the sneaking in. Yes.
It's alleged that you were not on the first list.
Yes.
But our second list resurfaced with a few explanations and what have you.
Thank you.
You found yourself in the second list. What was your hand in that? What did you do?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I'm a Kenyan. I'm a Kenyan and I qualify to apply for this position. And I did apply for this position. And I was on the 1,800 names that were put on the newspapers of the list. And I applied. My name was on the list of the 1,800. And there it is. All I see again is there's a list that has come out and there's an addendum that's come out. Mr. Chairman, I don't want to speak on behalf of or for the panel that did its work. It did its work, and I was shortlisted and interviewed like anybody else for this position. Mr. Chairman, as far as my understanding is concerned, an addendum it happens. If you have a tender process, for example, and the tender process requires you to fulfill certain conditions. Somewhere along the way, the tender process can also be amended. Say there are new items that have been added or something, some new regulation, but it has to be put to the public. It's not like something hidden under the table. Mr. Chairman, I have absolutely no hand in my name being on the list. I find myself on the list, and it's not only me. I'm along with other Kenyans, and we were all interviewed. Chairman, I want to leave it at that.
All right. Before just for the sake of the consumers of IEBC, does he understand that his letter inclusion appears to be an afterthought? I don't know by who. That is the worry with the Kenyans seeing him coming in the manner he came into the list. What does he have to say to that? To inspire Kenyans.
Do you think your inclusion was actually an afterthought by the selection panel or by other hands, or did you have any role to play in that? You
Chairman, I had no role to play, and I believe that my inclusion is a role that the panel has found it necessary to do, and therefore I found myself on the list, and I was glad. I asked for it, I applied for this position, and therefore when I found my name and I was included, I presented myself for the interview. And I want Kenyans to believe that, Mr. Chairman.
Chair.
Right, Honorable Karemba, yours on.
I had asked a very specific question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What was the specific question?
He's coming to you.
Okay.
Yes. What did
you ask that question? But he said, you can look into that camera and say you had no role at all in creating the addendum.
Mr. Chairman, I have no role. If I have a role of making myself to be a commissioner, surely, then I need not have applied. I mean, I have no role, Mr. Chairman. Absolutely.
Right, that is answered. Karemba, that is answered. Honorable Tindamolo, what was the question?
Chair, my question has not been answered.
So, Chairman,
you wrote on Makali's question.
No, I asked about a very specific issue.
Which one?
Relationship with
yes.
Whoever.
All right. Not whoever. Not whoever.
Yeah, a point of order. Chair,
what is the point of order?
The committee is bound by the rules of the House. You cannot discuss the conduct of a member of Parliament without a substantive motion on that. And in any case, it's speculation. All of us are members of Parliament. The members of Parliament who come from his own constituency who are his relatives. They are members, he has friends everywhere. Picking on Junet is in my opinion, not acceptable unless there is a substantive motion on that to discuss.
There is going to be no discussion whatsoever on Junet at all.
Yeah.
But he's going to answer the allegations that have been brought in affidavits that he is actually Junet Mohammed's relative. That he has to answer, so that the members of public over there, when they see Commissioner Hassan Nur Hassan, yes, that is that is a cousin to Junet Mohammed. No, his brother-in-law. No, he's the other one. And we know it. All right? It's good to know. So, please answer Honorable Karemba's question. Are you related to Honorable Junet Mohammed?
Mr. Chairman, I am related to Honorable Junet Mohammed. I am his brother-in-law. Mr. Chairman, as his brother-in-law, I existed long before Junet was born. But I am Junet's brother-in-law. Completely different.
All right. I think that is answered, Karemba.
Yeah, Chair, I don't have another question.
Yes.
That is exactly what I wanted.
That's the answer that has been given to the Republic of Kenya, and it's information. There is nothing wrong with being a brother-in-law to somebody, brother, cousin, whichever. But when you are discharging your duty, if this commission approves you, we will always bear that in mind, so that if there is any appearance of bias, it's worse than bias itself. Thank you very much. Let's hear from Honorable Otiende Amolo. Remind us your question, sir. Yours was answered.
He remembers.
He remembers. All right, answer that one if you remember.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Honorable Otiende Amolo asked about about my assets, my worth rather, my net worth. Mr. Chairman, yes. I have indicated my net worth. It's both movable and immovable assets. And I will answer that along with Honorable Mogaka's question that talked about my remuneration, the highest I have received and all that. Mr. Chairman, we all work and we earn salaries and we earn whatever we earn from the offices that we work for. Mr. Chairman, life is not just about just about salaries. The world has opportunities. Mr. Chairman, my assets are funded by banks. The liabilities I've indicated on that paper is just part of the process of what I have been paying over a period of years. And therefore my assets can be accounted for. They are houses. I have houses and 1 or 2 vehicles, cars, small cars. And therefore it is an accumulation of nearly 40 years of struggle of life, Mr. Chairman. I want it to be understood in that manner. It has nothing to do with integrity issues as far as I'm concerned. And therefore, that is my answer to that question.
In other words, you're telling Honorable Otiende Amolo to clock 40 years of service, reach that age bracket, then look back, compare himself with Hassan Nur Hassan, and then he'll be able to get the answer. Mogaka's is answered.
No, it isn't.
Let's hear Mogaka's. Which one is not answered, Mogaka? Hold on shortly.
I asked 3 questions. One was an offshoot from Honorable Otiende Amolo, and it has not been answered. What was the highest remuneration the nominee ever drew?
SES.
How does that relate with the declared net worth?
Yes, although declared net worth has been answered in terms of the source. But let's hear about the highest net worth.
Chairman, the highest remuneration is CAS. It's within the range of 700,000 shillings.
Right, 700,000. That's the time that we
There were 2 other questions about.
Yes, what are the other 2 questions?
The demographics. Is he not too old to serve? Because answer says there was a time he was too young to make a difference. Is he now not too old?
Yes, are you too old to make a difference? That's the next arm of the whatever.
Mr. Chairman, I believe, given my wealth of experience, I am of right age to help the IEBC.
Thank you very much. That's a conviction.
Mr. Chairman, I also want to add that the composition of the current selection of the commissioners who have been nominated has a very young person amongst them to guide us as and when we go off track as far as age issues are concerned. But I believe I am of right age.
Right.
to help.
When they go off track, they will come to you, they will look upon you, and you shall be able to bring them back to track.
Isn't cheating that you already have a chair?
No.
Person.
He's just said if we do it. Circumstances, what you are dealing with today. Honorable Mogaka, the third one was what?
Third one was what was his role in the disturbances in Rift Valley?
I think that is answered. That one is answered.
So,
Honorable Farah, without making a long statement or defense, can you kindly do your point of order?
I just want to bring to the attention of my own colleagues here. I bought a plot in Slee in 1994 for 1 million shillings. I'm having an offer of 150 million shillings now for that. So sometimes when you look at the amount that's what somebody has now and the net value many years back, the difference is formidable. It's too big. So sometimes, even as a civil servant, if you made proper investments and wise investments, in today's market, it translates into something that many people would think.
All right, we've had the Honorable Farah. Yes, Honorable Farah, that's good enough.
Farah,
Senior Counsel.
I asked the question and I was satisfied.
Why is Honorable Farah answering?
I'm just trying to tell Akina Mogaka to invest now wisely.
I'm wondering why Honorable Farah is explaining especially that he bought a plot in Isli.
Right, Honorable Farah, that is enough.
Chair, at least the plot is in Isli and not in Nyamira, because it would not be 500 million.
Now,
Save now. If you want.
let's hear from Nur.
Chair, before you call him to respond, I have a letter here from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. It says the Commission investigated allocations of procurement regards the National Youth Service, where Nur Hassan, and others were charged in court. Is that true? And if so, what were the results of those the charges?
Read the whole letter.
Yes.
All right, yes.
I just want to get it from him.
No, let's hear from him. Don't answer for him, please. Let him answer. In investigations of the NYS haste.
Chairman, it's true investigations were done. People were taken to court. I was amongst them. And we were acquitted for lack of evidence.
Thank you. That answers the first question of whether you have been convicted of any criminal offense in your lifetime. What is your answer?
Not really. I was not convicted, Mr. Chairman. I was not convicted.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Farah is out of order. He's only
Point of order, Chair. There is a person, I think it is Honorable Farah, who is answering questions for the nominee.
The Farah is out of order. Is he the one making you? Honorable Dawood, please don't incite other members against Honorable Farah, because that induces him to answer questions for the person who is being vetted, and that is not very fair. So, Honorable Dawood, don't make Honorable Farah answer questions.
And Chair, on the same note, on the same note, I would like to know when he was acquitted. When were you acquitted?
When were you acquitted of the charges?
2018.
In 2018. Right.
When was he charged? Because we need to relate those time. When was the plea taken and when was the acquittal?
I think, to be frank and honest, if there was an acquittal, then I don't think the rest of it is relevant. Yeah. If there was an acquittal, all those are it's nullification of what had taken place. So without delving into that, he confirms he's not been convicted of any criminal offense in the past. Have you been cited as having breached Chapter 6 of the Constitution on integrity and ethics at any one time?
No.
He answers no. Conflict of interest. You are going to IEBC, and there may be people in there who are your relatives or you have interest, you've done business with IEBC before. Do you have any conflict of interest with IEBC?
None. No relatives, no business.
What would happen if a conflict arises in future?
Of Of course, I will declare, but I will not have anything to do with IEBC and its matters.
You will declare the conflict because that's what you're required to do.
Declare the conflict.
Right. Do you do any pro bono works? Pro bono means free to help the community in various ways. And where do you do that?
Mr. Chairman, we are involved in too many community activities of charity. Orphanages, helping the sick. We do that. It's all over. In Nairobi, in Bak.
Where do you do that? In which parts of the Republic?
In Mandera County.
Mandera County.
Yeah.
All right.
Is it we or you?
It is you, and maybe you could do with many other people. But you say I do with other people so that we know whom we are vetting. So as we conclude this, what is your plea to this committee, or what are your last words to this committee?
Mr. Chairman, my last word to the committee is to thank them sincerely for bravely putting questions that to me. Mr. Chairman, I believe that I bring on board what is required to navigate the electoral process of this country in the most peaceful manner. Having served and worked through whatever we have gone through the elections of this country, I think I can be able to provide the required support. Mr. Chairman, I want the committee to have faith in me, to have faith in my resolve. I can be able to stand firmly and say no when no is the answer. I will not be persuaded by anything against the law, and I promise that I will be able to do the best, to the best of my knowledge, and make sure that I put the country first in all my endeavor to run the electoral process if given the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noor. That concludes our discussion. We won't give you our decision now, and in fact, our decision is purely intermittent in between because we have to take it to the House. You'll be hearing from the House of Parliament, the National Assembly, as regards the decision with everything you've given to us. We will consider and we'll make a recommendation. Then the House will make a decision. Otherwise, thank you so much for the engagement this afternoon. You are discharged. Please return to him his original documents. And Sanjay Tetams, you may usher him out. And if there is coffee, offer him a cup.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
He does something wrong, and once he's caught, he says down.
You may take your seat kindly. Where is his name? Where is his name? All right. In front of us is Mr. Francis Othiambo Aduol, famously known as Professor. And for that, we have to call you Professor to acknowledge your great academic achievement over the many years. Welcome. This is the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. These are the members you see seated here, over here, doing the vetting, which is a very important exercise, especially as it relates to IEBC. So we will have you for maximum of an hour or so that we know whether really the way you were appointed is due in law and the Constitution, and whether yourself you're suitable to sit as a commissioner in IEBC. So since we have prayed, and we prayed for you when you are not here, we will introduce ourselves. After introduction, we'll come back to you where we'll give you an oath. After giving you an oath, you're going to sign the oath and give us the original documents, after which we'll give you 10 minutes to take us through your very, very long journey in life. Right from the beginning in some place in Nyanza, you tell us where it was and when, all the way up to today, when you're in the Technical University of Kenya. And then after that, we'll ask you a few questions to confirm your suitability and your process of appointment. So my name is George Gitonga Mrugara, Member of Parliament for Tharaka constituency, that's in Tharaka Nithi County. I chair the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee.
Well, thank you, Chair. My name is Mwengi Mutuse, Member of Parliament for Kibwezi West, Vice Chair. And for the record, I interacted a lot of times with Professor Adwal when I was a student at the University of Nairobi, a student leader, and he was a principal of the College of Architecture and Engineering. But be that as it may be, I am not conflicted.
Right.
My name is Zulekha Harun, nominated member and a member of this committee.
I am Michael Mushera, MP Orojororok, member of this committee.
I am Farah Malim. I must declare here I've known Professor Duol for many years when he was at the Technical University of Kenya and supported me a lot in getting so many students from my region to go and do serious courses in there, including surveying. Farah Malim, MP for the DAP. Yeah.
Are you conflicted?
I'm not conflicted. I'm not conflicted by stating the facts. If somebody is good, then you're not conflicted.
Adam Daud, Wajir East.
John Makali, Member of Parliament for Kandoi constituency, Bungoma County.
My name is Mushangi Karemba, Member of Parliament for Runyenjes constituency and a member of this committee.
Otiende Molo, Member for Ariada. And let me disclose that I know that Professor Duol is from my neighboring constituency of Same. And we interacted with him a lot when we were writing the Constitution on the question of boundaries and delimitation and counties. Thank you.
Conflict? Conflict?
I am not conflicted.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Stephen Mogaka, elected by West Mugirango constituency in Nyamira County. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Peter Chamweno. I'm Director of Departmental Committees, and with me are members of staff from the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seme is the place of Dr. Nyikal, Chairman have. That's Professor Dual. Shows how it produces professors and doctors. Thank you. Sajid Tams, please give him the oath.
Put on. Use the Bible. Do I hold on the right hand?
Right hand.
Good. I, Francis Odhiambo Aduol, do swear that the information I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Right, Professor. Now we give you just about 10 minutes. Can you walk us through the journey of your life, right from some place in Seme to this great city of Nairobi, and today to this seat? They must be extremely interesting, and one which I think our young people should be listening to as to what a human being can achieve. Start, Professor.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I would like to express my special appreciation to our President, His Excellency Dr. Ruto, for finding it fit to nominate me to come and appear before yourselves with the hope that I can be eventually appointed to be a commissioner in IEBC. Chairman, I also would like to thank you for even convening this committee to come and listen to me on this special day of Saturday. And perhaps more important for me also is that I find that I'm among some of the people who I know well and seem to know me well. Each one of them declared that they didn't have conflict of interest. Perhaps I should also do so, but now that I'm sitting on this side, maybe I'm not expected to do so. Chair, I understand you come from Tharaka Nithi. The only interest I might declare is that I've had a chance to be in a place called Marimanti. Now, that is
that's my constituency, Marimanti.
Yes, I've been there, but that's another story. Thank you. My name is Francis Aduo. I am a Kenyan by birth and ancestry. My ancestral home is in Seme sub-county or Seme constituency of Kisumu County. You asked me to start my story basically from the village. And so the village is in Seme. I come from a small place called Alungo, right on the shores of Lake Victoria in Seme sub-county. I went to schools, local schools in Seme, primary school, and partly to a primary school in Kisumu municipality. I took my secondary school education at Kisumu Boys High School and my high school at Maseno School. After Maseno School, I joined the University of Nairobi to study for a Bachelor of Science in Engineering degree with specialization in the area of surveying and photogrammetry. On my graduation, I took up a job with the Government Survey Department as a land surveyor, and on which I stayed for about 13 months. And then I was invited back to the University of Nairobi to take up a position as tutorial fellow, which position put me in a situation where I was a junior lecturer and also a postgraduate student at the same time. On completion of my master's degree, I was shortly afterwards promoted to the position of lecturer. And subsequently, I won a scholarship to proceed for my PhD studies in the Federal Republic of Germany at the University of Stuttgart, where I completed my PhD in 1988 and graduated with a Doctor of Engineering degree in the field of geodesy. Geodesy is the mathematical study of the size and shape of the Earth. It is an important area in the broad field of surveying. So I'm an expert on how large the Earth is or how small it is, how it looks like, and those kind of things. On my completion of the PhD, I returned to Kenya and continued with my work at the University of Nairobi. Shortly after that, I was promoted to the position of senior lecturer. And in 1994, I became an associate professor in surveying at the university. In 2001, I became full professor and gave my inaugural lecture in 2002. 6. Going back a little on the professional side, I'm a fully registered surveyor in this country. And within the University of Nairobi, I was involved in a lot of things to do with university administration. I was head of department in 1991 to 1995. 95 to 1999, I was dean of the Faculty of Engineering. And from 99 to 2000, College of Architecture and Engineering. In 2008, I was appointed to become the inaugural principal of what was then the Kenya Polytechnic University College. And when the University College was promoted or elevated to university status in 2013, I also became the inaugural Vice Chancellor. I did my 2 terms of 5 years, and completed my 12 duty successfully in 2023 May. And thereafter, I took up a position as professor in the Technical University of Kenya. This was a position on contract now, and my contract just expired about how many days ago? I think 16 days ago. I did my last day at the Technical University of Kenya on 15th May. And so roughly, that has been my journey. Now, as a university administrator, I have been involved in a lot of work in this country at committee level, and you will see from my CV, I think I've been involved in almost 40 committees, probably 20 of them I have been chairman, most of them to do with the development of higher education in this country. I will just cite a few, about 4 things or 5 things that I've been involved in, and then probably we can continue from there. At the University of Nairobi, I was the first person to I chaired the first strategic plan of the University of Nairobi. I also became chair of a committee that reviewed the structure of the University of Nairobi. I think this was around 2006, 2007. Before that, I chaired a major committee of the university that worked out the costs of academic programs in the university. This is what became known in this country as differentiated unit cost. And before that, I chaired another committee which was tasked with the responsibility of determining how many lecturers the university needed to have. And a lot of this was original work, which meant that I had to think through and come up with formulas that could work. And later on, I think in 1998, I was a member of a very important committee which worked out the methodology of that those days Joint Admissions Board, the methodology for admitting students in the university, what eventually became known as the weighted cluster method. This is the method that is still used now by KUCCPS to admit our students in the university. We revised it in 2012. At that time, I was now the chair of the committee, and a lot of this was original work, so I developed a formula which allows us to do this. I have served on international committees in the International Association of Geodesy. At one stage, I was a member of the subcommittee dealing with statistics and computations. I consider myself to have specialized expertise in that area, and I was made a member of this subcommittee. I have served as a member of the Association of Commonwealth Universities, which is the Commonwealth universities in the world, created in 2013, responsible for 500 universities in the world. The membership is usually about 25 people, and I consider that this was big prestige that I should have been nominated to serve on this committee.
So, Chairman, I think this gives a rough view of what I am. I've left out something which is to do with why I have applied to be a member of IEBC Commission. So I don't know whether I can tackle that right now, or I leave it to you to prompt me. Thank you.
We will prompt you, because all of us are looking at exactly the professor. So, Professor, take a piece of paper and a pen. We will ask our question in succession quickly, and when your time comes, I'll guide you to give concise answers so that we do not take a lot of time on this. And just to start us off, Professor, there is no doubt whatsoever in your academic field, in survey engineering, you are an expert par excellence. I don't think anybody would doubt this, although we do not have the experience in those fields. But suddenly, and later in life, you now have to become an expert in election matters. Start with telling us, what expertise are you taking to IEBC, so that when Kenyans look at the IEBC Commission itself, they see Professor Francis Aduol. They know for sure IEBC is going to deliver elections that are fair, free, credible, and verifiable. What gives you that metal which you can give to us regarding your expertise in election matters, and especially in view of the fact that you've been a scientist who knows the size of the earth, how big it is or how small it is? Thank you. Honorable Mutuse.
Thank you, Chairman. I would allow the professor to finish taking his sip, so then he can be able to write. Talk to us about the delimitation of boundaries. You know, there has been debate in this country, and I know you are also familiar with the provisions of Article 89 of the Constitution. There has been debate about where to put in more weight: population, geography, historical community interests. In your own expertise, and now as a nominee to become a commissioner at IEBC, what is your view regarding the limitation of boundaries in view of those parameters? And Kenya is, because you have said you are an expert of the earth, and Kenya is part of the earth. Kenya, and you know sizes and you know these things. Kenya is presently electoral-wise divided, 290 constituencies, 1,450 electoral wards, 47 counties. Are we overrepresented? Thank you.
Thank you very much. From there we go to Honorable Mogaka, West Mugirango.
Thank you so much. As an offshoot from the Vice Chair's question, Professor, and thanks for applying. What expertise are you able to bring to the Commission if you were appointed to help us circumvent or expeditiously achieve the boundary delimitation that was contemplated, were it not for the lack of IEBC? The second question is about your tour of duty at the university. There have been allegations, true or false, that at the university marks are traded for cash or other considerations, including sex. How true are these allegations during your tour of duty? And can you allay the Kenyans' fears that votes are not going to be traded for whatever? And finally, I noted in your opening remarks you had a lot of gratitude to His Excellency the President for nominating you to this, to come for this interview, and thanks for also showering gratitude to our chair. But then, to the Kenyans watching, is there a chance that that gratitude to the nominating office might be extended to favor if you were in that commission? In other words, my neighbor at Continental House, the prospective presidential candidate last year, can he rest assured that you will not be of favor to His Excellency Dr. William Ruto at his expense? And that is with a lot of respect to every other aspiring candidate, including Emeritus CJ David Maraga. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tiendamolo.
I thought Honorable Farah was going to object to mention of Honorable Salasia's name. Why would a professor of geospatial science and engineering want to be a commissioner at IEBC? Thank you.
Honorable Kalemba.
Now, Chair, IEBC is an entity associated with huge pending bills, and mostly after elections. I would like to ask the professor, what is his relationship with pending bills, and especially while at the Technical University of Kenya?
All right, Honorable Makalim. John.
First is to allow the professor a 45-page CV. I think I'm impressed. But Professor, I think you are involved in largely in the Independent Boundaries Review Commission that was chaired by the late Ligale in the limitation of boundaries. And I have seen from the folders you actually played a critical role in the delimitation of boundaries at the first time. After that report created hue and cry. There was a series of litigation that went to courts over that report. In fact, some people still cry up to now because of that report. We are yet to do another delimitation of boundaries. What are the lessons learned from that from the work which you did, which if given a chance now by going to the commission, you will do differently and not do it the same way you did the other time, that will not generate a lot of litigation that was generated at that time by that report? What is the lessons learned from that report?
Thank you. Honorable Dawood of Wajir East.
Chair, my questions has been asked by my colleague from Nyamira.
Thank you very much. Honorable Farah from Dadaab, Garissa.
Professor, I see the CV and I see how much your services are required in the delimitation of boundaries in the future, because that expertise is one thing that I believe is in very short supply in this country. And but there are many of us who believe that the delimitation cannot be done before the next census, because the census of 2019 was doctored, and the courts have pronounced themselves to that. So unless there's going to be a credible census, which I believe will be done in 2029, we cannot do any further delimitation. But having said that, I just want to say that you have a sterling history, and we're looking forward to you doing an equally sterling job on the issue of delimitation, because you are an expert in that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Michael Musira, Ujororok.
Chairman, my question was on delimitation and has been asked.
Thank you.
Ameisha.
Chairman.
I put of mine. Okay.
My question was on delimitation of boundaries and has been asked.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zaleha.
Thank you, Chairman. My question was also on delimation, but I will also add one more on issues of technology. I believe many of the challenges we have with the electoral process in this country is about the systems and how we vote. There are many countries that have more population than us, and elections are always smoother and better. What do you think we can do better in the next general election so that we avoid the challenges of election malpractices and a lot of delays and many resources? I was thinking, if we've trusted our information with banks and everyone else, why not with the IEBC? Why can't we just have a mobile phone or a simple, number to dial, and then you can vote from the comfort of your bed? Thank you.
Right. Professor. Now, some of the questions are intertwined, so you're able to marry question number one with many of them so that your expertise comes out straight away without repetition. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will try to go in the order the questions came, and where I find that there is a repetition, probably I'll jump over it. Chair, I'm bringing to IEBC expertise, dedicated expertise in two dimensions. At a very basic level, I'm bringing in expertise in boundary delimitation because it fits in very well with my area of specialization as an expert in surveying and geospatial sciences. And that this is something I've done before. As has been alluded to here, I was very much involved in the work that brought forth the 290 constituencies that we have today. And I believe that I'm in a position to add great value in that respect. And given that one of the biggest challenges we are facing just now is how to carry out boundary delimitation as we approach the next elections. Secondly, in a much broader sense, my field of surveying and geospatial sciences is powerful, carries within it powerful tools today that are being used in modern elections everywhere in the world. And I've mentioned elsewhere, the technology of digital cartography. You cannot carry out any elections without maps. That has been there before. The difference is that today it is digital so that you can be able to see your maps on the screen as elections are going on. This falls within my area of expertise. The technology of remote sensing. Remote sensing today gives us maps which are produced directly from images taken by satellites in space. Most of us here will be familiar with Google Maps. The Google Map, in one of them, it shows you images the way you would see them directly. Those are remote sensing images. But they are not, remote sensing does not give us those images in that direct form. There is a lot of processing that must happen for it to be in that form. So we just take it that remote sensing helps us to produce those kind of images and those kind of maps. GIS. GIS is a powerful tool, and IEBC has a relatively strong department that deals with GIS. GIS helps us to create attributes for a given location or a given locality. You take any constituency, in GIS database, you will put in all the details of that constituency. And at the click of a button, it will give you all those details. How many MPs have been here? How many elections have been conducted here? How many votes were cast last time? Whatever it is you want to put in, GIS will do it. That is part of my field. And then GPS, which is Global Positioning System. It is strictly not just Global Positioning System. We call it satellite, Global Navigation Satellite System. At the beginning, it was GPS, because the Americans were the first ones to produce a global navigation satellite system, which was named GPS. But today, there are others from other countries, Europe, China, India, Japan, have their systems. And their systems have different names. This is a technology that allows you to find your location anywhere on the surface of the earth to an accuracy without a lot of effort of plus minus 1 meter. If you have in this room a GPS-enabled telephone, if you move from here to that corner, you will see that the coordinates will change. This is a powerful tool that can be used in elections. I don't want to go into the details here because it will take a lot of time. So those are dedicated expertise that I claim that I can bring to IEBC. But at a more general level, I have been in public administration for a long time. I have been in boardrooms, and so my experience in boardrooms and in public administration will be very useful in IEBC. Honorable Mutuse, you asked about the limitation of boundaries and where to put more weight. Actually, my involvement with IEBC was purely because of this question. This is a question that was being raised by ECK already in 2004. And I was involved with ECK in 2004 when they were raising this question. That is how my involvement with boundary delimitation started. That they brought a commissioner to myself at the university, as believing I was an expert in this area, to ask, how can we do this? And I had never thought about this as a problem because it is not a specific problem in my field. There are so many other problems. So I sat down and came up with a formula which combines in a very analytical manner population and area. I remember when I made this presentation later on to parliamentary committee, those days we were doing the 290 constituencies and the constitution, I was even challenged to include poverty levels. There was a member of parliament from, I think, from northern Kenya who was interested in this. And I made a presentation subsequently with inclusion of poverty levels. Now, whatever we do, we cannot do boundary delimitation purely on population. That can't work for us as Kenya. And I always give this example. If you do pure population, Nairobi with its 4.7 million people today, or about 5 million, you will end up with about 30, 40 constituencies. Is that what we want for Nairobi? And at the same time, Northeastern might end up with 3 constituencies. Is that what we want? If you flip it onto the other side and you say we are going to do area, Nairobi cannot be a constituency if you do area alone. And Northeastern might end up with 50 constituencies. Is that what we want? No. So you have to come up with a compromise and have a formula which does this, Honorable. Kenya has 290 constituencies and 1450 wards. Are we overrepresented? This is a relative question. It depends on what we want to achieve. If you ask me today, and I was doing this thing, I will tell you as follows. We can have less than 290. We can stay with 290, which I think is a very bad option, to stay with 290. Or we can go to more than 290. I'll tell you why 290 will be a problem if we stay with it. The current distribution of constituencies in Kenya is based on the first attempt that created the 290 constituencies. When this work was done, it was known that it was never going to be the final piece of work. It was not complete. We were working within a constraint of time, and it was important to deliver results. There was a lot of argument about what was going on. So people agreed that we should do 290 constituencies. And the 290 constituencies was based on a simple arithmetic. 40 million Kenyans divided by 28.8 million Kenyans, which is what we had when we did 210 constituencies, multiplied by 210, you get 291. And then the MP said, hurrah, we shall have 290 constituency. This was based on a presentation I made in Naivasha to the Committee of Parliament. But the problem came in on how you now distributed this 290. The major constraint was here. There were certain constituencies that were already too small, and they needed to be retained. When you retain those small constituencies, the converse is that there are certain constituencies that should have been smaller, which now ended up being very big. I have given this example before. Which is the smallest constituency in Kenya? Lamu East, 18,000 people. This is according to the 290 when it was done in 2012, not today. So I'm quoting the 2012 figures because that is what we have as complete. Which is the biggest constituency in Kenya in terms of population? Mandera South, at 247,000 people. So you see this variation from 18,000 in Lamu East to 247. If you are fair to yourself, Mandera South should be divided into two, and Lamu East should not exist, and yet we had to retain that. So today...
Chair, excuse me, Chair. Are you talking of 260-something thousand people or voters?
People. Human beings.
Say 247,000 people for
in 2012
for Mandera South, with respect to the 290 constituencies at 2012, based on the 2009 census.
Because I know for a fact, Kandu is larger than that.
Did it have over 247?
Honorable Chairman, I am talking about based on 2009. Today, the demographics have changed based on 2019. And I know how Kandui looks like. I know. And if we had time to discuss this a little later, I can tell you what. So, the situation therefore is, if you are going to sort out this problem, you may have to have more constituencies. Otherwise, you will have to kill others. And I don't know which member of parliament is going to sit in parliament, allow their constituency to be killed, and then go to the constituents and tell them that what I have brought you back for the 5 years you put me in is no constituency. So that's a problem. So I have answered your question without answering it directly.
You have answered most of the questions actually now. Let's move on kindly.
What expertise to achieve the limitation I have said.
Answered.
And somebody said tour of duty, somebody talked about sex for marks, and whether we can be able to, or we might be able to translate this to IEBC. This is a two-part question, Honorable.
What's that one?
Sex for marks. I left university system, and I can claim this as a veteran administrator. I think I've seen a lot in the university system. And I can confirm that during my tenure, there are cases we dealt with where students were given marks for reasons that were not academic, and we dealt with them. Let me put it that way. Whether you can translate that to IEBC, in other words, because you are talking in a rhetoric manner, I will say this, from my perspective. Why should I do that? I've not been able to do it when I was in the university, where I've spent so many years. So why should I go to IEBC at this time in my life and age to try to do this? So what I'm trying to tell you is, if I were in the IEBC board, That kind of thing will not happen in my presence, and I will not support it. And you said I have extended gratitude to the president, so will I favor him? I would like to say this. A commissioner in IBC is being hired to go and do professional work. You're expected to behave professionally. You're expected to behave with integrity. And incidentally, there is a code of ethics that you must sign as you start work. This, and I think there are two of them. There is public officers, and there is a special code of ethics as provided for in the IEBC Act. Once you sign that, and you have done that, and you have lifted the Bible like I did. I am a Christian, and I believe that the Bible, as a power, by the way, I've just lifted the Bible here because this is Parliament, but as a Christian, I'm not expected to swear by the Bible, strictly speaking, because you're already a Christian, and it is taken for granted. Now, how do you lift the Bible, sign a code of conduct, and then you start doing things like this? What's wrong with you? So, I won't do it. I won't do it. So, I'm extending gratitude to my president. President Ruto is my president, and as long as he's the president, I think I'm obliged to extend gratitude to him. I mean, he had the powers to decide that Francis Adul will not appear here today. He had the powers for whatever reason. Thank you. Now, Honorable Tiende Molo, why would a professor...
My question is already answered.
Already answered. Thank you, sir. Honorable Kalemba, IEBC, what is the relationship with pending bills? I thought, Honorable Kalemba, am I right, Honorable Kalemba? Karemba. With an R. Thank you, sir. I don't know how, what it means. I don't know whether you are talking about pending bills at IBC or pending bills from where they are coming from.
I'm trying to inquire how good were you at managing pending bills at the university?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Chair, the pending bills has been a phenomenon in the university system for a very long time. Already in the mid-90s, when we were at the University of Nairobi, we had pending bills, and many people may not know. The reason Module 2 was ever introduced, and I was involved in it, I am one of the people, 7 people selected by the university in 1997 to write a document that eventually created Module 2, and that document is where we are using for the first time the word Module 2 and the word parallel program. Why they were introduced in the University of Nairobi, then Francis Gichaga was the Vice Chancellor, was because the university was having pending bills. Many people don't know, by mid-90s, University of Nairobi was already having huge pending bills. This has been a phenomenon in the university system. And universities have tried to deal with it in the kind of ways that, like Module 2. But in my tenure, therefore, at the Technical University of Kenya, we had pending bills, and I left pending bills at the university. It has got to do with the way the government funds universities. And honorable members, as long as we don't have a proper funding formula for universities, the universities are going to have pending bills. If you would look in the records in this house, you will find several times when we as vice chancellors, and around 2016 to 2019, I was the chairman of the vice chancellors committee, and I headed vice chancellors to come to parliament just to talk about the fact that universities are not properly funded and we're accumulating pending bills. I have been in this very chamber talking about this issue. So I left pending bills, yes, but it has got to do with the fact that we don't have a proper funding formula for universities.
Just before you proceed from there, there are mamas in the streets that you are the one behind the new funding, university funding model formula. Is it true?
Thank you, sir. Actually, those should not be murmurs. Those should be compliment. Because I am the person behind the differentiated unit cost. I have a thick document here I came with today where we did this work for the first time in 2005. This document is dated 2004, presented to the University of Nairobi, and it is titled Unit Cost for Tuition and Student Welfare Services, Chairman Francis Aduo. This is the beginning of differentiated unit cost. And what we were trying to do was to look for a rational way of funding universities. Sadly, it took a very long time for the Ministry of Education to embrace this. And here I must give compliment to Honorable Matiang'i. When he was chairman, when he was the Minister for Education, Cabinet Secretary for Education, he is the one who had the courage to implement the differentiated unit cost, in spite of the fact that we had put it in the law in 2012. I was also a member of the committee that did the Universities Act in 2012, and we put DUC in there. So it is not like, why should people murmur about it? Because murmuring is like, it is something negative. It was a good thing. The only thing is, we have failed as Kenyans to implement this properly. Thank you.
The next question.
Let the professor come back to IEBC.
Let's go. Yes, the question was exactly like that. So he had to answer, he had also to speak to Kenyans on what we have had disputes with regarding the funding model. Having said so, the next question is by who? Makali, which was the next question?
I still have a number of questions. They don't have to repeat them. I can respond directly because
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The next question was by, you were involved with IEBC, Legal Commission, etc. So many people went to court. I think I've alluded to that. One of the reasons many people went to court are people who expected their constituencies to be divided. And it was not possible to do so because the number was capped at 290. You have about 30 constituencies which are too small to make a constituency, and you cannot kill them, so you have to make others too large. It is not like the people who did this work didn't know that there was a problem. Today, if we are doing this work, these are some of the things we need to rectify. Next, Honorable Farah, that the delimitation cannot be done before 2029. This is something I've thought through. Chairman, there are, with the delimitation of boundaries, there are three important issues that we must address if we are going to do it. First, the time for doing this expired in March 2024. Parliament will have to open that up to make it possible. And that takes us to the Constitution. Point number one. I'm rushing over this. Point number two, let us say we started it today. We started it today. My estimation is this work at best should take 12 months. And yet we are required to complete the limitation with 12 months to go. So if we started today, and 12 months to go is end of July. So if we started today and everything was okay, we can manage. But will we be able to manage? That is problem number two. Problem number three, which I think is more difficult to handle. The court in January pronounced itself on census results for 3 counties of Mandera, Wajir, and Garissa, and put them aside. Honorable members, as we sit now, Kenya has no total population that you can talk about because there are 3 counties whose populations are not there. So how do you get a total population? The 47.56 that we have is based on 2019, but part of it has been taken away. That is a problem. Now, if you are going to do boundary delimitation, the first thing you must have is the total population of Kenya. the judge directed that this work should be done within 12 months. Let us say it is done tomorrow. We still have a problem because we will still not be able to determine the total population of Kenya. Why? Because the rest of Kenya is 24th, 25th August 2019. And then you have 3 counties with population of 2025. How do you add them up? You can't add them up to give the population of Kenya. But I'm convinced there are 50 million of us in this country. If push comes to shove, we can be able still to think through this. So, Honorable Chair, Honorable Farah, I'm convinced that we can still think through this. Now, you suggest that we can only do the delimitation probably by 2029. We'll run another risk, and Parliament will have to address itself to this. Supposing we don't do boundary delimitation and we are going for elections in 2027, some good Kenyan will go to court and declare that elections can't happen because the constituencies are invalid. They expired 12 years ago. Or, if they want to make life difficult for us, they wait for elections to happen, and then they go to court to challenge that the elections are invalid. So we have a lot of problems here that we have created for ourselves. But, as I said, there are 50 million of us in this country. We can think and find a solution to this. So, Honorable Chair, Honorable Farah, I know I've not answered you directly. The reason is I am trying to leave this open so that we can have more extensive discussions on the way forward on these very difficult questions. In the discipline of economics, they say that sometimes you have what is called a wicked problem. This probably is a wicked problem. A wicked problem is a problem for which you cannot find a clean solution. Honorable Selena, issues of technology. I think this was the last one, Chair. Issues of technology, I have alluded to. In my field, I've pointed out areas of technology. And those areas that I mentioned are applied everywhere today in making elections work well. Now, if you combine today, to do modern elections, you need geospatial sciences, you need ICT, and we have ICT people. The challenge there are very many people telling us that we can use the telephone to vote. I am sure eventually we will get there, but not for 2027. I think we are still stuck in a situation where people are used to the idea that you want to be able to verify that these are the so many votes that were cast and you can put your fingers on it. But we will progress onto this slowly. What I can say is, if I went to IEBC today, I would like to look at what can we do quickly in terms of application of technology that we can achieve by 2027. And we give ourselves a target at IEBC that every round of elections, we apply one piece of technology so that you don't have to apply a lot of technology at the same time, which is going to fail, and then you get embarrassed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think that answers it precisely. Mushira, I think yours is answered. What follow-up question?
Professor, I get you. You said that it might be wise for us to increase the constituencies. I've just been looking at this. The size of the biggest, or one of the biggest democracies in the world, the United States of America, second biggest, I think, after India, is 10 million square kilometers, 9.8 something million square kilometers. There are only 435 members of parliament, of the House, like a National Assembly. There are only 435 constituencies, and then 100 senators up there. We have a country expanse of 544,000 square kilometers. And we already have 290 constituencies for 47 women reps. I can't remember, it's 369. Is it just in the lower house? So 349. 49.
And 67.
And we're only 50 million in population. We're only 544,000 in terms of square kilometers. And if we why do we have to get more constituencies? If you make a comparison with India, the biggest democracy, population, land expanse, and vis-a-vis Kenya, it's crazy. We should have even less than 200 seats constituencies in Kenya. So is it not time for us to rationalize this instead of just going on this wild goose chase of trying to appease everybody by adding some more constituencies? It's not working.
Thank you, Honorable Farah. I think he was able to answer that by saying which member of parliament will walk into parliament as an elected member, and within the period of 5 years he walks back to say, I'm sorry, even the seat I had is now scrapped. So we have a problem in our hands, and let's not give Professor that one. I think it's really the members of parliament to ponder over it. Professor, let's look at a few routine questions. Sorry, I cannot find them. They're here. Professor, I don't expect any of this, especially to say Professor has been convicted of an offense in the past. Professor, can that be possible?
Sometimes it can be possible, but I have not been. I have not been, sir.
Professor, your reputation and what you have done in this country is well known, and thank you for that. Professor, Chapter 6. Have you been cited, especially as an administrator of the university, having contravened Chapter 6 of the Constitution on ethics and integrity?
No.
In any way?
No.
No. Potential conflict of interest with IEBC. Have you done any work with IEBC before? And if so, is it likely to impair the way you do things in terms of interest?
I've not worked with IEBC before, but if I become a commissioner and I'm confronted with a situation of conflict of interest, obviously the best thing to do is to declare interest.
Good. And you declare interest? Mm-hmm. And if it requires recusal, then you recuse yourself. Pro bono, charity work, donations to charity. Have you done any pro bono works, charity works, or made donations of importance to anybody in this country? Or any political party or any politician?
Political parties, no, but politician. But I have been involved in quite a number of Harambes for schools, for church, for health centers. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, thank you. That's part of our lives. Finally, Professor, what would you want this committee to do? What would be your last words to this committee?
Well, I came here with the hope that the committee will find me worthy to be a commissioner in IEBC. So what I would like this committee to do for me is to declare that I'm fit to be a commissioner in IEBC.
Thank you very much. There would be, Honorable Tiende Amolo may be interested in this, but now I don't know whether in the converse or whichever way, with a why. Just first and foremost, what is your net worth? After declaration, we'll have Otiende Amolo make a comment regarding that. Thank you. What is your net worth and what does it consist of?
Thank you, sir. For the purpose of coming here, I got the services of a professional valuer. And he has told me that my net worth is 81.2 million Kenya shillings. And honestly, I was quite flattered because I didn't know I was so wealthy. Thank you.
Honorable Tiende Amolo, for completeness of the record, how many years of public service? I think it is of interest to note that of that 81.2 million, your books alone are worth 5 million.
Thank you, sir. I have had a very long public service, I think very soon it might hit 50 years. But I know you are asking, why should I have been in public service for so long and I don't have so much money? I lived on my salary. And as a university professor, I was not paid a lot of money. And I have spent a chunk of my money. As a good professor of the university, one of the things I say to myself, Honorable Chair, is that my children will get the best education I can afford. And a big chunk of my money was spent ensuring that my children got the best education they could afford. They went to some of the best schools in this country, and they went to some of the best universities in the world, including Cambridge, and I paid for it from my pocket. Point number 2, that 81.2 million, the valuer says is part of it is land and some buildings. I have 3 cars, which he has valued. One of them is a total wreck anyway, but we had to put it in there because it is worth something. And he has included household items. And my books are worth 5 million shillings. Thank you.
Honorable Stephen Mogaka, as we conclude, yes, what is burning?
As we conclude, there's a small burning here. During your acknowledgement of the implementation of the funding model for the university, you hailed Dr. Fred Matiang'i as the driver of the implementation, and I guess deservedly so. Now my question, if the name you mentioned were a presidential candidate at the ballot, and like you said for Dr. William Ruto, would you work in favor just because of giving him credit for implementing your funding model? And then number 2, last question, is Kenyans are usually very presumptuous, and you did mention that you come from Seme. Do you belong to any political party, for avoidance of doubt? Thank you, Chair.
All right, finally, you may answer those ones, Professor, before we release you.
Thank you very much, Chair. In academia, we are always trained to acknowledge anybody who has done good work. And that is why I'm acknowledging Dr. Matiang'i when he was Minister for Education. I'm just saying that I think he did a good job in this respect. I can't talk about in this respect. That does not mean that if he decided to be MP for, I don't know where exactly he comes from, but I imagine Borabu or someplace. If he decided to be MP for Borabu, or he decided to be governor for Nyamira, or even the president of this country, then because of that, I should now favor him. In my long career, I've interacted with very many people who have been good to me, and I've also been good to them. Some of them are in here. I promise you, if you stand for elections, and I was the one making the decision, you will get a fair decision. You will get what you deserve. 2, I am not a member of a political party, and I've not been an official in a political party. But there is a small twist. When I went to the office of the Registrar of Political Parties to get the document that I presented to you today, I found that some people registered me as a member of a party called Devolution Empowerment Party of Kenya. And I had never known about this. And the only thing that was there was my ID number, and of course promptly I was assisted to delete my name from that party. But so I've never belonged to a political party. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Professor, thank you very much. So the committee will look at your papers, will look at what you've told us, and
Chair, you know that that devolution empowerment party is a party that has a lot of root in Marimanti and those other areas. Perhaps it happened when you visited that.
Yes, that may be so.
Yeah, that it has folks members.
Let me not make a comment on that one, but I'm 100% Professor resigned from it immediately because it was not his wish to be there, or you remained to be a member. Professor, did you remain a member when you discovered this, or you resigned?
Party? No. I deleted myself immediately. I don't even know the party. I deleted myself immediately.
He deleted himself immediately.
Thank you.
So that he is now party free. Thank you very much, Professor. We release you, and you'll be hearing from the House of National Assembly when we take our recommendation to them. Thank you so much.
I would like to underline that you have been nice to me. Thank you very much.
It felt like a lecture room.
Yes, it was very good, Professor. We were just mesmerized as you told us about all those matters. Absolutely mesmerized. Thank you. May we have the next candidate, please? All right, thank you, honorable members. Those members out there, please close so that they can join us as they go along. Mary, give space. Thank you. We have a nominee ahead of us or in front of us. Nominee number 7, Ms. Fahima Arafat Abdallah. And she's proposed to be a member of the IEBC Commission. Thank you very much. Fahima, this is the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. They are the ones who will actually vet you. Vetting means we don't do an examination for you. We don't intend to administer an exam to you. We just ensure that we confirm you're properly appointed, the process was flawless, and number 2, that you're suitable. You are able to contribute to the management of IEBC so that we get exactly what we aim to get. So we introduce these members to you. Some of them are taking a cup of tea. They will join us shortly. My name is George Getonga Murugara, Member of Parliament for the Raka constituency. I chair the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. Right, Mogaka.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Stephen Mogaka, elected by West Mugrango constituency, that is in Nyamira County, and a member of this committee. Karibu.
Very good. Honorable Otiende.
Ende Amolo, member for Ariada.
Honorable Chair, my name is Mushangi Karemba, Member of Parliament for Runyenjes constituency and a member of this committee.
John Makali, a member of Parliament for Kandui constituency, member of this committee.
Adan Dawood, Wajir East.
I am Michael Mushira, MP Rojororok, member of this committee.
Zulekha Harun, nominated member and a member of this committee.
Mwengi Mutuse, MP Kibwezi West, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Peter Chamweno. I'm Director of Departmental Committees, and with me are members of the Secretariat for the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. Thank you.
Right. Fahima, we are going to administer an oath to you. You take the oath. After taking the oath, you give us your testimonials, certificates, recommendations, everything to confirm that your copies are in consonance with the originals. Then after that, we will listen to you for 10 minutes as you take us through the journey of your short life, because it hasn't been very long. It's just some short life. You tell us exactly what you have seen in those very few years you've been here. All right? And then after that, we will ask you a few questions to confirm that as a youth, you are capable of sitting in IEBC to represent the interests of the youth who are easily excitable, they are irritable, sometimes they are impatient. Now they have a representative in IEBC. Thank you very much. Sanjit Etams, please administer the oath.
Bismillah. I, Fahima Arafat Abdullah, do swear that the information I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Amen.
You may now sign the oath. One sugar. All right, hand over your testimonials to... Yes, thank you very much. You have an option to elect one of the two languages to use. You can speak in English or...
Mission. As Fahima is taking us through that journey, could she also let us know the members of our delegation? Because I think she's the only nominee who has been well accompanied, it appears.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had not noticed the accompaniment of... who are these good people who are right behind you? Then after that, you tell us.
Honorable Chairman and the honorable members of this committee, with me is my father, Mr. Arafat Abdullah, the gentleman.
Thank you very much.
Prayers are key, you know.
Yes, and he must be feeling extremely good.
Yes.
It's rare for a father to see the daughter or the son doing this. So surely we in his shoes, we feel it.
At this age.
Exactly.
Thank you. And then I have Irfan. Irfan Ali has been my personal assistant since the office of the ward administrator. I moved with him to the county executive committee member, the county assembly, and now after your approval, we shall be going together to IBC.
Very good, very good.
And then with me is my wakili, because this is a justice and legal committee, and just in case she's here with me. Thank you.
Just in case she's going to answer anything. And I pray that she has not even attempted to coach you, because the questions you are going to ask are tough, and she will not have contemplated those questions. But it's nice, let her be there to give you the support that you need. Good. You will also clarify to us the mention you've made of county assembly and the executive, all those, how you got in there as we talk. So just do it in English. You're familiar in English, so that some of these people who are not fluent in Swahili like me do not strain to understand, especially Swahili from Lamu. Thank you very much. You may start.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe before I start, let me seek clarification. If I choose to speak in English, it's English non-stop. And if I choose to go the Swahili way?
Swahili, you can mix.
Okay, I can mix.
We relatively understand both languages.
Okay.
So where you feel you do better in this, do it in that language. Nothing stops you from. None of the languages is superior to the other.
To the other, sir. Thank you, Honorable Chairman, again, together with all the honorable members. First and foremost, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Almighty God for taking me this far. And you shall be able to hear the episodes of my small life or short life as to why I am grateful to the Almighty. I am also taking this opportunity to appreciate the panel for having conducted the process, and Alhamdulillah, today I'm here. And thirdly, I also want to appreciate His Excellency the President. Of course, we all understand he had a list of 9 names, and I thank God that I'm here. And lastly but not the least, I want to thank this committee led by you, Honorable Chair, for listening to us. I think we are all aware of what was happening, but finally when we received the call that we should come for vetting, you are like off, finally. So my name is Fahima Arafat from a village called Shela in Lamu County. That is where I was born and raised in 1992. I went to Shela Primary School in the same village. After that, I went to Lamu Girls Secondary School, and then I managed to pursue Bachelor of Commerce in Kenyatta University, and further pursued Master of Arts in Project Planning and Management in the University of Nairobi. To be able to support my bachelor's degrees, I have also pursued some professional courses, and these are currently I'm pursuing advanced level of Certified Public Accountant, CPA, and hopefully before we get busy, if approved, I should be able to be a CPA-K by the end of this year. I have also a project management professional, that is the requirement for the project planning and management master's degree, and also a diploma in investment advice, into bracket securities. And some of these courses I also came to learn when I was busy applying some of the jobs in World Bank, and I was always being knocked out because of the 10 years of experience, because I graduated in 2014, and they were like, but finally here we are, 2025, and IEBC could fit me. I started by working as a ward administrator in Shela Ward, that is the year 2014 to 2017. After that, I worked as a county executive committee member in different dockets. I started by the docket of lands, infrastructure, energy, and then I was moved to the docket of finance and economic planning. At the same time, when I was holding the lands docket, I also was appointed on acting capacity for almost 2.5 years, the portfolio of tourism, trade, investment, and industrialization. And lastly but not the least, I concluded my tenure under the docket of agriculture, fisheries, livestock cooperatives, and blue economy. You know, Lamu is a small county, so most of these departments are merged together. Yeah. So after serving as a waziri, I was also appointed at the County Assembly of Lamu on part-time basis as a board member to the County Assembly Service Board. I believe you understand the replicas of the PSCs at the county level. And since I had a lot of free time, that is when I realized I have not finished my CPA, and I had time to do all these other courses in these 3 years. And I also do training facilitation of workshops to different people I meet in government and other sectors in Kenya. And I train on ethical and legacy leadership. I train them on prudent use of financial resources. I train on leading intergenerational teams, we understand now. And then I also train on corporate governance. I want to take this same opportunity. My life is very short, but let me share what really happened. And now maybe I'm trying to understand that this is why I received these blessings at this age. I remember when I left Lamu for Nairobi, that was in 2010, for my bachelor's degree. I came to Kenyatta University and my mind was open. So when I came back after the first semester to my home in Shela Village, I realized that there are a number of ladies who had attained the pass mark to join university, but none of them had gone to school after Form 4. That is the unfortunate bit. So I remember that one day I walked door after door in the whole village. You know, it's a small village, but I did walk. And one parent I wouldn't want to mention, I know if he or she is watching, because you're from the same village, he knows, but I have never mentioned this to anyone. I remember he was so mad at me, and he said, just go to Nairobi and get lost alone. You know, when we're from there, some people think that once you leave, maybe I'll even go back not wearing this buibui anymore. I'll even leave the religion. These are experiences I want to share. But I said, okay, I will not hold back. After his house, I went to another and another. And today I'm happy to say that that organization that I'm a founder and a chairperson to, called Shela Ladies Educational Organization, has schooled over 40 ladies from the village. And that particular parent's daughter is now a certified doctor. And may God bless. But you can imagine if maybe I pulled out and I got mad. And then after that, I also realized now while working as a ward administrator, that a number of women also from our village, you know, there is that culture where maybe, it's not religion by the way, it is culture, that men are always given they are considered the first before. So I realized maybe some of them could not write, could not read, and we formed an organization and I volunteered to teach and offer adulthood education. And I'm happy to report that a number of them can now read and write messages, and they can even assist their children to do some assignment. So that is my small journey in my life. And maybe before I conclude, I was also very actively engaged in so many other organizations, national and international. I may not remember the names now because I wasn't thinking that one day I'll come here and explain myself. But I really did a lot of civic education to empower our people and the young people. And immediately after I finished Form 4, pursued Bachelor's of Commerce, which I don't regret. But I really felt like if I had an opportunity at my time, maybe I would have loved to be a wakili. You know, I admire debates and all that. But then I said now, because here I am, I have the opportunity, I always participate in offering professional guidance and trying to guide our young ones. And there are people that I personally sponsor, that is a charity I can't mention, and God forgive me, it is between me and him. But I just want to say that is my life, because I don't have much to say, but I have gained enough experience that will enable me to hold this national position at this juncture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fahima. I think that was, the life is short, but the story is long, and it's quite interesting to listen to it. We would have loved to hear more, but because of time constraints, it's important we now ask you a few questions relating to your nomination as the commissioner for IEBC. Honorable Zuleka, you're the first one.
Thank you, Chair. For the interest of record, let me clarify that I've known Fahima for quite some time. We've been colleagues but from different counties. I served as a CEC for finance in Mandera. She was a CEC for finance in Lamu. Then we used to be the only 2 girls in the whole 47 county CEC meetings. So that's how I have met her, but I am not conflicted in any way, Chair. Welcome, Fahima, and let me just take this opportunity to congratulate you for making this far. I know it's not easy being from a small marginalized community at the far end of Lamu. You are an inspirational to many girls, ladies all over this country, from Mandera to Kajiado to Homa Bay to Lamu, all the way to the farthest end of Turkana. And it's not something that we are not going to take lightly at your age, from a marginalized community, and the kind of patriarchal society that we come from. It is, in fact, a big achievement that we cannot miss but to mention. My first question will be, if given this opportunity, what are you going to do for the girl child all over this country? Not girl, but the ladies who are willing to join the political arena, but the constitution is not yet fully implemented when it comes to the 2/3 gender rule. I just wanted to know what are some of the steps that you could take so that we have as many ladies as possible in these offices. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zulaiha. Honorable Mushira.
Thank you, Chairman.
I've allowed her to be a bit off purely because she had good things to say and listeners are listening to her. Let's constrict ourselves to IEBC.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, nominee. Nominee, you are the face of the youth in that commission, and part of the challenges we have in the country in terms of voter turnout, low voter turnout, and number 2, there are people who are of legal voting age, but they are not registered as voters. And most of these people are the youths. I would want to know if approved by the House, what you do to ensure, number 1, the people who are of legal voting age register as voters, and number 2, once they register as voters, they will be high voter, they will come out to vote. And finally, I would want to know, I know it's not a requirement whether you are a registered voter, whether in the register of voters, the IEBC register, you exist in that.
Honorable Farah Dadabo.
Welcome. I know Lamu, and I've been associated with Lamu for a very long time, and I know your journey. So you've achieved a lot. Once you get into this commission, assuming that you'll be a commissioner, we have the biggest population of voters in this country are youthful people. This is a country where I think youth is 67% or close to 70% of the population. And the youth are agitated. Agitated because many of them were born in ages when they would be given an iPad, or what do you call it? They're given a tablet to keep themselves busy, or a telephone. So parenting has been abandoned by the majority of Kenyans, urban Kenyans particularly. So they have a lot of grievances, much of it born out of the fact that they did not have proper parenting. And social media is there. And it's a very dangerous thing. So how would you relate to the youth to tell them that this is we have a lot of countercultures, which is necessitated by whatever. How are you going to, I am impressed by the fact that you are grounded on your own faith, and even if when you're coming to Nairobi, the feeling is that you're going to get lost, you're still grounded on that. We need to ground the majority of the youth of this country. They're not properly grounded. So you will give us, in a nutshell, what you feel is a way to engage them so that they can exercise their voting rights very well and very soberly, and at the same time maintain the kind of discipline a nation needs to maintain, because a nation without the discipline is an anarchy and chaos, and that's not a nation. Thank you.
But it will be answered to if it is. If it isn't, it's a comment. Honorable Dawood.
My question is, the nominee has given us a rich history, and especially as her Bachelor of Commerce that she's also doing now. She's pursuing CPA. She worked as a CEC for finance. So I will ask a finance question. The cost of election in Kenya is very high. It is sometimes said that we probably were the highest in the world. Given the budgetary constraints in our country, how, as if we approve you as a commissioner, how are you going to balance between the budgetary constraints and the need for having what Kenyans call, I think there's a very long-term, free, very viable, credible, transparent election that is not as costly as it is today. Thank you.
Honorable Makali.
Thank you. First is to appreciate the nominee for the road taken from a ward administrator to a CEC member, 4 positions, up to now a member of the County Assembly Service Board. I think you are an inspiration to many, and you are the voice, or you are the face of the youth. One is you are joining an organization now, which I think when you reach there, we're looking at the nominees who are there, you'll find most of the people are, some of them are almost the age of your father. And I want to put you in a situation where you're going to make decisions as a college. What decision will you take if you find you are disagreeing with the other members of the commission? 2, you are the face of the youth. The youth have been complaining that they're not being given an opportunity to participate in to be at the decision-making table because they do not have enough resources. And just banking up on what my colleague has said, what proposals will you recommend in respect of the Election Financing Act? I mean, where the cost of running an election. We have no money. Wenye wana pesa ndio wanashinda kura. Sisi vijana hatuna nafasi. Then 3, what reforms will you introduce in the IEBC that will basically attract the youth who are saying they have been denied from participating fully in elections because either wazee ndio wanajua kila kitu? What reforms will you want to introduce in the IEBC if given a chance?
Next is Honorable Muchangi Karemba, MP for Runyenjes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Let me begin, Chair, by first of all saying that the nominee has a very impressive track record going by her age. And I am sure, looking at her, she believes that this committee will approve her nomination. She doesn't appear like she expects us to do otherwise. Going by her, you see, she's very happy. She's very happy. At the same time, she's the youngest in that commission. She's the youngest, and there are expectations, of course, from your fellow youth. In a recent news bulletin, I saw that a poll was released by some news station, TV station, that many Kenyans Kenyans do not believe that 2027 elections will be free and fair. What are your thoughts about that? And what, since your nomination, what thoughts do you have about how you will impact on the young people to believe in the process of elections, and especially as we get to 2027? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Karemba. The next gentleman is called Otiende Amolo. He's a senior counsel, and he represents the people of Rarienda in Siaya County.
Thank you. And let me start by telling you, Fahima, that it's never too late to study law. So don't keep those dreams alive. Two quick questions. One is, there was a gentleman who sat on the seat in which you sit right now, a professor who has worked for about 50 years, and his net worth, he told us, is 81 million. You have worked for just about 10 years, and I see your net worth is 77 million. Would you guide us and tell us how you moved so fast? Second, some people have argued that Lamu East is such a small constituency that actually Lamu West and Lamu East should be merged so that they become just one constituency. What are your thoughts? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tiendamolo. The next gentleman is called Stephen Mogaka. He is the Member of Parliament for West Mugirango. That is found in Nyamira County, in both sides of Kisii, in Nyanza region, or Nyanza province, as it used to be called. Stephen.
Thank you so much, Chair. And Fahima, you will, in passing, tell us whether you have been to Nyamira and how traveled you are within the country whose elections you want to be a commissioner of. My first question is, outside Lamu, what is your exposure in this republic, so that culturally we get a feel whether you are a true representative of youth from all over this country. And then the second concern is, I didn't see what happened before you came here. Why is it that in this commission you are the only youth I've seen? I don't know whether there are others coming after you. Was there apathy in applying for these positions? Which apathy we have been noticing in election registration as voters, and even turnout by the youth. So, given that is where we are coming from, and as you tell me, why are you alone here? What are you going to do to make the youth inclusive in the electoral process, so that their participation is not limited only to social media? What are you going to do to make the youth inclusive? And then finally, if you are confirmed as a commissioner, and I see that parental care has extended into this vetting process, meaning perhaps the parents are anxious. Do you understand the phenomenality of the exercise you are entering into? Do you understand that this is an exercise that has cost Kenyan lives? Do you understand that the Kenyans are even dismissing the Electoral Commission even before the vetting is over? What are you going to do to bring back or restore Kenyans' trust in the electoral process, particularly the youth? What are you going to do? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mogaka. Vice Chair, you have a question? Thank you.
Just what, because you've been asked quite a number. Maybe just to comment for purposes of Kenyans and this committee, your personal interaction with Kenya's electoral system. How have you interacted with our electoral system?
All right, thank you. Fahima, I'm sure you'll be noting where you feel it's a repetition, you can join the two and answer them simultaneously. So in a few minutes, please give us your answers to our inquiries.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. And the first question from my sister, Honorable Zulekha. We served together, and I'm proud to see that a number of my colleagues that we have served are in different places. That is something very good. By the way, from school, university, and even CECs. So that shows there is good omen and good company. They say your net worth is also, your network is your net worth, yeah. So across the nation, alhamdulillah, everywhere I go, I don't fail to miss a person or two that we have interacted in one way or another. The question that Honorable Zulekha asked is, which steps will I take once approved by this committee to ensure that we have a number of female, I would like to call them female instead of girl, yeah? Participate in elections and also get elected and even appointed in these houses. So number one, we have always had the affirmative action of the two-thirds gender rule. What I will ensure is many a times we do have laws, but then the issue of implementation is where we draw the line. So once appointed, we'll ensure first the law is already there. How can we ensure it is implemented? And then number two is to reach out to our sisters across the country and talk to them, tell them, and even educate them on what they can do to ensure. Because I once met another lady from Kilifi who was an aspirant, I don't remember, maybe for women rep or MP. And she was really impressed, by the way, when I was talking. And she was like, I really wanted to be in the race in the 2022 election. But because of finances, I don't have that. So what I'm trying to say is once appointed, we'll also look into the laws, because I'll now be an insider in IEBC. And we can be able to see currently what are the requirements and where we can also put affirmative actions on such requirement to enable the female or the women, persons with disability, and even the youth. I would like to say that. Chairman, I kindly request you to remind me the name of the second honorable.
Yes, that is Honorable Michael Mushira. He represents the people of Ojororok in Nyandarua County.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Michael, I think is easier. And thank you for acknowledging that my appointment to the commission represents the face of youth, and I am honored. And number one, you asked the issue of low voter turnout. That is an issue that we have always had. So maybe 2-3 things that I shall do once appointed in the commission is to ensure we have proper campaigns and civic education. You see, for example, once people understand their rights and also their responsibilities, many a times people only fight for their rights, but they really don't understand their responsibilities. So I'll give you a very small example in our current situation. We have seen a number of offices where maybe you want to apply for CDF bursary, for example, and you to be a registered voter is a requirement. But because the honorable members also do not want problems with many Kenyans, you end up to even be lenient and extend that you can use an ID of your mother, your father. But the point here is, if you have attained the legal age of registering as a voter. Why are you not registering? So once we explain to them, apart from their rights, but also their responsibility, then I'm sure we are going to have them coming out to vote once they have registered. And I think I have combined that with the second question that you had asked. And the last one was the issue if whether I'm a registered voter. Yes, I understood the importance at a very young age, and I first voted in 2013, so I have voted thrice in my life. It is not that short, Honorable Chairman, because these are 15 good years. I'm a registered voter of Shela Village in Shela Ward. Honorable Farah Maalim, it is true that the population of the youth comprises of 60 to 70%. And you also acknowledge that I'm the face of the youth. Thank you for that. The issue that you said that parenting has been abandoned, I want to say that that is true, because sometimes when I talk to some people who are older than me, I'm asked a question, which history are you trying to tell us at the age of 30? But let me tell you, honorable members, that when I was growing up, for example, I come from Shela Village, there were things that we used to do, culture and religious. For example, every morning, if you are a boy, because you are young, yeah, you must pray in the mosque. I will tell you. And this I have told a number of the people that I sit with, my colleagues, and even the leaders. But currently, as you are saying, you can see that it is easier for a parent to wake up the child to go to school, but not to church or to the mosque. On Sundays, somebody has partied the whole weekend and is now resting to start his life again on Monday, but then cannot go to church. Or that same person is not taken to go to mosque. Number two, I want to give an example is a parent also used to be very responsible. For example, at my age, I'm giving my experiences, yeah, because it's the best teacher. You cannot go back home with items that your parents have not purchased for you. And if you do, be it a phone, a laptop, maybe it's a piece of cloth, you have to explain why. But we all now can say that things have changed. And I don't know where these things coming from, but I would like to say, Honorable, on this, because you said we can instill discipline and ensure they participate in elections. So my call to the younger generation is, as much as we are young, we have the energy, we can do what we can, because biologically we have the muscles, yeah? But we also have to respect the elderly. These people have lived long before us, they have even given birth to us, and we have to listen to them. We grew up. I'm a person at 32 that I grew up, but I can tell you there is a difference. When I was growing up, my childhood and the childhood that I am seeing now. So as parent, I'm sure I'm being watched nationally and globally. This is a simple response, Mheshimiwa, to your question. Honorable Daud, you asked me on the issue of cost of election. And due to my financial expertise and also financial skills, number one, once approved, I will ensure proper budgeting. You see, sometimes the problem we have in bloated budgets are because we get it wrong from the beginning, and that is budgeting. So what I mean is we must prioritize tasks. For example, election is a whole process. So there are things we can do now with this much money. There are things we can do after 4 or 5 months if you look at the cycle. So we should budget properly. And then if there is anything that we see we don't understand, of course we should just cut it off. Number two, we should make use of partners. And this is development partners. There are so many organizations out there without compromising, by the way, the independence of IEBC. But there are so many development partners that want to empower the people of Kenya to understand their voting rights and also maybe what is expected of them. Number three is to work in synchronization as government agencies. For example, we have the Ministry of Interior, we have the Ministry of Education, we have also the Ministry of Gender and Youth. we have to sit down as a commission and work with them, and where we can be able to borrow infrastructure and even human power, so that we can have these people, train them, and then we are able to conduct our elections. I think for purpose of time, I will stop there. Please, Chairman, remind me the name of the Honorable.
His name is John Makali. He represents Kandui in Bungoma County.
Honorable Makali. Sorry, I only missed 2 names, I think, of the Honorable. I don't know what happened. So, Mheshimiwa, you've asked me how will I be able to dissent with others. Number one, as a professional, I have always, even when I'm facilitating, telling the people that I teach, that sometimes you can agree to disagree, but in a very respectful way. However, in the context that you have asked me, is the issue of age and the people who are there, like I'm the only young one and all of them are older than me. I think I'm proud of my parents for the values and respect that they've instilled in me, and there's so many other people that I have worked and interacted with, including leaders all over Kenya. And I want to assure you that I am one person that you really have to work hard to annoy, always. So I am not anticipating that we shall have problem, and I will always talk to them in a respectful way and give my ideas and tell them to understand so that we can move together.
A split screen like the one we saw the other time.
No, we are also very prayerful. I think you've seen all of us. You also asked on how I can come up, which kind of reforms I would like to introduce to IEBC. Personally, by the fact that I am representing the face of the youth, for example, of course, the women and the larger Kenyan community, I would really like us to look into the issue of inclusion of the youth in electoral processes, so that we can come up with policies to ensure that sometimes we do the talk, but we don't walk the talk. So, for example, my appointment, as you have stated, already has instilled. And allow me to take this opportunity to say that although I was going to respond somewhere, a number of young people called me and they were like, ata sisi next time we see an advert as big as that, we are going to apply. Because honestly, I just applied courageously, and I said as long as I meet the requirement, I have 10 years, then age should not be a factor. And so with that courage, I want to also call out upon every Kenyan, young Kenyan watching me right now, please apply. And we have a lot of opportunities as a country. Honorable...
Chair,
yes.
Campaign financing. Will you be of the view that we need to cap the amount of money that is spent in campaigns, or we leave it a blank check? Because the youths are saying we don't have money, yet those ones who only have money are the ones who have a chance to go and campaign. Do you think we need to cap the amount of money to be spent, or we leave it as a blank check?
Thank you, Honorable. I think on that, allow me to say that this will need a very strategic approach with all stakeholders, Parliament being number one and the people of Kenya, so that once we do enough public participation, then we can come up. Because my views alone, I don't think I am in the capacity or authority, but that's how I'm going to handle it. Multi-stakeholder engagement. Thank you. Sorry. Today I'm fasting, don't worry. So next is Honorable Muchangi. And thank you, Honorable. I think you commented that I feel like I'm going to be approved out of my facial expression. And I want to say that from the time I applied, trust me, you know, they always say, believe your instincts. I told you, or I mentioned here, that I applied to a number of positions, but there is something that was telling me this one is for you. So I thank God for this far, and also for asserting. He also said that there is this poll that was conducted, and many young people are feeling that the elections are not going to be free, fair, and justice. And what am I going to do if appointed to believe in process of election of the youths? Number one, I want to repeat, most of these things will repeat one another, but allow me to say that I'm going to ensure that we have structured dialogues with the youth. We must talk to them and we must listen, because they will tell us how we want to do things. Number two, for example, they have so many other proposals that they think, especially when we do public participations, that they think we should do to gain that trust. For example, just before I came here, I think a week or two ago, there is a video of one Abdullahi Hussein, another young man. I don't know if you have seen. He's a Kenyan and he's already thinking of how we can have a digital ballot box. So I understand that we have the other population of Kenya that is not youthful and that is not tech savvy. But what I'm trying to say is to do what I will do to ensure that the youth will believe in the process of election is to ensure that after listening to them, we at least implement the things that they will do. And then number three, and not the last, to introduce electoral innovation hubs. These people have ideas, and two heads are better than one. So once we sit down with them, as a commission, then we can be able to hear. And what is doable, of course, after everything within the law, we shall do. And what is not doable, then we can reach as we develop as a nation. Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Otiende. I already asked into doing the degree of law, so thank you for that. And if need be, we shall come for consultation and classes so that we can also be advocates. You have asked me to explain my net worth. My net worth, number one, let me mention that it is immovable and movable assets. And maybe I mentioned that I have some parcels of land, two to be specific, one of 5 acres and one of 4. And then I have a car, of course, and some livestock, about just 30, is not many because somebody is keeping for me. The reason why this amount is high is because we come from a village called Shela that we call the Runda and Mudaiga of Lamu. And the prices are not normal across the country. So you can get a piece of land at like 40 million, maybe somewhere in Vipingo, in Mombasa, if you can relate. But the same size of land, 1 acre, will cost you 120 million where I come from. So if you value my land, you cannot compare with other parts of Kenya. That is why I'm at 77, and this is as of today, in case I have distress selling. But after 6 years being a commissioner, and I want to sell at the market price, I'm sure it will be more, God willing. Lastly, but not the least, you've also asked the issue of Lamu East being a very small constituency, and there have always been talks of merging it with Lamu West. And I want this to respond to this Honorable Chair just the way I did in my other interview. I prayed first it should not happen under my watch because I said my people will curse me. And then number 2 is that let us just pray it doesn't happen. But of course, if I may respond now as a commissioner, I have been appointed. Of course, there are so many factors and issues that will be looked into before maybe we just scrap not only Lamu East, but any other constituency in Kenya that is at the loss of being scrapped. So maybe when we get there, we shall see what the people will have to say. And then, of course, I will stick to the law as a commissioner. Honorable Stephen from Nyamira, I have traveled the country. I have been to Mombasa, of course, Kwale, Kilifi. I have been to Kakamega, up to the end, Malava. I have been to Busia. I have been to, I think, Naivasha is in Nakuru. Voi, I have been there. I've been to Taita Taveta. I have been to Isiolo and Samburu. I have been to Nairobi. I'm here, yeah?
He's looking for an answer called Nyamira. So just manufacture it.
Unfortunately, I took an oath to say nothing but yes. So, inshallah, once appointed as a commissioner, I am sure I will have now to traverse the country. and I shall be coming to Nyamira, God willing. Thank you. Apart from the Lamu exposure, which other exposure do I have in this republic? Honorable Stephen, number one, I have gone to university. And the university is universal. I was in Kenyatta University with over 30,000. And we also have an alumni group of almost over 4,000, 5,000 of us. And everybody knows me. If you go there, and they gave me a nickname from Honorable Mutise's place, Walalo. Sometimes they'll call me Walalo or Waria. I just have to, because they don't know any person wearing buibui to be a Bajuni. So after that, I also went to University of Nairobi. So it's a whole another community nationally. I was also an active member of Maendeleo ya Wanawake organization. So in different platforms across the nation, we were meeting with different people. And I have a lot of other exposure nationally. So now it is my time to request I also be given this position, and I can go up to Turkana and other places. Nyamira number one, and then Mandera. Thank you. Yeah, this is where I wanted to respond the issue of apathy in applying for this position, and I said that maybe there was that thinking that as youth we can only apply to certain jobs, but my application, shortlisting, I did the interview, finally appointed, and today being vetted, and hopefully will be soon on after your approval. Really instill hope, as my sister has said. So I think that is what was there. Maybe the youth were thinking these positions are for certain people, certain age group, but we have shown that we can, and I'm sure now be prepared. Even PSC, if you have a director position, they are going to apply. What will I do to make youths participate in electoral process? I pointed at the director, like your position is being eyed now, yeah? By the youthful Kenyans. So what will I do to make youth participate in electoral processes? As I have mentioned earlier, to come up with inclusion policy. We'll ensure that we have forums. We can even create those labs, innovation, and then we shall be able. So if we do this, I answer the other question which says about, no, let me finish this, then I can answer the other one. So once we can do such things, and not only just telling them, but seeing them, and giving them the opportunity. And allow me to also say that when we are doing recruitment of the POs, of the clerks, I'm sure there's so many jobless Kenyans, the young ones. At least as IEBC, we should show a certain percentage is being given to these young people. And so that way we shall be able to have them participate rather than being on that other part of the process. You asked Mheshimiwa if I understand the pros and cons of being here. And as a Muslim, I believe kufa ni ile siku Mungu ameandika, zingine ni sababu. So that's my belief, yeah? Yeah, so I can die here, God forbid, just before anything if I go out because saa imefika, and I can serve in the commission for 6 years and come out free, sindio? So I am very positive, and I know he asked in good faith, but it is good that you have asked so that I can also tell the other youths and the other people, because I've received mixed reactions. There are those who call me and they are praying for me, and then lastly they're saying, lakini mwanangu, be careful, that job is not as easy as you think. Are you getting the point? So it is not something that I am not aware. It is something that I'm prepared. So the duty that I have, we were created to serve God. I do my obligations, religious obligations, and when the time is ready, I'm ready to go. But I want to, inshallah, tell the house here, I have a longer life, inshallah, yeah? So that we can live to the age of 60, 70, and beyond. Thank you for that question. It has also instilled hope. Honorable Mutuse, you've asked me if I have any experience or my connection with electoral systems. And as I am here today, I want to say that the connection I have with electoral systems, if I understood the question, is that at least I have voted, so at least I know the process, and I have voted thrice. I have also extensively empowered the people at my capacity as a ward administrator, as a waziri, and even before that as a youth leader, telling them the importance and to some extent going even deep into my pockets to ensure they come and register. Let me tell you, sometimes it is very surprising that you meet some young people out there and you ask them, I hope the Honorable Speaker will not mind, I'm just giving an example, who is the Speaker of the National Assembly of Kenya or the Parliament of Kenya? And that person doesn't know even the name of the Speaker. So these people are in their own world. Honorable Farah, I'm sure you might have people in your constituents who don't even know if you exist. I don't know where they live. As you say, they only participate in other platforms. But now it is our mandate, as I said, to ensure that they don't only fight for their rights and know their right, but also their responsibilities. Where I want to say, if you are not registered as a voter, what do you expect next? So we must do that. And then at some point, I was also an agent. That's how I have interacted, and I think that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fahima. I think you tried to answer those questions in the best way you could, in the circumstances, given the opportunity. But again, we remind you that you are the face of the youth in IEBC. Today, they have witnessed us interview middle-aged persons. We have also interviewed quite elderly people, and all of them have exhibited the value they will take to that IBC. So the youth are looking upon you to ensure that also that value, you take it over there. And we would advise you that you have to constantly ensure you engage the youth, using all the youth forums available, including social media, so that they know what you are doing and what you are doing for them. Because as you say, they never thought a youth would become a commissioner. All commissioners are usually elderly people, but here you are today, and God willing, this committee may be persuaded to approve you. You take the oath and you sit on that seat. You've also confirmed that you understand it's a hot seat from the question by Honorable Mogaka, but you're also prepared for the heat. You will take it with the stride it requires. So with those remarks, I have a few final questions for you. Where are they? You've stated your net worth to be how much? 77 million.
Yes.
Made of, you have explained, 2 parcels of land,
yes,
which are precious,
yes,
and a few other things.
yes.
All right. That's number one. Number two, have you been convicted of any offense in your tender age? Not at all. Have you been accused during your public service of having reached Chapter 6 of the Constitution on ethics and integrity? Not at all. Do you think, or are you aware of any circumstances that may lead to your conflict of interest with the IEBC, such that when you go there you are conflicted, you cannot serve?
That I'm aware, and in case it arises in the future, then I will do the needful.
You do the needful, which is to declare,
yes,
and recuse yourself if that is,
yes,
necessary. Finally, and you've said it already, that you're involved a lot in pro bono works, including getting those girls from Shela to go to school, study, and become professionals. Have you done anything else apart from the girls,
yes,
to other human beings?
Yes, yes. Actually, from the same village, we have a Shela Bursary Fund. It's almost, I think, 26, 27 years now, and it's a fund that revolves every year. We do fundraising, and since 2014, after I started receiving my salary as a ward administrator, I have never missed even one single year in contributing, because I know the importance of education. I have been educated, and I want all the others to be educated. The Shela Women Initiative, the SLEO, and many other groups from Lamu and even other parts of Kenya, I do help with the little that I have, because I believe in our religion, when you give, and also God gives you more. Yes.
Thank you. Finally, what plea are you making to these honorable members of parliament as regards your nomination and the subsequent appointment, if it happens? What are you asking them to do for you?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and allow me to take this opportunity to end my conversation I will call with you by saying that let us go where the youth are. We modernize our communication. If they are there in TikToks, Instagrams, Space, even Planet Mars, we must go. Why am I saying this? Is because failure for them to get communication or information from us, I mean IEBC, Parliament, and all other authorities in Kenya, then we give room for them to be fed with so much misinformation. But if we can be able to ensure that we do our things and our works in transparency and we are ready to be held accountable, then I don't think there'll be any room for misinformation and propaganda. So my whatever I'm trying to say is, let us go to them and let us engage them. They will listen. And with me, inshallah, I request that you appoint me, you approve me, and I get appointed. I shall do that, because alhamdulillah, I'm still young, I have the energy. We will work in Kenya, and everybody will know that what is expected of them and what is expected of us as the leaders. Thank you.
And you have a whole expanse of life ahead of you, such that you'll be the last person to want to see it or anything negative happening to this country. Isn't it?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. They have heard you. We will not tell you what our decision is now. We will retreat, look at everything that is before us regarding you, make a report that we take to National Assembly. Then you will hear your debate on the floor, and eventually you know whether you are approved or disapproved. Otherwise, for now, thank you so much for appearing before us, and may you have a safe journey to wherever you are going. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to Lamu.
Go back to Lamu. Well, we wish your dad is your caretaker and the aide and Wakili.
Yes.
I hope it has gone to your expectations, Wakili.
Yes, I'm very proud, Chair.
I hope there is also no fee note for that. There will be a fee note as usual. There is no other way an advocate can survive away from a fee note. Thank you, team. We now release you. Thank you. Give our documents back.
Thank you, honorable members.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the session of the day. We have gone through vetting of the 7 nominees to IEBC, and now we need to retreat and make our decision, which decision is a recommendation to the House, which is not binding on the House until it is voted and adopted or it is rejected. So we